Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Thursday Night Football, perhaps the biggest challenge yet for the Lions. They've won 10 straight games and could clinch a playoff spot tonight with a win against the Packers, but they'll have to do it without four linemen, Taylor Decker, DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike, and Josh Paschal. Also, the Lions' fourth game in 18 days tonight, but through all that, head coach Dan Campbell is embracing the strain. Now, this matchup doesn't just have huge NFC North Championship implications, but also big in that race for the 1 seed. With the win tonight, Detroit will have an 84% chance at the NFC's top spot. That's according to the New York Times playoff predictor. Lions 3.5-point favorites over the Pack that kick off at 8:15 with a pregame at 7:10 right here on 97.1. In hoops, Michigan State wins their Big Ten opener last night at Minnesota, 90-72 the final. Cohen Carr leading the way with 12 points for the Spartans. Pistons drop a third straight. They fall to the Celtics 130-120, 27 apiece for Cade Cunningham, Tobias Harris. And the Red Wings at the Senators tonight. They're looking to snap a 3-game losing streak of their own. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And welcome into Lions Game Day. We are here.
Game day.
Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. And it was a close call for one member of the show. Just got in.
Oh, there we go. Turn the mic on. Redo that. Yeah, a long drive. Prepare yourself. You know, the roads themselves weren't that awful, but it's really, really cold out, right? It's only 19 degrees. I was worried for black ice, which maybe other people were, but you cannot see the lanes. As soon as I got on 75, and obviously I'm
further
way
north,
so that was even worse, but I knew as soon as I got on there, I was like, oh no, I didn't leave early enough, because you can't even see the lanes, and people only stick to the lanes where you can at least see some tire tracks.
Yeah.
Most people do. I mean, there's a few people that scurry around, but it was just slow moving. It was really slow.
Yeah.
The classic game of whose lane is it anyway on your drive into work today.
Yeah. It was the same for me. I was a little bit later this morning, and I keep looking at the weather, and yesterday I didn't see any snow in the forecast, and the kids kept telling me, they're like, yeah, somebody's talking about snow. I'm like, I always look at the forecast. I didn't see any snow. Wake up this morning, and it's hard to even call what we had on the ground much snow, but it was enough to somewhat make the roads a little bit slick. It's cold, and coming from Plymouth, again, I'll tell everybody, same thing you did, Heather. Just take your time, be safe. Tried to tell everybody that on Friday, and it was an absolute disaster. So let's see if we can do it better the second time.
Well, people forget how to drive in the snow. It happens every year when we get that first few days of snow. People forget.
Why? I mean, unlike you, if you haven't grown up here,
stop
it. It can be a challenge. But after 4 or 5 years, or if you've lived your whole life, like how is
muscle memory, riding a bike?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I mean, there was someone in the right lane on my drive on 696 with the hazards on, which is okay. You're in the right lane. You got your hazards on.
The hazards.
At least they know they don't know.
Let's not oversell this. This is not a hazard day.
No, this is not a blizzard.
On.
But I don't know. Maybe they had a mechanical issue. They're over in the right lane. They're doing what they're supposed to. Their hazards on. So I'm trying to pass them.
Yes.
And as I'm trying to pass them, someone's trying to pass me going 80. I'm like, dude,
yeah.
There's the guy who goes too slow, and there's the guy that goes too fast, and I don't understand either of these guys.
The sound of Costa passing the hazard lights.
I will say, I actually just said to Luke Sloan in here, I've done this many times, and the first winter drive is always like this. However, there was a little bit more of an extreme, in my opinion, in terms of the speeders, the 80-mile-per-hour people still, and then the 35-mile-per-hour people.
Yep.
Like, I really noticed a lot of extremes today coming in, and that's what makes it dangerous, because I had this guy, coming out. I was getting around a hazards person. They were in the right lane. I'm going into the center lane, and then all of a sudden, Mr. Speedster going 80s coming up super fast behind you, and that the left lane was either clear or wasn't clear my whole drive here. It was like off and on, which I don't understand, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Two options.
I think Tom's point was the inconsistency. Some stuff's been plowed, other stuff has not.
It's like that light switch.
There was no plowing.
There's no in between.
Well, I don't know.
There's
Yeah,
nothing
what
plowed.
did the guy just stop dropping salt halfway down 275?
Fell asleep.
I mean, there's this guy. I don't know the you opened up this can.
It's fine.
You
It's okay.
you are feeding the beast here, as John knows. In terms
Oh,
of
yeah. That's why I said, I'm like, this is not a hazard light day. Like, just be careful. You don't have to turn your hazards on.
But I also think if somebody wants to drive slow and they're in the right lane, let them drive slow.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, there is a minimum speed.
Well, sure. If they're going 25 miles an hour on I-75,
Right, yeah.
they've got an
Use
issue.
back roads.
But
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if they're going a decent speed, go around them.
Now,
Like,
John-
don't put pressure on them to go any faster if they're uncomfortable, whatever.
I know you've driven a lot around the country, just your profession and stuff
Yeah.
back in the day, and you lived in the D.C. area. But I do recall on interstates there used to be minimum speed postings.
Oh, yeah. Used
With-
to be
with
65
the-
and 45.
Yeah, we don't have that anymore.
Oh, the minimum's not posted anymore? I guess I
No.
don't even pay attention.
Oh, they don't. Even for
No.
like trucks, they don't have that. They normally have like for trucks, like a minimum speed of
No,
55.
truck speed.
Truck speed maximum.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, then I guess.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yes. I think we are in that age category. Thank you. This is my first Stoney moment.
What was it like?
No.
Remember when they used to have the minimum speed?
Stone-
What was it
Stoney
like
drove
when you
the
had to
minimum around
pedal with your
Indianapolis.
feet, you know? What was that like?
Flintstones.
Yeah.
What were the cobblestone roads, the dirt
Right.
roads
Yes.
like?
We had cobblestone roads at Alexandria. They're awesome, by the way. Yes. No carriages, but
I'm going to add this to the things we say every year. People driving slower than me are driving too slow. People driving faster than me are driving,
too fast.
Yes.
Yes.
You need to be in the Goldilocks zone. Just right.
By the way, down in Tecumseh, we still have cobbles.
And horses and carriages.
Yes,
Right.
Amish.
I know.
All right. So we're going to have some fun today. We have the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Okay, it's the last 2 Grand Slam of the calendar year.
Oh, it's a big deal.
Oh, yes. Please, nobody hang up. Keep answering. Don't pass on every question. Let's have a good showing today, folks.
Let's have our best and brightest. If you're bad
Yeah,
at this,
seriously.
don't call today. Wait till next year. If you're bad at this, please do everybody a favor and
Go
save
over to the
space.
right lane.
Yes.
Exactly.
Put your hazard lights on.
We'll be back with the 2 Grand Slam in 25. You can, get your 1 or 2 right then. Let's give someone a real shot today to win $2,000. That's coming up at 7:25. We aren't going to do a full version of the picks today. That's tomorrow, but we'll get the Lions pick coming up, 10 minutes here? Sound good? Speaking of the Lions, when's the tailgate start?
Oh. So I know you're working. I'm not working tonight. And I'm not going to the game either, but at home, I do have big plans. Oh. We're treating this like a Sunday 1:00 kick or even a 4:30 kick.
What does that mean?
It means for dinner it's going to be I'm going to do some chicken wings on the grill. I'm gonna have some dips and sauces for chips and whatnot, veggies for the girls. And then, for dinner, we're going to have, I'm thinking about smoking a couple of chickens. Normally, I always smoke something, right? So the grill's going to be rolling, the smoker's going to be rolling. What's that? Chickens don't take very long to smoke. No, yeah,
Okay.
they're not a 14-hour extravaganza. So
Right.
which is why the pork shoulder, all that stuff's not going in today. So yeah, so I won't be tailgating down there, but I'll be tailgating at home like I normally do.
Yeah, and I wonder when the weather's like this. And I know, hey, we're used to this. We're Midwest. When do you start tailgating for a Thursday night football game when the weather is like this? Because I get it. Like when I go down, I'll be on at 5 o'clock with Rico and Stoney, and we'll be building up to the game. Downtown will be alive by that point.
Oh, sure.
But when does it start?
I think it's I would, if I was going to guess or bet, I bet that it would be right around noon is probably when the earliest tailgaters will get there. Others will join in probably, I think another wave will be 3-4 o'clock ish.
Okay.
It might be, hey, get the kids out of school just a little bit early if they're going down, or hey, maybe that's when the babysitter can show up. And
You and I have talked about this. The Lions have
not that
become
everybody has kids, but
if they do, and that's a lot of people do, the Lions have become an event. It's like your favorite band 8, 9, 10 times a year, and you plan. You get the babysitter because you're going to go to the show. It's an all-day, you said, extravaganza. And I wonder, too, like with Thursdays, what's the move? Because I think you're better off taking off Friday at this point, right? Like you go hard Thursday night, you take off Friday from work, you roll it into the weekend.
Well, I think you've got to try it because one of the things that the pandemic did was either work from home or flexible work hours.
Yep.
And so there might be a few people that are on the roads right now, be careful, that are getting there early so that they can leave, instead of leaving at 4 or 5, they can leave at 2:30 or 3, get down to the game. Yeah. And I think that's the thing you got to do, is not to take the full day today. Get out early, and if you can't, obviously, work the full day. And then tomorrow is, it's either call in sick, take a vacation day, personal day, or just lie to the boss and do whatever you need to do.
You got the Honolulu flu.
Yeah.
You can't make it the next day.
Because it's, the game starts at 8-ish.
Yeah.
8:15.
Be done closer to 11:30.
Yeah. 11:30. You're not getting out of Ford Field till 12:30.
Gridlock traffic.
Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow is certainly the day to take.
Just take tomorrow.
Yeah, especially, if the parade won't happen until mid-February, but after you beat the Pack, hey, parade down Woodward.
Take your time driving home, honking your horn, feeling good. Did Colin start tailgating yesterday?
He did. He's been tailgating all week. Yesterday, I walked in the door from work and he goes, "You want to go to the game tomorrow?" And I was like, "Oh, yes." How much are tickets? And we're not going because we don't have a sitter and it's late and whatnot.
Right.
But I think he's been like,
I love it.
He's been wanting to go.
I wonder how long he was trying to work those words in his head because your first response is probably always going to be, "How much are the tickets?"
That's exactly. I said, "Yes." How much are they?
Right, and
It's a
he
four-digit number.
I bet you he certainly had some rationalization in his mind. Oh well, we could use this as part of this could be part of my Christmas
holiday.
Just what I wanted, right? Just what you want.
His. He can only say his.
Oh, I already got him his gift though, and he's already opened it.
What?
Yeah,
Whole problem here.
I know he needed to. Whatever. I got him snowboard bindings because that's what he wanted, and he's already
used them. Haven't been able to use them yet, has he?
Oh, Pine Knob is open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Anyway, but yes, he's excited about it. Who knows if he's even going to work today or tomorrow? I have no idea.
I think there's a lot of people in that camp. 248-539-9797.
If he wants to talk about it, tell him to hop on. I mean, you obviously have the ability. You could be here. He could join us from home for a Collins segment. This might be something that we have to explore. A post-game. We always have TJ from 9 to 10, which he's not going to join us till Monday. But can we have a 15 or 30 minutes with Colin DeCourcy?
Not that long.
15
he's
or
not
30 minutes.
Yeah.
He's not that polished to do this yet.
I think
his head will
egg him on. We could get this thing
go.
rolling. Yeah.
But I'd be up for him doing a call-in tomorrow.
Tell me you got open lines.
I tell him to call in all of the time.
He needs
He won't do it.
He needs to fire up the
One day
home
he will,
studio.
I'm sure, maybe, but
Tomorrow.
we could just connect him on the
Yes,
Comrex.
exactly. That's my point. Yeah. You connect it before you leave and tell him, hey, come on down. And just all you got to do, he obviously knows how to connect on the Zoom. So
He does.
we could be good to go.
Tomorrow, win or lose. Come on.
Okay.
And then he can do the cookie jar, too.
Oh, fun.
There we go.
30 minutes. That's what I'm telling you.
The kids would probably be involved as well.
There you go.
Even more
the
fun.
more the
Just 'cause,
merrier.
Yeah.
they'll be around.
Costa and Jansen with Heather and Colin.
And the kids.
Family affair. Okay, we got the Thursday touchdown at 6:35. Lions fans hope to win, expect to win. Which camp are you in? We'll get to that at the end of the hour. Coming up next, a shortened version of the picks, a one-game pick. Lions-Packers. It's 97-1. All right, guys, this time of season, when you look outside, you're going to see cold. You're going to see snow. You're going to wish you were somewhere warmer. And how about diving into the best pool in history, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, out in Las Vegas, where you catch the biggest games at a viewing experience that's built for sports fans. One, it's not going to be 20 degrees out. You're going to be sitting in one of 6 pools on 3 different levels with a perfect view of a 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Sounds a little better. Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football, but really all sports, all seasons. Swim up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls. It's a nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot. They've got cozy day beds, private cabanas. Grab a spot, lounge at the center of the action, but reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino. That's downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. a one-game version of the picks before the real deal tomorrow. One game. Greg, tee it up for us.
Lions hosting the Green Bay Packers NFC North Division matchup on Amazon's Thursday Night Football. Lions favored by 3.5 points at Ford Field. Jim.
The Lions are good enough to win this football game. They've got the offense to possess the ball, to finish drives, to keep the defense off the field. And they've got the defense to force turnovers against Jordan Love. The Lions win, but they sweat it out. I'll take the Packers and the points. A classic Stoney, if you will.
Yeah, thanks, Stoney. I think this is a game where the Lions really impress. And I don't think it's one where they just totally run away with it. And that's not what I'm saying. I think they impress because of the injuries that they have sustained. And I was going through this yesterday, and there was a lot of people that I talked to who said, God, it really sounds like you're worried about this game. And I think I don't know what I was doing yesterday to make everybody so worried. This is an offense that can hit at every level. I've said that many times. They can run the ball. They can throw the ball. They've got backs that can catch tight ends, wide receivers at every single level. This is a dominant offense. Let's not forget that. Special teams. Did you guys see that Sione Vaki is the leading vote getter for the Pro Bowl in special teams? I didn't see that until last night, and I thought, oh, wow. It's just another reason why this special teams is special and unique. Defensively, even though they're banged up, is this not a better defense still right now than they were at an NFC championship run last year? I think it is. And it's mainly because of the secondary. That's where they're healthy. They went to the NFC championship game with a 30th ranked defense in terms of pass defense. This is going to be a Lions win. They're going to cover, and it's not going to be sweating it out. Give me the damn Lions.
When I got home from work, and Colin said, do you want to go to the game? And I said, yeah, but how much? Well, then he proceeded to go on basically what you just said and explained all the reasons why they can win and they're going to win.
Yes.
I'm a little nervous because of all the injuries.
He's a believer.
I'm going to choose the Packers. He is a believer.
Wait, however, so that's not however. You are going to just pick the Packers.
I am.
Huh. Hater.
I'm not a hater.
John, I'm not sure that this team is as good as the 2022 defense currently, but the Lions offense will outpace the Packers.
23 defense.
Aaron Glenn devises a game plan from what he has, Lions.
Okay.
So, Heather, are you picking them to lose or just not against the spread? Are you pulling a cookie?
Yeah.
What is the spread, 3.5?
Yes. Yes. Are you saying the Packers will win this game?
Outright.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
You don't need to do that.
But it's going to be close.
Yes,
I don't
it's
hear
going to be a
confidence
close
at all.
game. I know I'm not as confident. No, I'm not.
Not nearly as confident, Colin.
No, he's very confident.
All right, so I feel like this is like the Texans game all over again, and the spread in that game was 3.5, and they won by 3. However, the Detroit Lions have been absolutely unbelievable at covering the spread after they don't cover the spread the last 2 years. It's almost like they don't lose 2 in a row. They don't not cover twice in a row, so.
But the last time they didn't cover back-to-back was last year against the Bears and the Packers late in the season.
I hear you. So I think what John said about the defense, I don't think it's better, but I think it's equal to last year's, because actually the last game, I thought the second half, the Lions defense looked like it did last year. That was one of my big takeaways. Yep. The secondary is better, but there's no Hutch. And so I think it neutralizes everything. And I think this is going to play out like the 2 playoff wins last year against the Rams and against the Buccaneers. It's going to be a very tight game. I lean on the Lions winning somewhere between 4 and 6 points. Okay. Therefore, they cover.
And that
is our pick.
One pick. The rest tomorrow. Let's get to the news.
All right, so you probably heard this wild story. The CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, was fatally shot in what police say appears to be a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack.
Have you seen the video?
No.
There's video?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
there's
all over
surveillance
social
video.
media. Oh, yeah. You watch start to finish. It's unreal.
I don't know if I want to. I'm sure you don't see everything.
Oh, no, you do.
Oh, okay, then I definitely don't want to see.
Is it just
happened.
broad daylight? The guy just walks up and guns him
it's
down?
right in front of
It's outside
the Marriott
of
or the
a Hilton
Yeah.
in Manhattan. It happened in kind of like the morning, like late morning.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He was on his way to go speak at a conference, right? When this masked gunman approached him from
Hitman.
behind.
Yeah.
We have hitman, gunman, whatever you want to say, a murderer.
Yeah.
Call him what you will, fired several rounds. It's crazy. Police believe that he was lying in wait for several minutes before approaching Thompson and opening fire. The shooter fled on foot before pedaling on an e-bike into Central Park a few blocks away. Police, as far as I know, are still looking for this guy. They are offering a reward. There's a $10,000 reward being offered for any information leading to the arrest and conviction. He is a husband. He is a father, son. I mean, the list goes on and on and on of everything he is outside of his
Day job.
His work persona. It's just it's a wild,
It's
awful, tragic story. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan is running for governor in 2026, and he's parting ways with the Democratic Party, and he's instead running as an independent. So he just announced his bid in this video where he highlighted his decade-long tenure of accomplishments as mayor.
Hey, good luck.
Yeah, and this is kind of what people thought was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
When he said he was going to retire from mayor.
For governor,
that was the speculation. He was going to run for governor.
It'll be fascinating to see because obviously as an independent, you don't have the backing of one of the two major political parties, but it'll be very interesting to see what kind of traction he gets.
Yeah, without a doubt. You guys, where do you set your thermostats in the winter?
We vary during the day and at night.
Yes.
At night, it's usually 64, 65. During the day, it's right around 68.
Too cold.
It's
70,
cold. That's
70,
cold.
71.
We're a 71. You know what? I can't lie. Like our upstairs gets really, really cold and the kids' room is freezing. Our windows suck.
Yeah.
We have it at night. I drip and sweat, but the kids are freezing at 73.
Whoa.
At night?
Yes.
Oh, my
Oh,
gosh.
Brooks's room, like I'll wake him up and his little his hands are freezing. I just bought him like a really warm sleep sack because he can't sleep with blankets. Yeah, it's our house is really
You're
cold.
probably very much like my wife where she would say something like that about Teddy, and I would say, well, let's put one of the space heaters in there. Oh, no. I wouldn't be able to see up. Fire!
What if there was a fire and then in his room and I couldn't go and grab him out of his crib because the flames are flying? No.
His room is literally right next to ours.
Well, I'm talking about Brooks.
Yeah.
No, his room is not next to ours, so I'd have to, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, the majority of Michiganders do prefer 68 degrees
All
as their
right.
little cozy yet practical temperature. The next most popular setting is
69.
71 or higher, John. Now, according to DTE, that 68 degrees is preferable. And then bumping it down while you sleep, you can save about 10% on your heating bill if you do turn it down a few degrees at night.
That's Heather with the news. 73?
I know. That blows me away.
Thursday touchdown next, 97.1.
You guys, I have this really neat story to tell you. I was actually talking to Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he was talking to me about this wedding that he was just at. He said, awesome wedding, downtown, but he said the best part was when one of his patients came up to him who was there, so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance, and he continued on to say that his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B changed his life and that it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, Another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost the same story, but this time he was already married. And this patient was excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he says he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. It's pretty incredible. And guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today to schedule your consultation with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Seven football questions for Thursday touchdown. Let's hit it.
All right, guys, I wasn't here Monday, and I didn't really get to chime in much about Michigan and Ohio State. So we can't move forward until we look back one last time at the game last Saturday. Ryan Day had the worst game plan as a head coach in college football since blank.
Since his game last year, 23, since 22, since 21. I mean, like he has had so much talent. And I know Michigan the last couple of years had some talent, had more talent than they obviously do now. But to get away from what they do every single time, You've had, and this is a great wide receiving core, but they had Marvin Harrison Jr., they had Garrett Wilson, they had so many playmakers, yet they want to puff up their chest and act like they're tough. Like every single year, it is. I can't believe how ignorant they are in putting together a game plan.
John said ignorant. You could also say insecure. This idea they have to prove that they're this tough team. They're very insecure. I'm going to give a different answer just so that we get some variety here.
With leather helmets?
No, I won't go back pull a Stoney. I'll go to Ohio State, though, and I'll go to a team that Ohio State lost to that didn't throw for 100 yards. It was an Urban Meyer game, actually. 2015, they lost to Tyler O'Connor and Michigan State. 17-14, low-scoring game where Zeke Elliott only had 12 carries on a cold, wet day. That was the season he ran for 1,800 yards, so that's the game I'd point to.
Excellent answer. I love that answer. And John, I know what you said about the previous years. I just think it dwarfed it on Saturday in terms of taking the whole physicality thing personal instead of just winning the freaking game.
But this is what they've done every year.
I know, but this year it was just absurd what they did Saturday.
There's no question. It blows my mind.
All right, Jerry Palm's CBS Bowl projections has Michigan facing Missouri in the Music City Bowl on December 30th. That's the same day the Lions play the Niners, by the way. Oh. But it'd be a day game, the bowl game. Do you like this spot for Michigan, or would you rather see a different opponent in a different venue?
Am I allowed to pick like any venue regardless of tie-ins?
A reasonable bowl.
Okay. How about the Pop-Tarts Bowl where you can watch a mascot be toasted in front of everybody? Play it on the 28th in Orlando. And John, let's have your Wolverines face the Oklahoma Sooners, two programs at a similar point.
I don't want to go to Florida. I just don't. We went to Nashville this past summer for a softball tournament. I fell in love with Nashville. It is unbelievably fun. Now, I'm only going to be down there for probably a night, but it'll be a hell of a run for 12 hours. I love the fact that there's a chance, and I hope it's probable, that they go to the Music City Bowl. And, I mean, I at that point, I don't care who they play. Give me Missouri. Give me anybody else. I don't care.
Florida?
Let's just – Florida.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Is Vandy Bowl eligible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about in Vandy at the Music City Bowl?
A home game for him?
Yeah, I think that would be really cool. I'd love to see him play the Commodores. I think they played them within the last 10 years or something. Maybe it's been longer.
Michigan,
I know they played
decade.
them non-con in my life, so I don't know. It could have been a long time ago.
Yeah.
Throwing a flag. So you went from great answer, Jim, to bad answer on this one.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Can't win them all.
They play Oklahoma next year.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
that's right.
They
Yeah.
do.
Week 2.
Okay,
in
make it
Norman.
Florida. Make it Florida.
Again?
Yeah, it's been
They
a few
played
years.
Florida like twice in the bowl in the
it's
last
been a
10
few
years.
years.
The Jake Rudock game and then the disaster at the Peach Bowl.
All right, fine. Ole Miss. There you go.
Like how I'm picking this apart. Michigan State finished their season at 5-7 after an embarrassing home loss to Rutgers. Do you have full confidence MSU made the right hire in Jonathan Smith?
I don't know that you can have full confidence that it's right or that it's wrong. At the college level, I give them all a mulligan on year one. And let's see what can happen when you get embedded in that university. You understand the culture of the university, the footprint. The question I have is he's never coached or led a program in the Midwest. And I just have a question about, will he be able to get inroads? So I can't say I have confidence it's the perfect hire. His track record says he's going to be able to get it right. But I don't think I don't have confidence that it's not.
You know, I think really hurts him is Kirk Cignetti. Cignetti brought in some of his guys, a lot of his guys. Jonathan Smith brought in a quarterback, a tight end, a center. He brought in not as many guys.
The quarterback is much younger than Rourke at Indiana.
My point is he brought in some of his guys, and they finished with a losing record, 1-4 in the last 5, and there's very little juice going into the offseason, very little to sell in the portal. I don't think you should be 100% confident.
A fellow coworker, I'm not going to name names, so I don't know if he wanted to publicize this, but did say Jonathan Smith they need to get a little bit more Midwestern.
Okay.
The entire staff is to
West Coast.
To West Coast and get those roots planted and maybe copy a little bit out of what Dusty May has done at Michigan already.
Sure.
So
I'd like that comparison.
The Power Surge did not include the 9-3 Packers this week, and I actually agree with that. Many feared the Packers were the biggest threat to the Lions in the NFC North heading into the season. Simple but loaded question. Who's the better team, the Packers or the Vikings?
Both quarterbacks turn the ball over a little too much, but the Vikings are the better run defense. They're better at pressuring the quarterback. They have more wins. High-end coaching both sides of the ball. I'll go Vikings.
I'm going to go Vikings because I have more confidence that they're going to be more consistent. When you look at the Pack, I think the Pack has more talent.
Maybe, yeah.
I think Jordan Love it could be a better quarterback, obviously, than Sam Darnold, but I just don't trust him at this point. I don't think he's learned enough. I don't think he has enough reps at the NFL level to understand how critical every single snap is. It's never going to be perfect. So I think high-end talent, Packers. Consistency, Vikings.
All right, good answer there. And that was kind of just a checkpoint for me because I always feel like the Vikings just keep getting disrespected. They went into Lambeau and they won this year. I mean, and it just seems like people still fear this Green Bay coming on thing. All right, the Eagles have won 8 straight games and have clearly emerged as a real threat in the NFC. With all the injuries to the Lions, the number 1 seed could be in jeopardy. If the Eagles host the Lions in the NFC Championship game, would you pick the Lions to win?
Yep, 100%. And this team has proven that they can win in any type of situation. I've gone into, and I have a kind of a unique perspective, gone into the Vet originally and then the Link. And that crowd can be wild and crazy, but this team has composure. I think the leadership that they have with Dan Campbell, they'll have the confidence going in there. And run game travels, defense travels. I do expect them to be healthy by that time. So I would 100% pick the Lions to win that game.
The win outdoors in Green Bay is a huge feather in their cap. Yes. Next question.
Wow. That's my biggest fear right now is that game happening.
Sure.
I don't know who I'd pick. I'm on the fence.
It's maybe the toughest spot that they would have to go play because I don't see them having to go to Minnesota. I don't know that they would ever get to the number 2 seed or number 1 seed. Green Bay, I don't care. So it's really the Lions or the or the Eagles.
Yep, 2 best teams.
All right, we're gonna have a receipt here, maybe potentially, because I'm gonna go into a place I maybe shouldn't. The Chiefs are 11-1, but have only a plus 54 point differential. I truly believe Mahomes and Reed are Brady and Belichick 2.0. At the same time, I believe this is a little bit of a quote down year for the Chiefs, much like the Patriots had once in a while. I'm writing off the Chiefs to reach the Super Bowl this year. Are you with me or against me?
I'm against you. Look, the Bills beat them head-to-head in the regular season. They've done that before. Have yet to do it in the playoffs. And then I look around the AFC. I don't trust the Steelers, who haven't won a playoff game since 2016, and I don't trust the Ravens and Lamar in the playoffs. It's Mahomes until proven otherwise.
I'm never going to write off Patrick Mahomes. When you have the best quarterback in the NFL, and maybe he's not playing up to that level. I don't know. I haven't done a deep dive into what's going on in Kansas City, other than he just simply finds a way. And in playoff games, you just simply have to find a way. I'm never going to write off Patrick Mahomes until he's retired.
All right, just mentioned Brady. So he recently suggested that penalizing QBs for sliding late should be on the table. Would you support the NFL imposing a penalty like this?
Yeah, especially if there's probably going to be some caveat of, a fake slide or a fake run out of bounds. I would 100%, and I think the penalty should match what it would be if they got hit late. So if they're going to slide late, or if they're going to fake a slide, then it's 15 yards the other way.
100% would support this. If you slide late, you don't protect yourself, you are setting that defender up to look bad. They have to play violent. They have to defend the yardage. They have to stop you from getting a first down. And when you slide late, you are doing it to yourself. I would go a step further. If an offensive player lowers the crown of their helmet to try to get a first down, that's no different than a defensive player lowering the crown of their helmet. You got to be consistent here. Are we protecting the head or are we not?
All right, I've got one more, and it's not for you guys. It's for Mr. Greg Hargrave.
Oh.
Greg, you've always been a Packers fan, and you really have adored what the Lions have done here the last few years, and you even tried to apply to become part of the fan base officially on the air, and you kind of got rejected, although I welcome you with open arms because I think everybody shouldn't be included except for the Ricos of the world, like that still hate or the Chapmans, Greg, who are you rooting for tonight?
I don't think any of us rejected Greg.
First of all, if I was, quote, rejected, is that I'm going to go home and not watch the Lions and not root for the Lions? Okay. I'm going to root for the Lions today.
How dare you?
Not an issue.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that is the Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1. Guys, we've been talking about this time of year, and while it's football season, it's also 'tis the season, and you got to get off the sidelines and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease the all-new 2025 Equinox LT for $299 a month, 24 months, $999 down. That's right, a price under $300. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. What does that mean for you? It means when you show up, they're going to have the vehicle that you're there to test drive. Score your perfect deal, MoranExpress.com. Stop by in person. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25 this morning. It's the final 2 Grand Slam of 2024. Chance to win $2,000 if you can get all 10 questions right. We are calling on our best and brightest today. We've had a rough stretch lately. If it's not your thing, wait till 2025 in the new year. It'll be back. So that's at 7:25.
WTF. The new year.
A WTF year. Buckle up.
Look out.
John, you mentioned something earlier. How you were talking about the Lions game maybe didn't reflect how you feel about this Lions game.
No, I'm still very confident that this team is going to go out there and win tonight. And so yesterday we had the what was the 1 to 5, the 1 to 10 scale?
Yeah, some guy texted in and we kind of ran with it.
Yeah, I mean, how nervous are you? I think what it was, and I think I said a 5. I've watched more film last night. I went back and reviewed some film from last year, and to me, I'm looking at this offense, and I think this offense is much more dominant. The numbers may not show it in regards to some of the astronomical numbers that Jared Goff had last year. There's been a couple of games where, I mean, the Tennessee game, that tends to skew things when special teams gives you the ball on the 10-yard line every time, going in. But I'm looking at this offense, and it is much more difficult to defend than it was last year. Jahmyr Gibbs in his second year. David Montgomery, the way that they are operating together and Ben Johnson is calling this offense, it's much more difficult to defend. So offense better. Special teams, even though they were good last year, and a lot of the cast of characters are the same, they have been much more productive. Now, Khalif Raymond's not there, but it doesn't change what Dave Phipp is doing and how he is setting up his return man. And obviously the kickoff rule changes numbers a little bit as well. So I still think, advantage 24 Lions. And then the big question is the defense. Last year, the defense may have had some more talent, but they weren't playing like this defense is playing, with or without starters. Now, are they as good without Hutch? No, not this year. Hutch was off to an unbelievably fast pace in regards to pressures, sacks. And so I'm not going to sit here and say that they're better than they were at the beginning of the year. That would be idiot. Idiot. What?
Idiotic, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I couldn't finish that one. But when you look at this defense compared to the way that they were playing at the end of last year, and it was Aaron Glenn figuring things out with Melifonwu, figuring things out with how this defense needed to operate, I still think that this year's version without Pascal, Reeder, Onwuzurike, Hutch, Anzalone is better at this time of the year than they were last year. And as much as we love Alex Anzalone, the way that Jack Campbell has been playing the last we're all year, but since he has been the starter at that middle linebacker green dot spot, he has been superior to what Alex Anzalone was last year. The secondary, I mean, this is not even comparable. This is a secondary that can actually cover people, that can play man coverage, that can do a lot of things, and they are going to be healthy. Jamal Adams, is going to be a huge add in the secondary, much like, and they're going to use him, I believe, like Ife Melifonwu was used at the end of last year. So the defense, to me, is still better than it was last year. You pair that with a dominant offense, a dominant special teams, and I have no question that this team is going to win tonight.
You expect them to win tonight? 100%
I expect them to. I'm going in, and I know the line's 3.5, and I look at that and go, no big deal. They're not only will they win, but they're going to cover.
They got this. And it's funny because we have to talk about the injuries when they pop up. And,
sure.
And as a football person, you know that those are good football players, and that's going to be something they have to handle and deal with. But you expect them to win. And, John, I expect them to win. So we're going to carry the flag today. We begin the day telling people we expect the Lions to win in the face of all of these injuries, in the face of a good team, a 9-win team coming into Ford Field tonight, prime time. John, I expect them to win, and I'll put some numbers on it, okay? You mentioned the offense. They are scoring more this year than last year by 4 points per game.
Yeah.
That's significant, and it's because of what you talked about. It's the two-headed monster. Both are healthy. You have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's an all-pro, Sam Laporta, who I feel like has even more than we've seen this season. He was certainly better last year. They are as dominant as they were a year ago, and statistically better. They're great at home, 35 points per game at home. It may turn into one of those indoor shootouts. Luckily for Lions fans, they've got the offense built for it. The number one offense in football. Guys, the injuries on defense are real. They're concerning. We've talked about them. But if you have an offense that can win a shootout, you can overcome. And John, the secondary is so important to me tonight because Jordan Love has thrown the third most interceptions in the NFL. Only 2 quarterbacks have thrown more. Kirk Cousins, who's on a bit of a roll lately.
He's on a tear.
Yeah, that's right. 6 in the last, 3 games.
No touchdowns.
Yeah, and Geno Smith is the only other one. So and by the way, Jordan Love hasn't played all the games. He missed time. So among starters, he actually has the highest interception rate in football. So it's Branch, it's Joseph, who loves playing the Packers, by the way. It's Carlton Davis, who's back. They still have Aleem McNeil at the defensive line. They have Zadarius Smith, who's going to be licking his chops to face his former team. And I think they can get a takeaway or two, possess the ball, score a bunch, win the game. I don't hope to win. I expect to win. But those are the 2 camps today. And I want to know which camp you're in. We want to take those phone calls this morning. Do you expect to win, or do you just hope to win? And now you're not a hater if you don't think the Lions are winning today. We're not going to name call.
Right.
But we do want to know where you're at. 248-539-9797.
And reasons why.
Yeah.
If you say that there's no chance they have tonight, then give us some reasons as to why. Back up. It's like math class in high school, right? Show your work. Show your work. Don't just call up and say, yeah, there's no chance they can win. And I understand the injuries. I also understand on offense, I think, Taylor Decker, not having him is a big deal. Of
course.
But Dan Skipper played much better last week, and they covered for him better last week against the Bears than they did the week prior.
You expect him to win. I expect him to win. Tom expects him to win. Greg expects them to win. Heather, do you expect them to win, or do you hope that they're going to win?
I think I'm on the hopeful side.
Stacey, what do you want to say?
Okay. We said we weren't going to name call.
Yeah.
You're not as confident as the rest of us. Okay.
So I expect them to win. I think my biggest concern tonight is all these new defensive players getting acclimated into how the Lions operate play-by-play, meaning I wouldn't be surprised to see neutral zone infractions tonight. Stuff like that, where timing is off because there's so many new players out there for them. I mean, Jamal Adams, is he playing? Is he going to be activated? I mean, he was not on a roster 3 days ago.
Yeah.
So I just, that's where I have a concern. It's like you're at some point, John, don't you have to have a little bit more practice time? The defensive linemen that are filling in, the first unit, that kind of stuff. That's where I'm getting concerned about. And I know that's a little less concerning on the defensive line than the offensive because basically you got to just wait till the ball snapped,
Right.
But at the same time, anticipation, nerves, energy, being too pumped up, and you jump off sides and commit stupid penalties. This team does not commit stupid penalties under Dan Campbell. And I just think tonight you almost have to allow it to be a little bit of a given.
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, wait. What is a given? I'm not saying there's a given that they're going to commit dumb penalties.
That they're going to have a neutral zone infractions.
Not
that
that
they're going to jump off sides.
You're going to see a couple things out of whack tonight because they simply aren't out there together as a unit.
Right.
I believe a unit functions together as
but hold
one.
on. If you're firing off the ball, that's an individual decision, right? I mean, that's
but I think you're talking about missed assignments. And
yes.
It's, hey, if there's a game and one guy runs it, the other guy doesn't, or they don't do it well together. There is that fear, but I trust Aaron Glenn to put these guys in position to be successful.
These guys are human, though. What I'm saying is okay.
They're also professional football players.
I know they are, but at the same time, when you function, John, an offense functions together as one. They're moving parts. I believe the same thing's true on defense to a lesser degree. And then you put this environment, this place is going to be rocking tonight, and that these guys get maybe just a little overcharged.
Or the Packers commit a penalty because they can't hear, they can't think because the crowd forces them into an encroachment or a false start. I think that's more likely, to be honest.
I put out the bulletin. Forward field needs to show up tonight.
Yep,
big time. You need to make this as hostile as you've ever made it.
Phone calls, ticket text, hope to win, expect to win, and if you don't think they're winning tonight, give us reasons. As John says, show your work. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Thursday Night Football, another primetime game for the Lions, and this one could be the biggest challenge to date. Detroit's won 10 straight games and could clinch a playoff spot tonight with a win against the Pack, but four linemen total are going to be out. Taylor Decker, DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike, and Josh Paschal. Also a heavy workload for Detroit, fourth game in 18 days, but Dan Campbell's group says they're ready for this. Just ask corner Amik Robertson. Now, this matchup doesn't just have huge NFC North implications. It's huge in the race for the 1 seed in the NFC. With a win tonight against the Pack, Detroit will have an 84% chance at the NFC's top spot. That's according to the New York Times playoff predictor. Detroit's a 3.5-point favorite over Green Bay. Kickoff at 8:15, pregame at 7:10, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hoops last night, Michigan State wins their Big Ten opener at Minnesota, 90-72 the final. 12 points leads the way for Cohen Carr. Pistons drop a third straight to the Celtics, 130-120 the final. 27 each for Cade Cunningham, Tobias Harris as well. And the Red Wings, they're at the Senators tonight. They're looking to snap a 3-game losing streak of their own. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Making sure to strike the right tone today on game day. John, you had said you didn't come across the way you wanted to yesterday or when we were talking about these injuries. You are confident in today and in tonight. You expect the Lions to win, and I echo it. And we've asked people, do you hope to win? Do you expect to win? If you have doubts, let us know. We're not going to call you a hater. This is a tough spot for the Lions. We just think they're getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be as easy as if you were at full strength. There's no question about that. I mean, that again, that's idiotic thinking. But I do trust Aaron Glenn. And, you know, we talked a little bit about this to just compare different levels, different matchups, different things. But last week, when you're talking about Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, and an opportunity to increase draft stock, like that matchup is what charges those guys up. Every scout in the NFL was down in Columbus and watching that live. They're going to dissect the tape, and they're going to see that those guys were up to the challenge. It's about the moment. It's about the environment. It's about the matchup. Same thing for Aaron Glenn and honestly Ben Johnson. Now, we don't know if Ben Johnson is going to go anywhere, and he'll have his opportunities. There are many times where Aaron Glenn has had the opportunity to show what he can do. And basically from the last half of last season to now, he has constructed defenses that make the strengths and hide some of the weaknesses. I believe that Aaron Glenn is going to look at this defense, look at the matchup, and he is 100% saying, you know what, this is a statement game for me. This is an opportunity for me to show that even though we are banged up, and we've got 12 guys on IR, we've got 9 starters that we're missing or won't play as much as we want them to play, but I could still go out there and construct a game plan to get a win against the division opponent on Thursday night, nationally televised programming.
We've seen the defense lift the offense a few times this season. I mean, early in the year, they hold Arizona to 13 points on the road, right? I mean, even the Rams game, 20 points for that game, keeping it low enough for the offense to put it away. I would highlight the Packer game on the road this year, the Texans game, especially in the second half, the Colts game recently. The defense has had to lift up and help the offense, but it goes both ways. This is a spot for Ben Johnson to carry this football team, for this offense to lead this football team. Stacy, you want to make that similar point? Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Yes, I expect them to win. At the end of the game, it's who has more points on the board, and we will have more points. There are several teams in the past. Look at the 80s, the Miami Dolphins. But you had Marino and Duper and Clayton and Duper. We're going to have more points at the end, and this is why.
Oh, Stacy, the phone call's cutting in and out a little bit there, but I got the gist of what you were saying there. Yeah,
I mean, offense carries the day.
Yeah.
And we talked about this.
Exactly.
Do you believe they're the best team? All 3 phases, the best team in the NFL?
Absolutely. 100%.
And when you're the best team,
doubt.
There are certain times where defense has to cover, offense has to cover, special teams has to cover.
Exactly. And if you have 2 out of 3, you're still going to beat a team that's 0 out of 3 on any of those categories of being the best.
Yep. That's the key. I mean, the Packers, they have their injuries too, by the way, we haven't talked about. Jair Alexander's not going to play.
Yeah.
Cooper, their rookie linebacker, who's kind of a playmaker all over the field. They're missing some guys too. You trust Detroit in these spots. Like, this is what a ticket texter says. I expect the Lions to win tonight. They play with a different grit when they see the Packers in a positive way. I see the offense clicking. The defense gets a takeaway or two. The Lions will have the game in the bag. But if the Lions get off to a slow start, takes a while for Goff and the offense to get going, then it's going to end up being a tough bout. Signed, Matt. Speaking of these head-to-heads.
Lions hedge their bets on that one.
A little bit there. Lions have won 5 of the last 6 against the Packers. To his point about this game bringing out the best in the Detroit Lions, that is absolutely true.
And you learn from your history. And the history last year was they went to Lambeau early in the season, got a win. And then on Thanksgiving Day, they got destroyed at Ford Field. This is a team that I believe is learning from past experiences. And same thing this year. They go to Lambeau, and early in the season, weather's an issue. It didn't phase this team at all. But they are more focused on this game than maybe they even were last year. And again, young team, still a young team, but it's a much more experienced team than took the field last year.
Expect to win, hope to win. Where are you at with this one? Let's go to Lisa in Royal Oak. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing good. Are you going to the game tonight?
No, I wish.
Yeah.
How you feel about the game?
I don't know. 1 minute I think it's a magical season. They're going to find a way to win. And then the next moment I think of all the injuries, and I'm just confused right now.
You know what it is, Lisa? Because you probably have watched enough football, and you know, like, for most teams, this would be backbreaking, right? I mean, it's not 1 or 2 injuries. It's a dozen injuries. Like, for most teams, even good teams, this is a backbreaker. But then you have to remind yourself, this Lions team has shown to be special multiple times this season at key critical junctures, right? Coming back down double digits, overcoming key injuries. And it feels like a spot where if they truly are this special team, they're going to find a way to win, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe if they lose, then, John, unfortunately, tomorrow's show ends up a little different tone about maybe they're not invincible after all.
So, we always talk about Aaron Glenn defensively. But what was one of the things that we thought at the end of the year that was a great hire on the defensive staff?
Defensive line coach.
Terrell Williams.
Yep.
And most people would agree that know and that we talk to and we learn more from, they really believe he's the best defensive line coach in the NFL. Well, you look at this roster and you look at what they're doing, the defensive line has played really good. And putting Zadarius Smith in that defensive line, Aleem McNeil, best season to this point.
Yep.
And DJ Reader. I know he's not going to be available, but I'm using these guys as an example of they're playing better than they have in previous seasons. Yes. Pascal was better. Levi Onwuzurike came out of nowhere and was better. And again, we're talking about guys that won't be available tonight, but those are examples of, and I'm kind of interested to see, Broderick Martin.
Yes.
What has Terrell Williams been able to do with Broderick Martin? Watching Aleem McNeil play, watching DJ Reader, Levi, Pascal, all of these different guys. Now it's his turn. It's an opportunity for him to step up and show why he was the guy that Brad Holmes thought, I'm going to trade up to get him. No one else saw it. No one else thought that, he was going to be a third-round guy. Now all of a sudden it's his time, and he's got to step up and play. And I don't know if he starts, and I don't know actually who they put in there to start, but he's going to have to play a lot of reps tonight.
Ticket Texter says, hope to win. Wish I was with you guys. Hope to win. Josh Jacobs will have his way, and they will keep the ball away from us. Stop the Lions from running up the score. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's got to be their game plan, right? Is own the time of possession.
Sure. And
wear down a defense that doesn't have enough bodies.
But what do they tell Broderick Martin, right? If they want to simplify the game for one guy who hasn't had a lot of reps, he's a second-year player, he's been banged up, but he's a big dude, right? What's the coaching point for him? It is simply, hey, I don't care. We don't need you to create penetration. What we need you to do is eat up blocks. Be that big dude. Be the 335 or 40 pound guy that just sit there and absorbs blocks. Because what do we have behind you? We've got Jack Campbell roaming around making plays. We got Aleem McNeil who can beat double teams, who can win one-on-one matchups. So just simply eat up blocks.
Texter says the Lions have a shot, but Green Bay has been able to run the ball much better. I think they're going to attack our D-line, keep Goff off the field. Mike in Brighton. And another person brings up Goff. It's from Terrence in Southfield. Says, I think the Lions are going to struggle. They're not going to win tonight because of Jared Goff. He has not played well lately. The Houston game rattled him.
I did ask the question last night and again this morning. Is this a Goff game?
Kind of feels like it.
You know what? The quarterback gets the attention all the time, but he hasn't played well. Well, is that opinion different if Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't drop the football?
Oh, sure.
Fumble
Last week, yeah.
Going in, that's a completely different game. Last week I don't know how you say Jared Goff didn't play well. Did he play his best? No, but
indoors with all the toys, all the weapons. Yeah, I think the
think
offense is going to move the ball.
I think a larger picture thing, a little tiny alarm in my head going off right now is I'd like to see better efficiency with the red zone offense. Yeah. I think that's become a little bit of a problem for this team.
Okay. So against Tampa in week 2, yes. Last week, there was a bit of an issue, but they also had some turnover issues down there. The Jahmyr Gibbs one. But I wouldn't call that a characteristic of this offense.
They've been kicking a lot of field goals the last month.
Yeah, but they've been longer field goals.
Some of them.
Yeah, most of them.
We got the news.
Man, I 2 times I've tried to just kind of – I expect them to win.
Yeah.
And we said we'd invite people who think, oh, they could lose tonight. Yeah. I said a couple things that might just make me wonder, and I've been jumped on.
Well, I wouldn't say jumped on.
I thought we were going to treat people with respect.
Okay.
That can't happen. Nobody jumps off sides on this team.
No, hold on. There's a difference.
Just kidding. I'm just messing.
Yeah.
We welcome you to call in. Yeah. We're not going to agree with you. This is part of a discussion.
This is the guy that spent 30 minutes talking about why he wasn't selected for a jury.
It's your show. You guys chose the topic, not me.
We invited that as well. All right, we got news. We got 2 Grand Slam. We got more Lions calls, more Lions fun, more Lions topics. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's getting cold outside, and if you didn't realize it, just step outside. You don't want it to be cold inside. So if you haven't had your furnace checked, or if you need service today, do what I did. Call the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, there's that 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Love that. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even offer generators. No one wants to go without power. They'll take up to $500 off if you tell them I sent you, and it's off of that fast installation like same-day service. Want more information? You can find it on the web, mastercraftheating.com.
Before we get to the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, investigators, they're searching for this gunman who just opened fire on the CEO of United Healthcare. This was crazy. This guy stalked this man, waited for this man. It happened in broad daylight in New York as this guy was about to go lead a conference at a hotel. He was just walking on into the hotel when this gunman opened fire. Police say that, like I said, was lying in wait for several minutes before approaching him from behind and opening fire. There is surveillance video that has been reviewed by investigators that shows somebody emerging from behind a parked car, pointing a gun at Brian Thompson's back, firing multiple times from several feet away. He continues firing. He's even interrupted by a brief gun jam, knows how to fix that, and moves on his way. He then flees on foot and then jumps onto an e-bike, goes into Central Park a few blocks away. They say the shooter was wearing a jacket, a face mask, a large backpack, and they need to identify him. They need to find him.
Well, what was so stunning was how calm he was, because it wasn't just one shot and then run off. It was one shot, got to clear the round, another shot, clear the round. He just was so calm. That's what is even more disturbing.
Yeah, obviously we don't know who he is, don't know where he is, don't know why he did it. Just super disturbing, broad daylight.
Yeah, it's crazy. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan will run for Michigan's next governor in 2026, not as a Democrat or Republican, but as an independent. So last month, he did announce that he was not going to seek re-election to be the mayor. And the rumors at the time kind of swirled that he was going to run for governor. Well, he did confirm the news on Wednesday with this new campaign video. And in the video, he looks back at his time as the mayor, and he promises to hit every corner of Michigan to connect with voters across the state. And he ends the video with this final message.
You look at the work that's done in Detroit since he took over. Seems like a likable guy who gets stuff done. I'm fascinated to know, though, can he actually win as an independent, knowing that these political machines and the money and everything? I cannot wait to follow how this goes.
Only time will tell. Very interesting for sure. Spotify dropped their annual Wrapped list yesterday. And not really any shocker here, Taylor Swift was the most streamed artist for the second year in a row, both in the U.S. and around the world. Globally, she had more than 26.6 billion streams, followed by The Weeknd, Bad Bunny, Drake, and Billie Eilish. Now, in the U.S., she was still the most streamed artist, followed by Drake, Zach Bryan, Morgan Wallen, and Kanye West. She also earned the title of most streamed album as well. Do you guys use Spotify?
I don't.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I saw everyone posting I don't use it. I don't even have it, but everyone was posting their most streamed songs yesterday. I saw that kind of trending. Did you? Do they give that for you?
I don't use it for music. I use it for podcasts.
Oh well.
They'll give you data on that too.
Yeah, they do. They have the most streamed podcast. Yeah. The Joe Rogan Experience was the most streamed podcast in the U.S. Call Her Daddy, number 2. The Past Weekend with Theo Vaughn, Crime Junkie, The Daily. Those are the top 5 podcasts.
I use Apple Music and an Apple Podcast, but
I don't use it, so yeah. No. After 20 years, you guys, the Tex-Mex chain Chi-Chi's is making a comeback.
Oh, really? Fried ice cream. Let's go.
Chi-Chi's?
Heck yeah.
Oh my gosh. It was launched back in the 70s, became the sensation in the 80s and the 90s, had more than 200 locations nationwide. Well, it ended up going out of business. You know what? I didn't realize this,
they
but
still sell their salsa at the grocery stores.
There's still the salsa available in certain areas, but they had this deadly hepatitis A outbreak. I didn't realize this. It was over contaminated green onions, and it was the largest foodborne outbreak in U.S. history.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Which led to its downfall. I don't either. But now it's making a return. A report in Restaurant Business Online says that the brand owners have okayed new restaurants to open under the Chi-Chi's name.
Awesome.
There you have it.
Yeah. Old school.
Heather with the news. Hey, little throwback. We got the 2 Grand Slam now.
You guys, this is it. The last 2 Grand Slam of the year. Let's make it a good one. Let's give away $2,000.
Yeah,
Our
let's finish
contestant.
off the year off right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if they get them all right. Simple as that. Let's do it.
Our contestant today is Frank in West Bloomfield. Frank, good morning.
Good morning.
How are things on the main streets of West Bloomfield today?
It's a little slippery, to be honest with you.
Be careful.
Yeah,
Little cold.
way everywhere. Yep.
A little slick.
Yeah.
You got this, Frank. This is going to be a good one, right? This is the last one, so let's end it on a high note. Are you ready to play?
Yes, I am.
All right, here we go, Frank. Name one team the Green Bay Packers lost to this season.
Lions.
Who did the Red Wings play tonight?
Senators.
Who leads the Green Bay Packers in receiving yards this season?
Pass.
Tehran is the capital of this country.
Say that. Pass.
Who won the National League MVP last month?
Otani.
This country singer had the 1990 hit Friends in Low Places.
Garth Brooks.
Who wears jersey number 89 for the Lions?
Brock Wright.
Who is the radio sideline reporter for Michigan Wolverines football?
It is John Jansen.
The SMU Mustangs are a member of this college football conference.
ACC.
The Utah Jazz originally played in this city.
New Orleans.
Who leads the Green Bay Packers in receiving yards this season?
Pass.
Tehran is the capital of this country.
Pass.
Who leads the Green Bay Packers in receiving yards this season?
7?
Yeah,
Yes.
7.
Hell of a run.
Yeah, Frank. Who are you
Sorry.
sharing your winnings with?
My son and my daughter.
Okay, yeah, we heard the whisper. Brock Wright.
My son's smarter than I am.
What's your son and daughter's name?
I got Ryan and Leah here on the way to school.
All right, so Frank, Ryan, and Leah gonna have
Congrats,
a
guys.
much better holiday with 7 winning questions. That's what, $175?
That it is.
Yeah. Well done. Enjoy it. Be
Thank you
safe on
very-
the way to school.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Frank, we'll put you on hold. Thank you for listening. Thank you for playing. Thank you for showing up and competing.
Yeah, he was off to a great start.
Let's go through this quickly. He got a lot of these right. The Lions, Eagles, and Vikings all beat the Packers this year. We would have accepted any of the 3. The Red Wings play the Senators tonight. Green Bay Packers leading receiver.
Former
This
Spartan.
one tripped him up. I mean,
Yeah.
he heard it 3 times.
Right. Yes. Jaden Reed.
Tehran is the capital of this country.
Iran.
Yep. National League MVP, Shohei Ohtani. Garth Brooks, Friends in Low Places.
Yep.
Number 89 for the Lions. Brock Wright. The radio sideline reporter for the Wolverines, not John Jansen.
Me? Come on.
They never would have got that flag if it was you.
That's right. Yeah. I might have been planting it with them.
But Jason Avant did his
Yes.
best to get that flag rescued. SMU is in the ACC, and the Utah Jazz originally played in New Orleans. Your next chance to win $2,000, January of 2025.
Start the year off right. That's a good finish, though.
It was.
Really good finish.
Yes.
All right, we'll keep talking Lions football. We've got some questions to ask you and the women in your life. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere. Whether it's those fake missed delivery texts or an urgent bank alert, these scams can look more convincing than ever. But the good news is that you can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. That's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. And worry-free means you don't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if you should click on that link, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. It means you can go ahead and manage your finances and shop online without fear, because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to help keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
All right, one of our big Lions conversations today is, do you hope to win tonight or do you expect to win tonight? The injuries are mounting. No one's going to call you names if you don't think they're winning, but John and I expect the Lions to win tonight. A reminder, if you're driving into work, be safe. Heather, you were cutting it close today?
Ooh, I walked in right at like 5:58. It took me a lot. It took me about 20 minutes longer than normal. It was a slow drive, but that was really early, right? No one was really on the road.
Yeah.
Hopefully they've been, plowed a few times now.
I'm not sure there's much to plow. It's just a matter of laying down the salt.
Yeah.
Well, you have people who freak out. First snow of the year, they freak out. How do we drive? They forget. They get amnesia.
That happened on Friday. I know you guys weren't in, so you didn't experience it.
But for a lot of people that had the day off, this is kind of their first deal driving into work. And so just a reminder, you know what you're doing, but the people around you might not. So just drive safe, get into work in one piece today. We have another question for Lions fans, and it's for Lions fans, the women in their life. Tom, you were at a Lions game recently, and you noticed more women than ever are going to Lions football games.
Yeah, so I went to the Jaguars game. It was the 17th of November, and a little bit out of routine attendance of a game because I spent half the time in the press box and half the time I went down and sat with the family. So part of that meant that I was walking down to the seats during the late in the second quarter. And it just really hit me like how many women were at the game and into it and absolutely decked out in Lions gear.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been picking up on this. I've noticed my wife, like, she is into watching the games right now, asking some football questions that maybe she didn't know prior instead of just really casually watching it.
Yeah,
like
and she wasn't like this before this year.
No, it was. I think it started last year with the playoffs. Especially that NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
But I've just noticed that the women are really into it more. Like one thing I really observed, it wasn't like younger women or people there. That it was like groups of women just going to a game. Or I noticed a lot of probably season ticket holders sitting with I would guess would be their wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in the past a lot of times you're going with your buddy. So like is your woman, your significant other, gobbling up your other seat right now? That kind of stuff. And I'm not like we're not sitting here profiling or anything like that.
No, there's a lot of women who like football.
Yeah. Previously,
course.
it was, hey, you got 2 season tickets. Take your friend. I don't want to go.
Exactly.
But this year, it's, hey, we're making this investment. I'm going.
Well, and again, we're not talking about the women who have always loved football. The NFL has a huge following among women. We're talking about women who ordinarily didn't give a damn about football that are suddenly watching the game with you. They want to go to the game with you. They want to buy Lions gear. They're buzzing about this football team. They've gotten more people involved and turned people into fans who weren't before.
I mean, I know I can just sitting here with Heather, and it's not just Colin. I know I can tell that you're into it.
Oh, I am really into it, and definitely more than ever. I've always been kind of into it, but I also kind of have never really cared. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've always been into it, but never really. If I couldn't go watch a game, I can't watch. Like, it's not a big deal, but now I do. I want to watch the game. The clothes. It's crazy. Like, there is so many new Lions gear. Like, I shop at some like little boutique stores, and they've got like whole Lions sections now, right? Like, there is so much Lions gear out there, and I find myself wanting to buy it more and more and more. And it's
That's what a winning team does.
When I walked in the door yesterday, and Colin said, "You want to go to the game?" I was like, "Yeah, I want to go to the game." And then, wait a minute, hold on, how much is it? Like, let's think about this a little bit more. But yeah, like I want to go to games more than I ever have.
I saw a white Jeep over the weekend, and it had black tinted windows, but it had like the stripe going down the middle of the top of the helmet.
Oh, cool.
And it had 2 huge Lions logos on each door.
Wow.
And
that's sweet.
A woman got out.
Yeah.
I love that.
Not a guy, And I've seen the Black Lions truck, a few of them. Have you guys seen those?
Oh, yeah. I've seen,
which are cool, but those usually guys are driving them and stuff. And I don't know. I just thought it was a real cool observation just how invested people are in this entire area in this team right now.
Well, there's so many more people invested. Guys, gals, it doesn't matter because they're fun to watch. Offense is always fun to watch. They're winning, and it just makes it more fun. And the talk around town is all about the Detroit Lions. So, yeah, I think whether it's, you're taking your significant other instead of a buddy, I think it's just this is what a good team does.
Right. And look, when we opened up the phones earlier and did the expect to win or hope to win thing, we had 2 women call.
Yep.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen with the Pistons or Red Wings usually.
We don't have anybody.
There's a
call.
little bit of I guess back in the day, there was the phrase for the Red Wings women fans, puck bunnies. And I think this dwarfs what the puck bunnies used to be.
I think that might be the politically correct way of saying what you're saying. Anyway, you have women who are getting involved in this and watching more of this. You have, I would say, if women who have already been watching this, if their husbands weren't into football and are starting to watch now, we'll take those phone calls too. It's just pulling people in who were casual or weren't even fans a year ago, 2 years ago, that now can't get enough of this Lions fever.
Yeah.
Are we going to ask the other question that we put along with this?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so I know this has already been going on, and it's very weird for a guy to say this, but the ladies like him some Dan Campbell. Big time. The ladies in general in our area think Dan Campbell's hot. And Thanksgiving Day, my mother-in-law, we went over her house. She didn't watch 1 second of the game when I was there. I went with the boys at halftime, so maybe she watched earlier.
Yeah.
But during dinner, I like Dan Campbell.
Oh, really? She says it.
Yeah. Is he married?
Who's this?
Holly, watch out. They're coming for him.
Uh-huh.
So I think that's part of the phenomenon here a little bit. I think he's such a likable guy. I think he comes across almost as like a fatherly figure / dad.
Well, he's a good leader, yeah.
He's charismatic.
And Heather had, I know you've said that he's got a lot of attractive qualities.
Oh, sure. Not only is his personality endearing and people like that, which also makes him more attractive, but I mean, he's a really big guy. He's an attractive guy, right? Like, I think there's a lot to like about him. I think a lot of women like him. I think a lot of guys like him, not that way, right? Like, they don't look at him and be like, oh, he's hot, right? But they like him.
Yeah.
Like, he's a likable man.
Magnetic personality,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
He's rugged, he's tough, but he's also kind of in touch with his emotions, which I'm sure women eat that up, right? 248-539-9797. He's got little dogs, right? He's got the little tiny dogs.
Little dogs make you hot.
No, but if you're gonna, like, let's say you're on a dating site and you've got a picture with a dog, your hotness level did just go up.
Really?
Yeah. Sure.
Does it matter- does it
throw a
matter the
guitar
breed?
in your hand plus the dog.
Up 2 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
Make sure you got a beard. Up even more.
3 points.
Go
248-539.
on and on and on.
Turn yourself from a 5 to an 8. Don't shave, buy a guitar, and buy a dog.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Boom, done.
Include a picture of the dog, not yourself.
It's just 5 photos of dogs. Who is even the person I'm
Yeah.
swiping on? Okay, we got phone calls to get to. 248-539-9797. We threw a lot at you. For the football fanatic, hope to win, expect to win. But for generally, what have you seen in your life? The women in your life, the non-sports fan in your life, have they become more invested in this football team? And to Tom's question, is Dan Campbell hot? We'll get to Josh and Taylor. Josh, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great.
Good. How are you?
Good. So with the expect to win, hope to win thing, as much as I'd love to say I expect to win, it's kind of hard seeing that the Green Bay Packers have Josh Jacobs and he seems to be on fire right now, and now that DJ Reader's listed is out, it's kind of scary. So I'm on the hope to win side for this game. Hopefully, though, Brian Branch and Jack Campbell can pick up with some run support and help out. But DJ Reader is just such an unsung hero of our team, I feel like, and he needs the respect he deserves.
It's a really good phone call because DJ Reader doesn't put up big stats, but has meant so much to this defense and what they do at the line of scrimmage. I think TOP decides this football game. Now, I think Detroit's got the offense to win TOP at home. Long drives, score touchdowns, but we said we weren't going to call anybody names or a hater if you don't think they're winning tonight.
No, I get it. Josh Jacobs, good back. Real good back. And they've got a good offensive line. It is a concern. I still think that this is a team that is constructed to first stop the run. It has improved and greatly improved in the secondary, but I do think that they are constructed, no matter who's up there, to stop the run.
Ticket texters, 248-539-9797. Gay dude here. Dan Campbell is hot. Dan in Warren. So it is not just the women. People love them some Dan Campbell. We've invited these ticket texts. We have another one that says, as a guy, Dan Campbell has daddy vibes. We're going to get some of those. We're going to get some fun calls in the mix next. It's 97.1.
Hey, tackle all the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you simply win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, all in one place. So whether you get a hunch middle of the game, You can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more, all on the same page where you're actually going to place your bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. You're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets, and all you have to do is win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, some of these ticket texts, I don't know if I'm going to read because they're going to turn into drops. But some of you are very infatuated with Dan Campbell.
Read them.
Yeah, come on, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh. Please add that one to the board. Although he's the one that's going to be pushing the buttons.
This one says, coach me, Daddy Dan. And there's more like that. This one says Dan Campbell equals man crush. Another one says he's a badass. I would drink a beer with him. Joe in Wixom. We've asked men and women about the interest level in this football team. And one of the questions was Dan Campbell's appeal, both sexual and otherwise. He is a guy that people want to root for.
So uncomfortable.
You're not at all comfortable with this.
No.
I'm sure he would not want to hear this conversation either. But it's a real phenomenon. We've noticed it. That there are a lot of people who love them some Dan Campbell. And we've also just asked the question, have you seen the non-fans in your life turn into fans? And we think of like our wives who maybe aren't big football fans, but it could be, hey, if you're a woman who's been watching this football team for 10, 15 years, have you noticed some of your girlfriends or your guy friends or people who weren't watching suddenly turn into rabid Lions fans?
Yeah, on Twitch it says probably more casual fans than non-football fans are excited to watch a winner. It's must-see TV. It is. Yeah. But I think on the flip side, though, it's not just must-see TV. It's become an event. Like going down to games, going to Ford Field is, and I don't know if it's you show up to work on a Monday after a Sunday game and it's, I was at the game. You want to be able to say you were there. I don't care what the reasoning is. It has absolutely become an event.
So, John, I know Lisa's a big football fan.
Oh, yeah.
And Kelsey, you've said Jim is getting more into the Lions.
The only football she will watch is the Lions.
Okay. Now, have they ever just in passing made a comment about Dan Campbell?
My mother-in-law loves Dan Campbell.
Something about the mother-in-laws.
Yeah. We've known Dan for a while, so I mean,
it's weird.
She's never made
you.
that comment. Yeah. So I mean, she actually knew Dan before I met Lisa. So I mean, the football community it's a very small community.
So you got 3 daughters. Are they into the Lions?
Oh yeah, they're all into the Lions. Okay. Yeah, and not even gonna comment on that.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah.
But they
went there, not me.
So another ticket text. Dan Campbell.
Oh.
Let's just say it out loud.
This is part of the job. Dan Campbell makes my knees wobble when he wears gray sweatpants. Signed, Mike in Williamston.
I think they're just trolling you now. They're trying to get you to say anything.
Girls are crazy about him. This one says that their mom has a pillow of his face. Aaron in Canton. Let's get to Ted in Kalamazoo. Ted, good morning.
It's so uncomfortable.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Sorry, got to go through that, Jim.
Part of the job.
Hopefully you're able to find some satisfaction. Anyway, so my daughter watched me growing up as a Lions fan. I didn't think she was paying attention. And then this year she went away to school and she's turned into this rabid Lions fan and finds ways to get with her friends to watch the games. The problem is she goes to Northern Michigan University, and she found out like week 2 or 3 that she now lives in Packers country. Mm-hmm. Yep. And now she has developed a deep-seated hatred for the Packers because she's a Lions fan, right?
That's beautiful. It's all development. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's been cool watching her develop into a Lions fan. And then I also realized, it helped me realize how big everyone else is on it, because trying to find her an Amon-Ra St. Brown, her king, jersey that's black is impossible. And you used to be able to just walk in anywhere and just get whatever you wanted, and now they're just gone. Everything's gone. Yeah. You can't get anything. So, but it's cool watching her develop her love for football and be a Lions fan, and I take it as a little bit of badge of honor that she chose my team. But
that's cool. You got something to bond over.
Good parenting.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she's fighting the good fight, and
yeah. Well, here's the other thing from outside the market. Like, okay, Lucy is I think she's a pretty big Lions fan. And now that she's living down in West Lafayette, obviously she's close to Indianapolis, and she's like, she'll makes a comment, on Sundays when she's watching the game, she'll put on some Lions gear. She doesn't see the same thing down there. Like that fan base, even, they're not great, but they do have some guys that are, quote unquote, marketable or stars. And she's like, Dad, I don't see Colts stuff anywhere. Like they just, and those that claim they are Colts fans just don't seem to have the same juice for their team, even though, she's watched a lot of bad Lions football. She's still a Lions fan.
248-539-9797. Let's get some phone calls in the mix on this. Let's go to Bob in Canton. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, all. So, hey, I've been married for 15 years. I'm a Michigan Slappy. Go Blue, John.
Go Blue.
And at that point, my wife kind of became more of a casual football fan, going to some tailgates and such. But ever since Hard Knocks, man, she's been all in on the Lions. And, I mean, she's planning things. We're actually planning our family Christmas around the Lions game on the 22nd. We're meeting somewhere to do something else, and we're recording the game, staying in a bubble, coming back to watch it. So yeah, there's a lot of the casual fans that really are just it's taken over her life now. So
that's great. Makes your life easier.
I was going to say that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
appreciate it, Bob. Yeah, texters have said this has been a real thing. I have a buddy who used to go to the games with me for 20 years, and now he goes with his wife. I was booted from the seats.
Oh, little animosity there. She's going to drive a wedge between us. It took 20 years, but she finally got that wedge.
She wants to watch the Lions. She's into it. Let's get to Tyler in Port Huron. Tyler, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So about the game tonight, I expect them to win, but I do not think they're going to cover. But yeah, I do think they are going to pull it out. And then as of the last year or two, my wife has become a crazy Lions fan. She'd always never watched the game with me. I'd always watch it. Now she makes it a point to watch it. She's moving her work schedule. She's switching with people at work. She's doing whatever, canceling plans, doing whatever she's got to do to see that game.
It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
What's the plans for tonight? You guys going to watch it together? Are you going by any chance?
No. We went to the Jags and we went to Monday Night Football against the Seahawks.
Okay.
Tonight we're going to be barbecuing at my dad's place.
Okay. Still celebrating the game.
Yep. And yeah, she's just been crazy. Lots of jerseys. She's got 2 or 3 now all this year. A lot of House of Hutch merchandise for his charity. She's been supporting that.
Awesome.
And then what actually caught me off guard was sports books. Without telling me, makes a FanDuel, and she hit 2 parlays 2 weeks in a row, and didn't take any advice from me. And I've been kind of playing them weekly, and she's like, check this out, $20 into $250, $20 into $300.
Oh, nice. She's out betting you.
And she is doing better than I am, yes.
We can all relate to that on this show.
Yeah, and then one more thing. In terms of the hotness of Dan Campbell and whatnot, all the ladies in my family are calling him Dad Campbell and Daddy Campbell.
Yep.
John is so uncomfortable with all
I
of
just
this.
can't wait to share this conversation with Dan.
Well, you can see why, right?
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, I get it. I just can't wait to I can't wait. This is going to be so much fun.
If his reaction's good, will you pass it along to us?
Oh, I certainly will.
All right, perfect. More Lions thoughts. There's a lot to weigh in on. Football-wise, do you hope to win? Do you expect to win? And then the fan question. The people in your life that are more invested in the Lions because they're winning and maybe because the coach gets them hot and bothered. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Thursday Night Football, another primetime game for the Lions tonight, and this one could be the biggest challenge yet. Detroit's won 10 straight games and could clinch a playoff spot with a win against the Pack tonight, but they will be without 4 linemen, Taylor Decker, DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike, and Josh Paschal, and the Lions' 4th game in 18 days too awaits, and on top of that all, the Packers are red hot, winners of 7 of their last 8. But Dan Campbell's team certainly is not afraid. Wide receiver Jameson Williams says they're embracing the pressure of late-season football. Now, this matchup doesn't just have huge NFC North implications. This one's big in the race for the 1 seed, too. With a win tonight, Detroit's got an 84% chance at the NFC's top spot. That's according to the New York Times playoff predictor. Detroit's a 3.5-point favorite over Green Bay. That kickoff at 8:15 from Ford Field. Pregame show at 7:10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. In hoops last night, Michigan State takes their Big Ten opener at Minnesota. That final score 90-72. Leading the way, Cohen Carr, the sophomore, had 12 points. Pistons drop a third straight game. They lose to the Celtics 130-120. 27 points apiece for Cade Cunningham and Tobias Harris. And over on WWJ tonight, Red Wings are at the Senators looking to snap a 3-game losing streak of their own. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ticket text flooding in. We're going to get to our pick of the game coming up at 8:20. Full picks on Friday. Thursday touchdown coming up later this hour. Dan Gamble has my wife and daughter watching football for the first time in their lives. They love this guy.
What's not to love about him?
Yeah, I mean he's just an everyday dude.
Texter says, great topic. My wife always comments about Dan Campbell. She thinks he's hot. Something about that guy appeals to women. Dave in Clarkston. This one says, Dan Campbell is awesome. The world needs more male leadership that can be macho and masculine, but also honest and accountable. Texter says, Dan Campbell is my hall pass. Coincidentally, also my wife's hall pass, John in White Lake.
Jeez.
Make sure to share that one with him. My daughter has never watched football. I've watched my whole life. She and her husband live in Kentucky, but starting this season, they've been checking scores online and on game days. Even when there's no broadcast, she's hooked. She's nervous, and tonight she'll watch the game on Amazon. I'm so proud of her.
There you go.
You know, I think the fact just how genuine Dan Campbell is. I'm not going to say comes across because I think he is.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of like it's kind of like Tom Izzo. I think Tom Izzo does things right. You know, I always said this about John Beeline. If something bad came out about John Beeline, I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
It would ruin my day. And I think the same thing applies to Dan Campbell, just in terms of, I think the guy's just a good dude. I think he's got a good heart. I think he's a real person.
Well, he's
got
genuine.
more than that, though, because if you compare John Beeline to Dan Campbell, and they're both good dudes, one's way hotter than the other.
Well,
like, there's way more.
We're not even going to ask that question.
He put Tom Izzo in that conversation.
I never mentioned anything. I was talking about attributes. I wasn't talking about...
But I think Campbell's attributes make him more attractive.
Because women like personality.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's a good dude. I mean,
He's
how
a
could you
good
not like a
dude.
good dude?
Ingrid in Grosse Pointe. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hi there. How's it going?
Good.
So I think that people or women are becoming Lions fans because it's the first time we get to root mainly the same team as our neighbors. I grew up in a Michigan State household, and it's very fun to finally root for the same team as everybody else.
Oh, so yeah.
Feeling.
Instead of being on the opposite side of the fence at least 1 week a year, if not every single day of the year, now neighborhoods, families are all rooting for the same team.
Yeah, it's so fun. Like, tailgates are way more fun. Sundays are way more fun. And on top of that, I'm also 30 weeks pregnant with a boy, and I think that because I'm pregnant with a boy, I'm more of a football fan, and he's actually due on Super Bowl Sunday. So hoping for a Lions.
Oh, yay! Congratulations!
Yeah.
Do we have
That's exciting.
any names?
Well, if we win or make it, he might just be named Campbell.
Oh, I
all right,
love
yeah.
Campbell as a name.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
We'll see.
Ingrid, thank
Maybe
you.
a middle name.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate the phone call. Tom on a cell, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Great topics. My mom, 83 years old, must-see TV, the Lions, every Sunday, every time they're on Thursday or a Monday night. She'll call me, what channel are they on? What time does the game start? She'll wrap herself up in her blanket. My dad has passed away recently. And she'll watch the Lions. Was never really into it before, but now she talks about it with my 21-year-old son. As a matter of fact, she called him up one day after a play earlier in the year. I don't even remember what the play was, and talked to him about this play. And my son called me and was like, Dad, Grandma called me and mentioned this play that I don't think any of my friends even realized happened. So it's just awesome to hear her, get excited about that and be a huge Lions fan. And she does really like Dan Campbell. She says he looks like he's ready to play even right now. So It's just so much fun watching the Lions bring everybody together.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Ticket Texter says, Dan is real and genuine. There's not a lot of standard coach speak. He tells you what he thinks. Wears his emotions on his sleeves. This is another text. How many coaches in any sport will openly cry? Yeah, he was very emotional.
Yeah. It took some heat for it, even from the local fan base about his emotions.
Remember when they won their first game and people thought it was too over the top? It was just genuine how he felt. It was relief. And when they've had some letdowns, he's not afraid to show that he is hurt by it. Like, it affects him. He is deeply passionate about what he does. Texter says, I'm rocking a goatee today, influenced by Dan Campbell.
Oh, show up on Sunday for the lookalike.
Yeah.
There you go. Jennifer in Wyandotte, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Great. My mom never watched football. It was my dad's and my thing. My father passed away about a year and a half ago, and my mom, 80 years old, sits down, dressed in Lions gear. We watch the game together. She is a huge fan now, asks questions, but absolutely loves it. And it's like our time together. It is the best time ever.
That's great. That's.
And she loves herself some Dan.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'll make sure he knows that he's a big hit in a certain demographic.
He is a huge hit. You have a great day.
Thanks. You too.
Thanks, Jennifer. Stacy, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, great show. My mom, Big Dorothy, was a huge Lions fan. So, but going a little further, I think the girls like a winner. When Mooch came along, he was supposed to be the darling of the girls' eyes, and because he couldn't win, they kicked him to the curb pretty quick. So if Dan's winning, the girls are on him, just like Bill Belichick. He was a winner. Now he's got himself a 23-year-old hottie. So I think the girls really love the winner.
Yeah. Winning
They do.
will. Yeah.
Yes.
Winning will do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you. Are you actually going to share some of this with Dan? Because I know you
100%.
occasionally touch
Yeah.
base with him.
Oh, yeah.
This will be great.
He's got to know a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Yeah. I'm sure he's going to. That's for sure.
If he doesn't, he does
certainly
now.
Going to, yeah.
How will you phrase this to him?
Well, I can't necessarily say that now.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm not going to put on my my locker room, guys getting together talk on air right now.
All right. Gives me a sense of it.
Do you guys talk about Costa?
Do we talk about him? No.
Okay.
Why would we?
I don't know.
I wouldn't expect
Your
him to.
radio partner?
Why is he always trying to stir something up?
I feel like I haven't been stirring stuff
I'm messing with you.
I haven't asked him if he's doing a good job yet.
No. No, I mean, the answer is yes.
It's pretty emphatic.
Yeah.
They've won 10 in a row.
Yeah.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. It's Lions game day. We're having a lot of fun today. If you want to talk football, we're going to have open lines to talk football all show long. So it's hope to win, expect to win. But yes, talking about the fans in our life that weren't fans a year ago, that are now not just a little bit of a fan.
Yeah.
These people, they're decked out in gear. Their place is set out every single game day. It's an event.
And it's okay. So if you are a diehard Lions fan, this. I mean, you're living a dream right now. And I also think that if you're one of them that was either on the fringe or not a Lions fan, you were just simply waiting for something to cheer for, something that was exciting, and that's what the Lions have given us. And fringe Lions fans or not football fans, they have made it fun to watch. They've made it exciting. Offense will do that, and they are they're the best offense in the NFL.
It's why you and I are expecting a win.
Yeah,
with the Lions.
Large part of why we're expecting a win, because Jared Goff has second highest passer rating in the league,
only to Lamar.
He has. I mean, there have been games where he's had a perfect passer rating twice,
and he's at home. He's got all his pass catchers. He's got both running backs.
All things line up for him to have a really good game. And this is one where, yes, if the defense does struggle at all, this is a Jared Goff game. And I mentioned it yesterday, the power surge. I also threw in there a little bonus of who I thought were MVP candidates. Jared Goff is one of those candidates. I think right now Josh Allen is the leader in the clubhouse, and I'm not even sure it's close. Lamar Jackson has fallen to the side a little bit. Great numbers, except win-loss. And he's also sharing the spotlight with Derrick Henry. But Jared Goff, if he wants to get even a little bit closer to Josh Allen, we'll get a chance to see head-to-head next week. That's going to be the main one. But this is a Jared Goff game. Offense is going to have to be dominant, and he's going to have to be good.
Texters, MCDC is a real-life Ted Lasso. Likeable, easy to root for, winner. Says, my mom's friend and I text each other hot Dan Campbell memes all the time. He's the complete package. Dan can lead me into Battlefield any day and the bedroom any night. More ticket text, John. More.
It's getting so weird.
We'll have a game pick for you next. It's 97.1. Guys, we talk about the Lions winning and the taste of victory on game day. It's 1800 tequila. So toast to the Kings of the North with the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab the limited edition Motor City Jersey bottle. It's on shelves now, and it's made for this Lions season. The bottle's design is meant to look like the alternate jerseys they debuted back in week 4. And they're going to be gone soon. So get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. We're going to push back our Lions-Packers picks because you guys want to talk. And we'll get to Thursday Touchdown. We'll do all the things we need to do. Dear John at 9:02. By the way, John, you don't know the prompts.
No, I don't. No, let me know a little bit of what's coming up.
9:02, you will be asked about a Christmas dilemma.
Oh, okay. All right.
An issue at the movie theater. Hiring family.
Bad deal.
And a pressure situation at work.
Okay.
But back to the phones. Lions fans. Will and Inkster, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing? First time caller, y'all.
Hey, thanks.
The show. Been listening for a minute.
Thank you.
I was calling on the topic about the fan that you wouldn't think would be a Lions fan. My 21-year-old daughter, I mean, I've been watching the Lions since, the 80s and all that, the Silver Rush days and all those good things. And somebody that surprised me is my one daughter sits there and been watching every game with me. And, I mean, it's getting all in, So it's kind of interesting. It's weird. That's my little buddy now to watch the game with. I mean, I can always count on my oldest son when he's got time to sit down and watch it with me. But, yeah, that's one fan that really surprised me.
What stands out to them? Because they don't come at it the same way you or we do. What stands out?
It's weird, man. It's I got to probably pay attention tonight when we watch. But, I mean, she's all in. I mean, it's funny. My wife has even sometimes come out there and sat down and watched it with us, and that one's really the strange because she doesn't particularly care about sports at all, man. So I mean, the whole family. You got. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, now that the kids are involved, like, okay, after a certain number of years, like doing things with you doesn't have the same juice, right? We all been married for a while, but now that all of the kids are there, she now sees that as a family event, and she gets to not only be with you, but she gets to be with the kids.
You're probably right on that. You're probably right because now I work all kind of crazy hours. I mean, I got my one job. I got a little landscape business, and it's funny because my daughter goes out and cuts with me. Dad, the game is coming on. We got to hurry up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking over here like, whoa, And even one game, it's like we stopped in the middle of doing our cuts, went home and watched the game. It was like, we're going to finish up after, It's been one of them type of deals, I mean, it's real. It's fun. It's like I say, it's pretty good family time. I'm enjoying that the whole crew is in there. I mean, I even had the wife walking around Ford Field with us, man, taking pictures with Lions jerseys on and stuff.
Right.
It's pretty good.
That's awesome.
I mean,
that's what it's all about.
You've been a family, Oh, I'm sorry, you say?
No, I said that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, it's I've been watching them for a long time. Even with my, my dad back in the day, and you'd be hoping for that season. You know what I'm saying? And finally, it's here. And it's almost like, dang, is the world about to end? You know what I'm saying? Because we're doing so well, man. It's like it's been years since we've even seen anything like this,
Yep.
But
Will, it's
great.
It's such a fun thing to see. Like people in your life that you never expected to be Lions fans, let alone big Lions fans.
Right. And there were moments where the Lions, I mean, a few and far between, where they've been good, but they've never been like this.
No. First of all, 11-1.
Yeah.
10 straight wins. First place. Favorites to win the Super Bowl. Never in their history have they been the favorites to win the Super Bowl. And the way they're playing, it's fun. And that's why I asked him, like, what stands out to, like, the non-football fan?
Right, yeah.
Like, when they sit down, are they like, boy, David Montgomery's tough to tackle.
Right, yeah. Or, Gibbs is fast.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there are certain things that do stand. I mean, they stand out to us as dyed-in-the-wool football fans.
My wife is not a huge football fan, but she played college soccer. She was a goalkeeper. And she sees, like, goalkeeping stuff from Brian Branch, like the leaping ability, closeout. It's like the little things that stand out to the non-football fan.
He'd be good in the net?
Yeah, he would. He could play goalkeeper.
Okay.
I mean, if this whole football thing doesn't work out for him.
Right.
Let's get to Bob on a cell. Bob, what's up?
Good morning, fellas. So my wife has never been a real big Lions fan. She's always been a Red Wings fan. And Sundays in my household were always, I watch the game, and she pretty much naps from halftime, and then she wakes up and says, hey, did they lose yet? This year, it's been a lot different. So we had our first child in July, and now my wife dresses her up to whatever the Lions are wearing. So she'll go on Facebook, look to see what color they're wearing today. So my daughter's in daycare today, and she's wearing blue Lions jersey with blue pants. She wears white on white when they wear white on white. So there's the one game my wife didn't dress her up. She put her in a gray Lions shirt. It was against Tampa, and they lost that game. So now my wife refuses to let her wear that gray shirt because she's
right
skeptical and thinks that they're going to lose now. So My wife went from being, nap on Sundays to she texted me yesterday, hey, we're going to get stuff together for the Lions game. We're going to watch the Lions game tomorrow. So it's completely different. And I think it's a lot about the winning culture.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, it everybody has their superstitions. Everybody has a reason why they think the Lions win and lose. And they all believe that we have a hand in all of that.
The fans at the game tonight will have a hand in it.
Oh, they certainly will, especially if, and I made the call out yesterday, the defense is where the injuries are. And the Lions fans at the game, that is where you have to step up and be a factor in the game. Make it miserable for Jordan Love, that offense, to communicate, to use a snap count, to go on silent count, all of those different things. You got to make it miserable.
Let's get to Josh in Royal Oak. You got thoughts on the game?
Good morning. Happy game day.
Happy game day.
Yes.
Hey, I just wanted to say that, for this game, I expect to win. I think the offense gets it done. I think there is going to be a shootout element to it, but I think Sexy Dan Campbell comes away with the win here.
Sexy Dan. That might be how I answer the phone. Is this Sexy Dan?
And I'm sure he'll respond with something that would be pretty colorful and we probably couldn't air.
Yeah, click.
All right, AJ in Lake Orion. AJ, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. I hope you had a safe drive into work. I am predicting a Lions win just because the staff just knows how to scheme against everybody else. They are just, I think, head and shoulders above every other team scheming. But as far as people getting into the game, what I like about it is, and I'm not knocking females at this point, but their interest in the game and how the game is played, like asking about why a receiver runs behind the line and what he's doing. And I think the Lions have been so good the last couple of years. It's created a lot of interest in the game itself, not just the Lions.
I would agree with that. And in football, for someone who's never watched it, there is a lot going on, right? Like snap to snap and trying to figure out like the rules and the intricacies of it. It can be a lot to digest. That's why I'm always curious. Like as someone who's just starting to get into it, what are the things that stand out? What are the questions?
Yeah.
And
what are you doing if you're that Lions fan who's been watching games, watching football, now all of a sudden somebody's in there asking questions. Why is that wide receiver moving?
Shh.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Is that your Colin impression?
He doesn't even do the he just hand up, like, don't talk, stop.
Yeah. Talk to the hand.
He just doesn't respond. Not now. He can
just
explain things.
out. Yes.
Like commercial.
Wait for film
study.
So I had this happen with Kelly, my wife, about probably a month ago. It's probably the Texans game, I think. I'm sitting there, and once in a while I'll just talk out loud. And the kids are there as well, but I go, is he going to go for it? And she goes, of course he is, It's like, I mean, I still get a little uncomfortable with some of the go for it, but I love the confidence. He's fearless, too. I think that's another thing that
an attractive quality.
Very likable.
Okay.
You said attractive.
Chris in Canton, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. This is such a great subject. What this has done for families is amazing. My bride of 38 years would always watch my Sundays get ruined. And starting last year, she started to sit out. She didn't know a first down from a touchdown. So last year we focused on following the yellow line and explaining first down. She was doing good until they'd be first and goal, and she'd freak out and say, where's the yellow line? Where's the yellow line? And then it's a whole new conversation, right? So to the point now where she has decided that she wants a St. Brown jersey for Christmas. We go to Costco the other day. She buys all 6 Lion hats for our granddaughters, and literally it's taken over the family. The daughters are making blue Kool-Aid, and the funniest thing was, though, I scored some tickets that I couldn't go for the Monday night game. So my wife, a pregnant daughter-in-law, and another daughter went to the game. And I don't think they had any knowledge of what was going on, but for them it was just the party and the atmosphere. We all get together on Sundays now. It's awesome, and we're all going to the game tonight.
Oh, sweet. When are you going down?
We're trying to pull it together right now because now nieces and nephews are involved. But we scored tickets on the 40-yard line from a friend of mine behind the Packers bench. So it's just awesome what it does for families, and this brings everybody together. When I see people and they're wearing hats and they're Go Lions, and it doesn't matter, male, female, race. I mean, Everybody is just into this, and for my family, it's just been the greatest social thing ever.
I don't think you're alone, Chris, and appreciate the phone call.
Got a lot of those calls.
Yeah, this is Lions fever.
It's
swept up
uniting families.
Yeah.
Communities. It's what sports can do.
It's what they absolutely can do. A couple more ticket texts, 248-539-9797. Every morning before school, my kids' school will play Gridiron Heroes on repeat. I've never memorized the lyrics, but my kid now knows all of them. That's a great one. This one says, I have a man crush on MC/DC. I would die for that man. That's signed Dean. And this...
What? Does that mean Dean?
Maybe it is Mean
What if
Dean.
Mean Dean has a man crush?
On Dan Campbell. So someone called him Sexy Dan Campbell earlier. This one says MC/DC or Sexy DC? These are the questions we ponder. All right, we'll pick the game next, 97.1.
Well, guys, after 70 years of family ownership, Holiday Market in Royal Oak now has new owners.
I know, it's
so
weird.
this longtime independent store that's well known. It's a full service grocery. Plus it has like some specialty items, right? It's got this really nice gourmet cheese section. It's got your go-to items, your salads, your soups, your sandwiches, complete meals. It now has new owners. On Wednesday, the current owners announced the business has been sold to a pair of brothers and Metro Detroit grocery store owners. They do plan to keep the Holiday Market name, so that's not going anywhere. The sale does include, obviously, the big 60,000 square foot Holiday Market in Royal Oak, plus the much smaller Holiday Market Select in Birmingham. And they say all the employees who are both full-time and part-time employees will be retained in the sale, so they're not losing jobs. They're not having to rehire anyone. Everyone is going to stay.
It's a really quality place.
It is.
You pay for the quality too, though. It is one of those deals where you go for specialty items or special occasions because it is not cheap.
Grandma used to get birthday cakes there.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Really good?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. They're good.
Yeah, I believe it. We can forget about Hot Frosty for a minute. Or I guess we can even forget about Hot Dan Campbell for a minute because Target has a new Hot Santa that has the internet buzzing. So they've unveiled some new holiday commercials. And in their commercials is Chris K.
Oh,
a
I've
Target
seen some
employee.
of these. Yeah, he's like a buff Santa.
Yes, like a lumberjack Santa.
You say that like you're...
Well, he doesn't look like your traditional
Right, no, he
Santa
does not,
Claus
yes.
by any means. And people are loving it. So here's a little sample of one of their ads featuring Hot Santa. A lot of fun. They're getting a lot of traction online. There's some that have been viewed
beard.
millions. He does have the beard. It's a white beard, like Santa.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
but not like Santa. So a lot of people online. One person said, "So Target Santa, am I right? Put me on the naughty list, please."
Oh boy.
Whoa, this is exactly what I didn't know I needed this holiday. Target wins the Christmas ads this year, so everyone's loving Hot
I'm gonna
Santa.
have to have the same conversation with him Christmas Eve I had with Dan Campbell. It's gonna be a little weird.
So, Santa, let's talk for a minute. Everyone thinks you're hot. All right, so this is interesting. Men are more likely than women to have financial secrets.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. According to a new
Money
study,
she don't know about.
77% more men have financial secrets compared to women. And secrets were kept about different financial matters, but large purchases, income, savings, credit card debt, job status, inappropriate purchases, and more. But they say the most common lie is about large purchases.
Oh, really? Huh.
Oh, I could see. I didn't picture large purchases. I pictured like round of golf. You just don't tell her how much it costs, right?
Some betting money here
how much
and
is
there.
in the account is none of your business.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I would just surprise for women. This is pretty. I get this. They're most likely to hide purchases of clothes and cosmetic shopping.
Oh, sure.
Sure. Get
Or
that.
sell you on the sale.
Yeah.
It was on sale.
Yeah.
It was a great
Still
deal. I
spent
couldn't
the
pass
money.
it up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Zero would have been a better deal.
Yeah. There's a massive cucumber recall due to salmonella, and it's just expanded after 68 illnesses have been reported. I mean,
That's
food
why
everywhere,
cucumber,
left and
yeah.
right, is being contaminated by E. coli or salmonella and whatever. But the outbreak was announced last week, and it's expanded to 2 more companies. They were grown in Mexico, sold to 3 companies between October 12th and November 26th. And the recall now covers 35 states. Like I said, 68 people have been reported being sick, but no deaths have been reported. These recalled cucumbers should be thrown away, or you could go return them to wherever you purchased. They should have a sticker that says Sun-Fed Mexico on them. If you have a cucumber that doesn't have this sticker and you're not sure because you purchased it around Thanksgiving, they say throw it away. Like, don't even risk it. Just
play it
toss
safe.
Don't
Yeah, if you
eat it.
purchase around Thanksgiving, it's probably not good anymore, right?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But maybe a whole cucumber that you haven't cut. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is great news. $3.6 billion was donated on Giving Tuesday.
Oh, wow.
So that's the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. It was an increase from the past 2 years. They say this year about 18.5 million people donated to nonprofits and another 9.2 million people volunteered. And both the number of donors and volunteers increased by 4% from 2023. So that's great. People are
Generous.
feeling generous. Yes. Okay. I feel like this story has happened before. I swear in years past, something very similar has happened. But there's a guy in Virginia that just got arrested after he tried to steal about $1,400 worth of stuff from Walmart. But the thing is he decided to do this while Walmart was hosting a Shop with a Cop event.
Oh, God.
So there were 50 cops in store and there were 40 cop cars parked outside. So you'd think when this guy pulls up to Walmart and he sees all the cop cars thinking, you know what, I'll go down the street and go to Meijer, or you know, I'll hit a different store, or I'm going to wait a little while. But he didn't. He decided to do it anyway. The cops surrounded him when he tried to leave the store. He did just try to escape through the back, and all of them just chased him down. He is going to jail, directly to jail. He's now facing some felony grand larceny charges.
They're not smart.
No, not at all.
Heather with the news. Coming up next Thursday, touchdown 9:02. Dear John, it's 97.1.
Hey, are you searching for the perfect holiday gift for friends and family? Well, give the gift of unforgettable experiences with the YMCA. Y gift certificates are available at all 7 Metro Detroit locations, and they can be used for individual and family memberships, personal training sessions, swim lessons, access to wellness centers, youth sports, and even overnight and day summer camps. This holiday season, choose the lifetime gift of fun, fitness, and community at the Y. Visit ymcadetroit.org or stop by any Metro Detroit YMCA location to share the joy of health and connection.
Thursday night football tonight, and perhaps the Lions' biggest challenge yet. They've won 10 straight games and could clinch a playoff spot if they beat the Pack tonight, but they'll have to do it without 4 linemen, Taylor Decker, DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike, and Josh Paschal. Also the Lions' 4th game in 18 days, and the Pack are winners of 7 of 8. But through all that, head coach Dan Campbell is embracing the strain of this time of year. This matchup does not just have huge NFC North implications, it's a big one for the race for the 1 seed. With the win tonight, Detroit's got an 84% chance at the NFC's top spot. That's according to the New York Times playoff predictor. Lions are 3.5-point favorites over Green Bay. That kickoff at 8:15 at Ford Field, with the pregame show at 7:10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hoops last night, Michigan State wins their Big Ten opener at Minnesota, 90-72 the final. The sophomore Cohen Carr had 12 points to lead the way for the Spartans. Pistons drop a 3rd straight last night to the Celtics, 131-20 the final. Cade Cunningham, Tobias Harris, 27 each in that one. And the Wings host they're at the Senators tonight. They're looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. That puck drop is at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Questions for John Jansen, advice, guidance, all of it. Heather, you want to start us out?
I'll start, yeah. This one is the movie theater issue. Dear John, I went to the Wicked movie with my wife and 2 daughters. They're 9 and 11. Warning, it's in nearly 3 hours if anyone else is going. And John, if you didn't know, it's a musical, which is not my thing, but it was a family outing and I actually thought it was all right. Well, during the show, both my daughters started singing along during some of the songs. When I got up to use the bathroom, a theater staffer asked me if I could tell my girls to refrain from doing that because it's disruptive. I apologized and said something to them when I sat back down, but my wife was upset. She felt like it was harmless and part of being at a musical movie. She thinks I shouldn't have corrected them at all. Was I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, if that guy has a problem with it, you go tell him. I mean, it is a musical. I know this has been, I've heard this on the news, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are actual showing times where they encourage the singing, and there's other times where they say, hey, we don't want people to be singing along.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Now, if you're going one that has the asterisk next to it that says this is not a sing-along, please be quiet. If you go into it knowing that, then I think you should respect that, those parameters. If you go into it knowing that there are going to be singing, but you don't want to hear it, then don't go to that one. Like, I think there's different ones that you can go to. But if it's just a random one, it's not delineated. Hey, if you're going to sing along, if you know the song, go for it. I don't care.
I think I would care a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's the same as somebody it's not the same as somebody talking during a movie because clearly they're using different words during but if I'm there to see the film. I want to hear Ariana Grande sing. I want to hear their performance, not the person sitting next to me. I don't think it's wrong for the dad to say something to the kids by any means, but I wouldn't want
What if you go to a
singing
funny
next to
movie
me.
and people keep laughing? You're like, it's funny, but I want to hear people laugh.
Yeah, but they don't laugh the whole time. They all chuckle and then
I get dirty
then
looks
it's
because I
done.
laugh at some weird times. Like when something I think is weird or I laugh out loud and my wife will literally look at me and be like, I can't believe you just did that.
That's okay. I mean, I would probably do the same thing as Lisa.
Yeah.
Side eye, what the
Really?
heck, man?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But the laughing doesn't last.
Yeah, you shouldn't be singing unless it's one of those screenings where
Right.
I didn't know that.
encouraged.
That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. It's been a big deal. I'm not going to go see it, nor do I wouldn't be one singing along, but I wouldn't be offended if somebody did.
This next one is a Christmas dilemma. Dear John, this year for Christmas, my husband and I decided to not get each other gifts. Money's tight. We're prioritizing the kids. I know women sometimes say they don't want something, but I actually mean it. My fear is he won't believe me. He'll get me something anyway, and I will be there empty-handed. Do I break the agreement? What if he honors it, and then I make him feel bad? My current plan is to stick to our agreement. If he gets me something, my backup plan is to reward him with some time on the naughty list.
Oh.
Is that a good plan?
Yeah. 100%. That covers up everything that might go wrong in a day.
Yeah, why can't, okay, I always think you cannot show up to an event empty-handed. Like, even if we agreed, even if Colin and I said,
right? So you're not
Yeah,
showing
there's
up to an
husband and
event.
wife.
Yeah.
to me, though, Christmas Day is still an event in my house, in the living room. Like, even if we said, hey, we're not going to do gifts, I still would feel weird not having something for Colin to open. There's things you can do where you don't need to spend money. And it could, if this is what she'd like to reward him with, she could do, I know it's cheesy, but do one of those little coupon books.
Yeah.
For no money spent,
Yeah.
but still something for him to open.
Yeah, with no expiration date.
Exactly.
Don't show up empty-handed.
Well, but okay, here's the backup plan. Because we've kind of done this before where, and I know she's going to get something, is you get something, but you don't have it under the tree. And then if she presents you with a gift, then you say, well, you know what, I was going to surprise you with this later. No, it's not that, but it's, and then you go get it. And if she follows through and doesn't get you something, you keep the receipt and you just return it.
You always have a gift. Always have something to open.
Yeah, something ready, but you don't have to.
All right, the next one is hiring family. Dear John, I quit my job to start a data analytics company 2 years ago, and it is now booming. I'm really happy, and money isn't a concern anymore for me and my wife, who both come from poor backgrounds. We've been hiring for marketing, HR, and social media manager roles as the company is growing so fast, and my aunt is trying to get me to hire my cousin. I wasn't really sure I want to because my cousin has no marketable skills, at least in this industry. He's worked in restaurants a bit, but no skills for what we need and no tech knowledge. I could technically train him on a junior position, but the bigger problem is how he got fired from his last job. He worked for a family friend and got fired because he said some racist stuff to a coworker.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know the whole story, and the family friend no longer talks to us. My wife doesn't want me to risk the company's reputation, and I agree with her. Are we being unfair or callous? Is hiring family a bad idea?
It's a bad deal, especially in this situation. The answer is absolutely no. And that's an easy one to say, okay, well, interview the aunt. Why did he get fired? All right. Well, he spewed racist comments. No, I can't have that in our work environment. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
and if he has no
not.
skill, even without that, he has no skills.
And there's your excuse. If you feel like this is going to be awkward, it's family, what do I say? That's your out. Hey, I'm sorry. We're really looking for somebody who has experience in this, this, and this. And clearly the guy would know, oh, that's not me. I mean,
the reason we're successful is because we don't hire bums like you.
well, you don't need to say it like that.
You're saying it without saying it. And that's the other key here, too, is if you hire family, it's an awkward thing if you ever have to discipline them or punish them or fire them.
Okay, down the road. All right, if it doesn't work out, all right, you did the salad, but are you supposed to just completely keep them on as a freeloader for the rest of the time? Because it becomes even more awkward than when you fire them.
Yeah, mixing business and family is a tough one.
No.
This next one says, pressure at work. Dear John, I work at a high-pressure job at one of the top firms in the country. I inherited a great situation, but I just haven't been measuring up. 4 straight years I've failed to deliver in some of our company's biggest moments. It's causing me to feel insecure, and admittedly, I'm in my own head. My pride was challenged, and I feel like I've gone too far trying to prove I can do it, quote, the right way. What should I do to finally be successful? Ryan in Columbus.
Find a less pressure job. You may be asked to, but if the pressure is getting to you, the pressure is getting to your family, you've made a lot of money. You've been very successful in a lot of different ways. There are other jobs available.
I think that's good advice. I do think maybe it's just not the right fit for you, and that's okay. There's different fits for different people and skill sets, and this is clearly a job that maybe it's just too big for you.
I think the question then becomes, has Ryan just been broken? Like
it sounds broken.
Okay, so does this then, if he takes another job, does this transfer to whatever quote unquote rival that is? Now there's different levels where the rivals aren't as fierce. You could go to the NFL game, and I know there's Cowboys, Commanders,
play caller.
Yeah, but there's rival, but again, even at that level, the rivalries aren't as pressure packed.
Yeah, Ryan, I think you're in a real tough spot.
Yes, or just hire somebody and actually let them do their job.
Yeah,
I think if you
surround yourself with better people.
Yeah, if you had a guy that you hired, say a Chip, let Chip do his job and do what he was hired to do. You don't have to interfere and say, no, we want to do it this way because we just want to prove something.
And that is this week's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, we all know the winter driving season is upon us. It all took us a little bit longer to get into work today, and reckless drivers are everywhere. They can't seem to keep their own cars under control. So if you've been injured in an auto accident during this or any time of year, you need an injury attorney that will be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. Injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Lions game day today. We're going to get into it. Hope to win, expect to win. Lions and Packers tonight at Ford Field. Got Heather's news. Got a note here.
Oh, yeah?
Walter Payton Man of the Year nominees.
Ooh, how many are on that list?
32. Every team gets one.
Oh yeah, I guess that would be 32, yeah. I didn't know if there was one from multiple team or multiple from one team.
No. The Lions, Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, Jared Goff.
Okay. All right. Good dude. See him on doing his charitable contributions all over town.
Yep. I started looking up, quarterbacks. How often does the quarterback win this award? Dak Prescott won it in 2022. Russell Wilson in 2020. Eli Manning, 2016. Kurt Warner, Drew Brees. Obviously, Drew Brees, New Orleans. Hello, post-Katrina. Peyton Manning. So, quarterbacks, they get
It's
in
not
there.
exclusively a quarterback award.
No, not like the MVP. I mean, the reigning Walter Payton Man of the Year award winners, Cameron Hayward.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh Steeler. And Andrew Whitworth's won it, and Calais Campbell. So, but Jared Goff's our guy in more ways than one.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good luck to him. Hope he wins it.
Do you have, and I'm not going to do all 32, but is there a team that you're curious?
No.
Okay. Never mind. We have some ticket text from Dear John. You're honest. All I could ask for is honesty. Let's not waste people's time. Ticket texter says on some of the Dear John questions, on Ryan's dilemma, never quit, Ryan. Yep. Stick it out. Show him you're a real man. You're tougher and smarter than everybody. Never forget it. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing is, it just sooner or later, you think he'll get it right? Or does he just end up like some of the other competitors or hires that they've had, like John?
Right.
I mean, that was one that we wanted to last for a long time.
Yep. As you've let this Ohio State Ryan Day thing simmer the last few days, what do you think actually happens? Do they fire him?
No.
I don't think they will either.
No, he's had 10 losses. I mean, 40% of them have been against Michigan. But, when you, other than this one, where it's an unranked team, he's lost to the number one team in the country by 1 point this year. He lost in a national championship game. He's had tremendous success other than Big Ten championships or national championships.
What was the quote? He's the Michael Jordan of James Franklin's, the greatest, just short in the big games. Yeah. He's been there, right? I mean, if a field goal goes through the uprights,
the goat of coming up short.
Yes, that's who Ryan Day is. He is the greatest of all time at coming up short. About having a loaded roster, winning all of the games but the biggest game. Yeah. And at Ohio State, the standard's just so high there that eats away at them.
Keep spending money.
And that's part of the problem, right? He's got a buyout north of $30 million. They've already spent $20 on the roster. If Vrabel's not considering coaching college, John, I don't know who they even really pursue. I could throw out a name, but it's also equally going to be difficult for them. Marcus Freeman, he played at Ohio State, but I don't know that he's leaving Notre Dame. So if there's no obvious answer, they're probably running him back next year.
He goes conservative when he least needs to.
Yeah.
I felt that going 2 years ago, the game in Ann Arbor, where Michigan won 30-24. I thought he went conservative at times in that game. It's like the end of the half. They were driving the ball, and then they just kind of drained the clock to attempt a field goal.
Right.
There was some of that in the Georgia loss in the semis where they could have gotten closer potentially had he been more aggressive instead of making that a 50-yarder. I don't know. The thing about Ohio State, I've always thought they have more talent than Michigan almost all the time, and he doesn't trust it in the most important moments, and then he allowed the physical thing to get in his head.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the only argument you could make about not having more talent than Michigan would have been last year. Other than that, they've always had more talent, and I mean they've had talent when they've been able to be explosive, down the field talent.
I felt that game last year.
Well,
was close. That game was so close, and Michigan really got out of there. I thought Sharon Moore called the perfect game.
Yeah,
watching that in person, I did.
And before the season started, obviously I had a higher opinion of Michigan than most, and it didn't pan out that way. But when I thought Michigan was going to win this year, before the season played itself out, was when they rushed Kyle McCord out of town pinning that loss on him, and they went with Will Howard. Kyle McCord is a better quarterback than Will Howard. They downgraded at the quarterback position and put a quarterback that lost one game, they put it all on him.
Ticket Texter says, I feel like Heather might not have known the Ryan and Columbus reference and was thinking you guys are terrible people, Nate and Clausen.
Oh, no, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
I did. I got it.
But if someone didn't know and we're just like, yeah, this guy's a total loser. Probably going to have to find a new job. Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering where you're going with it, and then you said signed Ryan. I'm
Right.
like, got it. Yep.
We're going to focus on...
So in case you are missing the reference of John, that would be John Cooper.
Yes. Another guy who couldn't get it done in the rivalry. All right, we're going to get to Lions and Packers talk, but first, here's Heather with the news.
So early this morning, we were talking about how police are searching for the gunman that killed the CEO
Was
of
there an
United
update?
Healthcare. No, they haven't caught him from what I see, but there were 3 words that were reportedly discovered on the bullet casings that were found at the crime scene.
Whoa.
So, I mean, this is a deep story. I mean, very, very targeted. It says the words deny, defend, and depose were reportedly discovered by the detectives on shell casings found at the scene where Brian Thompson was fatally shot.
So I know that one of the meetings or the thing that he was going to, and I know the United Healthcare has been embroiled in a, certain executives sold stock when before the stock fell, a lot of people that were stockholders lost a lot of money. I don't know all the details, but I know that there was a financial aspect to it.
This is so wild. So I mean,
they were being investigated.
I hope they find this guy very soon.
Yeah.
Obviously, the only thing we know is that he took off on foot and then got on an e-bike, went towards Central Park.
Yeah.
He had a hooded jacket on. He had a mask on his face and he had a backpack. It's crazy.
And whatever you think somebody might have done legally, illegally, it doesn't justify a hitman execution.
He's 50 years old. Man. A Detroit woman won a prize for being the 1 millionth People Mover rider.
Oh.
So that's exciting news. Yeah, the People Mover held a contest on Wednesday morning. This woman, Lynetta Hinton of Detroit, emerged as the lucky winner, and she received a VIP package that included a People Mover art book, an umbrella, a t-shirt, gift cards, and a whole lot of goodies. She says she's going to celebrate by bringing her grandkids down to ride the People Mover. And the 1 millionth rider came after obviously they opened the People Mover back up ahead of Thanksgiving because it was closed down for 11 weeks so they could remove and fix part of the original track.
She got a People Mover picture book?
Yeah. She sure did.
Woo-hoo, yeah, coffee table.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it's for. There were just over 650,000 riders in 2023, but the People Mover saw a big surge in ridership because of
the draft.
Yeah, so pretty cool.
Did you see, by the way, the new rap on the People Mover, John?
No.
Oh, I didn't. What is it?
It's the Detroit Lions offensive line.
Oh, cool.
Is it really? That's
the
cool.
People
the
Movers.
People Mover, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. An Oakland County gymnastics photographer has been sentenced to federal prison for the distribution of child porn. We've
Enjoy your time in there.
talked about this guy before. Gross. According to authorities, this 59-year-old David Yellen had used this peer-to-peer file sharing software to distribute these images over the internet. And he had worked as a photographer and videographer at multiple youth gymnastic events over the years. They searched his home back in 2023. They found more than 2 million files of child porn on his devices. More than 50,000 photos were also taken of children's bare feet at gyms where he had worked. So on Tuesday, he was sentenced to 84 months in federal prison, followed by 10 years of supervised release. This is a great story. Earlier this week, there was a story that went viral about this 94-year-old Detroit woman who had a crumbling roof. The roof was just in tatters, right? Rain was getting in. Squirrels were getting into her home. Neighbors had been trying to help raise money since July to get this woman a new roof. Well, the story went viral and a company stepped up and did it for free. Fix this woman's roof. They refused any of the, so a neighbor started a GoFundMe. She tried to pay them the money that had been raised. They said, no, we don't want your money. We want to fix this roof. It's the holiday season. We're going to do this for you. So she says she's going to use the GoFundMe money. Some of it will go towards winter taxes, property taxes, but the rest she's going to donate to a local church. So
awesome.
Very nice story for sure. Joe Burrow, one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, and he found an interesting, kind of cool way to spend some of those millions. So on HBO's Hard Knocks, he revealed that he bought a Batmobile. Take a listen.
So we had that, that story a while ago.
It's a replica Batmobile, right? Fully functional, but not street legal, if I remember the story correctly.
Correct,
Anyway,
yeah.
he bought one. Take a listen.
Yeah,
Anyway.
5 or 7 touchdowns and still lose.
It's about a $3 million Batmobile.
$2.99
Yes.
million. Have you seen some of the details on this? 6.2 liter General Motors engine.
Yes.
500 horsepower, smoke screen delivery system, imitation gun turrets,
Yes.
a jet
Oh, my
engine
goodness.
simulator with no flames.
Oh, my goodness.
But I believe, if you're looking at the article, like I don't think it's technically street legal because we talked about this. Like, okay, you're going to buy one. Where are you going to drive it?
Well,
Right?
pretty much wherever you want.
But he's going to drive
yeah.
it. There's only 10 official licensed, fully functional Batmobiles made. So he's got
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah, pretty badass.
Good for him.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you as they did me and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
We've been talking about the Lions-Packers all week, and it's finally going to be decided on the field tonight. And we've talked about injuries, and maybe some of you, it sounded like we're concerned they're going to lose tonight. John, you wanted to make that very clear today, that you believe strongly, and I agree with you. We expect the Lions to win tonight.
I do. And I mean, if you missed the pick segment, again, go back on the Odyssey app, use the rewind feature and listen to it. But I'll kind of repeat some of the facts that I talked about yesterday when I was thinking about the concern level. And then I started thinking, okay, let's go position by position or just side of the ball. Offense, to me, is much more dynamic and better than it was last year. You got a 1-2 tandem. And yeah, there were moments last year where it was Gibbs, more at the end of the year than it was at the beginning of the year, and moments where it was Montgomery. But I think this offense, the backs, J-Mo coming on this year and giving that deep threat. Tim Reynolds being not Tim Reynolds, Tim what's
Patrick.
His name? Patrick, yeah, Tim Patrick. Right, sorry.
Playing the role of Josh
Reynolds. Yes, there we go. I think he's been a good signing, and he has added to this offense. We haven't talked as much about Sam Laporta because he hasn't had as big of a year as he had last year, but it's because they have so many weapons. They have so many different ways to attack you, and this offense is better than last year. Special teams, better than last year. I think Sione Vaki was a sneaky good draft pick because of what he offers them on special teams. Defense. The secondary is leaps and bounds better than it was last year, and they're banged up front. I get that, but I still think the defense at this point of the year, even banged up, is going to perform better than the defense did last year at the end of the year, and that's a defense that was part of an NFC championship run. So Packers coming in here, a team that has a quarterback that is third in the NFL, not having played every game in interceptions, he's going to give you opportunities. The Lions will take advantage of those opportunities, and the offense will capitalize on them.
The injuries, we've hit on them. They're going to miss Taylor Decker. They're going to miss 3 defensive linemen, including DJ Reader. It's noticeable. It's going to be more difficult. And I think for a mortal football team, it would be enough.
With a mortal leader.
Yeah, that would be enough to trip them up.
Yeah.
But we've watched all year as the Lions have avoided those pitfalls. Because they're a cut above, because they're not your typical football team, they're a special football team. And along the way, they've won me over, they've won a lot of you over, and I think you got to stick with them tonight. I expect the Lions to win tonight. Listen, anything can happen. It's an NFL game. It could be close. I expect the Lions to win tonight. I'm not hoping the Lions win. I expect it. And some of what you said is exactly that. It may need to be a game where you win with your offense. The Lions have the number 1 offense in the NFL. Pretty good spot if you need your offense to win. At home, indoors, Goff with all the weapons. You may have to possess the ball. I think TOP is going to be so important tonight. Keeping the ball away from Green Bay, keeping your defense off the field. Detroit going on long, sustained drives that they finish in the end zone. They have the best offense in football. That's the biggest reason I believe in them tonight, but it's not the only reason. The other one is what you said. Jordan Love, most interceptions per game this year. I got Branch. I got Joseph, and Joseph loves playing against the Packers. I get a takeaway or 2, and that keeps the defense off the field. They find a way to get it done tonight. Shorthanded, battered, and bruised. They find a way. They are that special football team.
And when you make a case like this, right, it can come across as they're never going to lose another game. Like I don't necessarily think that they're going to be a 16-1 team. I think it's more likely 15-2. I don't know where that loss comes, but I guess it's the reason isn't going to be because of the injuries. Green Bay could show up tonight like Milwaukee did on was it Friday night for the Pistons, where I can't remember what night that game was. Sunday night, whatever.
2 days ago.
Was it Monday night? Oh, it seems like so long ago. where hey, they just come out and they're just hitting on everything. Like we saw that, sometimes with the Lions when they go every possession and they just score. Like you can have a team that shows up and things don't go wrong for them. They're just hot and they can win a game. They could steal a game from you. But the reason that the reason that won't be is because of the injuries. I think this defense is still good enough to beat the Green Bay Packers. And then you take in the other 2 phases and it can be a dominant game.
I don't know what the other shows are going to do today. We just do our part. We're setting the tone in the morning. We expect the Lions to win. We've offered you a choice. Are you in camp expect to win or in camp hope to win? And this is a disclaimer. If you call in and you don't believe they're going to win today, we're not going to call you names. We just want you to show your work. If you don't see it the way we see it, that's okay. This is a tough spot for the Lions. What are we missing? Why would they lose this game? 248-539-9797.
I mean, I kind of outlined one of the reasons where Green Bay just shows up and everything clicks on one night. It happens in sports.
If their defense is on the field a long time, they don't have the depth.
The Lions?
Yeah, if the Lions defense is on the field for a long time and it's Jacobs and they're running the ball and you're huffing and puffing and your defense is that third quarter, that fourth quarter, and you get Lions'd, right? They do what you want to do to them. It becomes this tug of war. Who's going to go on longer, more physical drives? And not just possessing the ball, but scoring touchdowns, because it could end up being a high-scoring game. I trust the Lions to win that game more than I do. And it's nothing against Jacobs' a good running back. LaFleur's a good coach. They're going to have some success offensively. The Lions will have more success.
Yeah, and you look at the secondary, and here's the other thing. When I compare last year's defense to this year's, we all love Alex Anzalone. I think he is an intense player. He's a leader of this defense. But as a player on the field, I think Jack Campbell is superior. I just do. From what he offers this team in terms of athletic ability, sideline to sideline, downhill, being able to drop back into coverage, his skill set is just greater than Alex Anzalone. And I don't want to disparage anything that Anzalone has done, but I think that's an upgrade. It was one that was forced because of injury, and we still saw Jack Campbell on the field all the time, and he was a good player. But position by position, he's an upgrade.
Texter says, I'm going to the game tonight, and I certainly hope the Lions win. That being said, I do believe the Packers are going to win, and I have placed $200 on the money line. That is an emotional hedge for me.
You bet $200 that the Packers would win?
At a game they're going to.
Wow. That's a hefty bet, too. So if the Lions win,
he wins,
it's just cost of doing business.
I guess you pay for the tickets and the bet.
That's from Mike in West Bloomfield.
Right, yeah.
Texter says, I'm going to make a bet that Kirby Joseph gets an interception tonight. Always does well against the Packers. And this texter says, crazy, but you got to think about it this way, guys. If they lose this game, we could be a wild card team. Like, what's at stake? We talk about how important this game is.
Yeah, but it's...
Well, they won't be a wild card team tomorrow morning, right?
No.
They'd wake up with 2 losses. Minnesota has 2 losses, and Detroit has the head-to-head tiebreaker.
Well, and they play Minnesota at the end of the year.
To settle the division if it comes down to it. But people have pointed out that they are
There's a fine line.
A loss here, a loss there, and they're the 5 seed.
It is frustrating.
Sure.
That this season there are still 2 other 2-loss teams right there. That's pretty not the norm. Maybe one year you might like one team, but not 2. That is annoying. I still think that's the past talking to me when I start thinking about that. You know, I see the Vikings there, and it's like, in reality, I think the Lions are such a step above them as a team. You know, and then the number 1 seed with the Eagles, you're just like, okay, come on. You're going to lose 3 or 4 games, right?
Any day now.
Yeah.
But that's, like I said, that's the past coming to me, and it's just I can't completely shake it yet.
Greg's dying to say something.
You know who's unlucky? The Eagles, because they're on a tear and they're still behind the Lions. You know who else is unlucky? Right. The Vikings, because they're on a tear and they're still behind the Lions. Think of it as those teams are the unlucky ones because they are having great seasons and are still behind the Lions.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Lions fans are feeling the pressure because this is a new position. They've never been in the number 1. Like last year, we were hoping, okay, if this happens, we could be a 1 seed.
But he doesn't have PTSD, and I do.
I think the expectations are part of this too, right? Like for Minnesota, they never dreamed they'd be in a position to win this division in December. And here they are nipping at their heels, looking at the Lions injury report, probably going, yes, just drop 1, open the door. And if I'm an Eagles fan, certainly the expectations are high there, but they're not the favorite to win the Super Bowl right now. So again, they're probably going, hey, just give us an inch, give us just a little bit of room to jump in and steal that 1 seed away. And while Greg's right, it's all about how you frame this. We are framing it from our perspective as Lions fans, and you don't want to give up any ground. And this would be an NFC loss tonight if they lose. It's a critically important game.
But let's also, I think that's a great exercise to go through. Looking at it from Minnesota's point of view, looking at it from the Eagles' point of view. What do we got to do to finally get in front of the Lions? Let's look at it from Green Bay. And we're looking at it from our perspective where defensive line's banged up. They'd like to run the ball. Well, what else are the Lions good at? We're really good at throwing the ball. Who's out for Green Bay?
Jair
Alexander, Ballantyne, who, okay, whatever. It's still, he's a corner. It's depth. Yeah. And Edgerrin Cooper, who's their linebacker, who they use in coverage a lot. They rush him too, but that's a guy that's going to have to help cover Laporta and some of these other, mid-level passing game
he's a playmaker.
Targets.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're looking at it from their perspective thinking, well, how do we stop this passing attack?
Calls to get to. Hope to win, expect to win. And if you don't believe they're winning tonight, we're not going to call you names, but you got to show your work. It's 97.1.
Hey, tackle all the NFL action on FanDuel. It's America's #1 sportsbook because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you simply win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, and it's all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, as we all do, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more, all on the same page where you're actually going to place your bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today, and you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets if you just win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen to join. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now a trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're going to take as many of these phone calls as we can before Carson Anderson. But, John, I have some surprise audio.
You do? Okay. I'm interested.
Matt Patricia.
Oh, come on.
Was on Good Morning Football today.
You're going to inject this into our game day?
Sadly, yes. This is cut number 1 of Matt Patricia from Good Morning Football. Just gushing. So happy for the guys. Happy for Detroit.
Hey, it's great.
Specifically talked about Frank Ragnow, and I want to point out that that's a guy that he made sure that
well, he did.
They
drafted him, yeah. It was a great pick. That's good. I mean, he was his first draft pick. Not saying anything that we don't talk about.
Texter says the feeling is not mutual, Patricia. We still hate you. All right, let's get back to the phones. 248.
You have to be grateful, though.
Grateful for what?
He provided us the opportunity to hire Dan Campbell.
Sure. I'm very grateful that he was so bad at his job that Dan Campbell is now the head coach of the Detroit Lions. And the culture that he highlighted is because Patricia failed to build a culture here, a winning culture here.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that's responsible for changing ownership's mindset.
Think about it. All the losers that the team had employed over the years. This was the one that finally broke through.
Let's go to the phones. I don't want to talk about
All right.
Matty P anymore.
Justin, how you doing? You're on 97.1.
Not bad. How are you?
Good.
So yeah, I don't expect them to win. I hope they win. I think they need to stop the run game from Green Bay. If they can stop Green Bay's run game, get a couple of stops and a couple of field goals, I think they can get it. But
couple stops to go a long way. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. And Gibbs and Jacobs are probably going to have big days, but I don't think there's going to be too much in the air. I think it's just going to be a third down kind of game. Whoever wins on third down.
Well, I mean, I think that's got to be the game plan for Green Bay coming in. I don't know that if I was devising a game plan against this defense, it would be to attack the run. And it wouldn't be on Aleem McSill. I'd go up there with some of the code words, and this is what I would do. I would use some of the code words that the Lions had on their screen as the Packers' offensive code words. What was it? Thunder and lightning was one of them.
Chloe and Kardashian.
Julia and Roberts.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'd go up there and yeah, you'd have a run, right? If it's 24 to the right, 25 to the left. And wherever Aleem McNeil lines up, I'm running opposite.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably where Broderick Martin's going to be, or there's somebody else that is a quote unquote backup.
Well, they're missing so many linebackers.
Just check to it.
And defensive linemen, right? The front seven's ravaged. They should try to run the ball. I mean, it's obvious with no Alex Anzalone, Malcolm Rodriguez, Derek Barnes, DJ Reader, Josh Paschal, Levi Onwuzurike, Marcus Davenport, Aiden Hutchinson. Like all these guys from the front seven are missing. They should absolutely try to run it down Detroit's throat. And Detroit, if they get one or two stops to his point, possess the ball, give it right back to him with hey, we'll run it down your throat. Yeah. We're the physical team. You're coming into our house. Detroit's the better offense. Detroit's got the run game to get this done.
I'd throw the underlook at them. So you've got the 1 and a 5, which would be, to me, Aleem McNeil and probably Zadarius Smith. I put him at the 5 technique. And then I put Broderick Martin over at the 3 and just tell him, hey, eat up double teams.
Yep.
And they're gonna run the ball at you. You probably cheat Jack Campbell that way a little bit. That's where you're going to bring your run blitzes from. So there are a lot of different things that Aaron Glenn can do to cover up deficiency or to accentuate whatever it is that Broderick Martin, they believe he can do well.
Colin in Livonia, you're on 97.1. What's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Good.
Good. Yeah, you guys just mentioned it on that last call, but I would say that I am a hopeful tonight and not an expectant because I'm worried about our front seven and that Green Bay rushing offense.
Okay. I mean, I understand. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think, like, obviously we have the Xavier McKinney and Kirby Joseph show off, but I'm also worried about our pass game with the missing piece of Taylor Decker on Goff's backside there.
That is a concern. If I were to get one guy back, I think first I would say DJ Reader up front. Second, I would say Taylor Decker.
Yep.
The Decker thing, they've played without him a couple times, and the offense isn't as good, clearly, but they can be good enough without him.
Sure, and I thought Dan Skipper, I've been hard on Dan Skipper. Not a huge fan of him playing left tackle, but I thought last week he held his own against a very good Bears defensive front, let's not forget.
Let's get to Guy. You're on 97.1. What's going on?
Oh, God, I miss Detroit sports radio. You have no idea.
Where are you at now?
Yeah, I'm just streaming you guys. I'm in New Mexico. I've been streaming you guys for weeks.
All right.
God bless technology. I miss pizza, sliders, conies. They have no good pizza down here. Anyway, I'm just going to change the word to believe. I don't expect them to. Expectations always seem to get me in trouble. And I don't hope they're going to win. I really believe they're going to win. I have been scouring. I think our Black Friday sale is going to show up, and I think you guys are going to be talking about that surprisingly next week. I also, can you give me some clarity on Mosley?
I think he's available, fully available.
I think I always hate the unlisted little etch when you're following the injury reports, but I just really believe that they're going to make it work. I think we're going to still put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, and I think we're going to hold their rushing game. They ran 4 running backs last week against Miami, and they put up 120 yards. Jacobs only ran, 30 or 40 yards? I think he still has that tender ankle, and I don't think he's going to be much of a threat to us tonight. I really don't. That's all I got. I really appreciate your shows, man.
Hey, thanks, Guy. All the way from New Mexico.
Uh-huh.
Misses the conies, the pizza, the football, all of it. Doug Karsh is in the studio. Doug, what's going on?
What's up? Big day.
Game day.
Big day. Mm-hmm. I'm excited. Really excited. It's funny because I seriously am so zoned in on tonight that I've got this honey-do list a mile long.
Oh, yeah?
A mile long. There's some new lights I have to install in the house.
Christmas lights?
No, they're like lighting.
Oh, okay.
There is laundry to be done. The sink was filled with dishes. I know my wife wants the floors done. We got the new sound bar that we're trying to figure out that I have to install. I mean, there's a lot to do. And I'm going to have about 6 hours to get it done. Want to mix in a workout. I got to go get some food.
Put him to work.
Yeah, he's got basketball practice. So,
okay.
Yep. I'm cooking dinner. We're having scallops tonight. I'm all fired up.
It's a little different spread than what John's got cooking tonight.
You know, it's funny because we do the HelloFresh thing, and what we have a scallops meal we got to finish off.
So all of this is on your plate.
Yep.
When does your wife get home? What's on her plate?
So I've often talked about, I think in any relationship, I call it the bank of goodwill. And the withdrawal that I'm going to make, not only tonight, but this weekend is with all the championship games is rather sizable. So big deposit. So I don't overdraw the account.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm making a big deposit after work today.
Good for you.
Heather, you approve of this?
I do.
Okay,
It's a good thing. Yes.
So
Heather might be going tonight.
Oh, is that right?
There's a possibility.
Hell yeah.
It was a possibility yesterday, and then it was off the table. And then Colin texted me during the show. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm listening to you guys. We got to go find a babysitter. Let's go."
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Can't wait to hear you report back. But I'm jealous. But I gotta watch it home for work purposes.
I'm curious. Is there dynamic pricing for babysitters tonight? Like, do
Could
they
be,
charge
yeah.
extra? I think
Smart ones.
Smart
Yeah.
ones will. Anyway, Carson Anderson next. It's 97.1.
there are games, and then there are games. We have spent a good portion of our adult lives being non-participatory in the biggest games of the NFL regular season. For the Packers, they're approaching this as Green Bay's last stand. They're going to try to get back in the division with a win tonight in Detroit. And they think they lost the first game more than Detroit won the first game. Well, guess what? They get another crack tonight in a game that this morning on ESPN, Mike Greenberg said might be the most important game of the year. That's right. Two teams with Super Bowl aspirations facing off down at Ford Field. Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. I am Doug Karsch. Gator is out today, but basically that means you get to co-host as we get you set for Lions and Packers tonight at Ford Field. Yesterday, there's an interesting tenor of the calls. Some of you were truly expecting a loss, which is fine. Very good teams to great teams lose games. Last year's Super Bowl participants late in the season, Kansas City lost back-to-back games. Early in the season last year, San Francisco lost 3 consecutive games. Winning is tough. Consistently winning is tougher. Seasons are long. There are ups and downs. Any given Sunday. But this isn't an any given Sunday game. This is 2 really good football teams who are both going to be shorthanded. And we'll get into that as the show goes on here on 97.1 The Ticket.
And it's Thursday.
It is Thursday, so it can't be any given Sunday. Thank you, Kane.
You're welcome, Doug.
But it isn't an any given Thursday game either. That applies to when a bad team beats a good team. These are 2 good teams. And today we want to know from you. We want your picks. We want your predictions. We want your winner, the score, and the reason why. And I often say this about our show. We try to be a safe space. If you think this is actually the game that the Lions are going to have a setback, that's fine. Give us a reason why. Because it's tough to win in this league. And the Lions have at times looked like they could run the table. And hell, maybe they will. I mean, if they win this game, I suspect they'll be favored next week against Buffalo. If they lose it, boy, the narrative changes. Because with so many guys injured defensively, with so many guys banged up, it'll be the first sign that this ship has finally started to take on some water. They've been up against the tolerances since Aiden Hutchinson went down. How many defensive starters can you lose and still win football games? How many pass rushers can you lose and still have a great pass defense? But tonight they get another challenge against a Green Bay team that is putting everything into getting this win. The 11-1 Detroit Lions, the 9-3 Green Bay Packers. So, who will win and why? I will tell you right now who will win and why, and what to expect. Final score from Ford Field tonight: the Detroit Lions 34, the Green Bay Packers 28. Why? Huge game for the running backs. David Montgomery goes off. Look, I don't play a lot of prop bets. I say huge game for the running backs. Jahmyr Gibbs, you know what the over-under is on his receiving yards in this game? 20.5. Again, I don't do these things, but I'd hammer the over. Maybe I will put $1 down on that one. But there's one thing that stands out that I think is in the Lions' back pocket that the Packers really haven't seen. They've prepared for it. They've seen it on film. They'll talk about it, but they really haven't seen it yet. This is Jameson Williams' 3rd year in the NFL. Obviously, much of it has been spent sidelined for a variety of reasons. Do you know how many targets he has in his career against Green Bay? How many passes thrown his way his entire career against Green Bay? How many times Green Bay's defense has seen a ball thrown to Jamison Williams? 4. You can prepare for the speed. You can see it on film. But until you face it, you don't know what it's like. Big game for J-Mo tonight. Lions ride a hot offense to a victory over Green Bay tonight, 34-28. Will the Packers score? Yep. Will Detroit start to feel the impact of the injuries? Yeah, I can see it. So I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair. The Packers also have super emphasized finishing drives in the red zone, and I think they will. Their guy is Josh Jacobs. Lions are going to get a healthy dose of Josh Jacobs tonight. I think they're also going to get a healthy dose of Tucker Kraft, the tight end. Put those linebackers in conflict, given that some of the guys have been signed off the street, off of practice squads that will play tonight. It is what it is, but let's go. 248-539-9797. Give us your winner and your score. Little analysis. Lions and Packers. We'll preview the game throughout the entire show here on the Carson Anderson radio program on 97.1 The Ticket. Kang, our producer behind the glass, will give his pick. Coming up in the next segment, we want to hear from you. Phone calls, feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. You get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Thursday Night Football tonight in Detroit. And, of course, you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator out today. It's the Carson Anderson program. We're getting you set for this one because, man, it's a big one. When the worldwide leader actually calls it perhaps the biggest game of the year, hey, I guess they're known to hype things up. They'll call something else the biggest game of the year next week. But whatever. We know it's big. It's a chance to virtually eliminate the Packers from chasing down the Lions in the NFC North. And then you'll have sort of a box check there. Then it's getting about the work of finishing off Minnesota. But, of course, they don't play Minnesota last game of the year. Just stay ahead. Lions got the advantage right now. Got to stay ahead of the Vikings. 248-539-9797. Taking your predictions, winner and score, and a reason why. We write these things down, and then we circle back the next day. So tomorrow we'll be revisiting and see who did the best at calling the shot as to how this one is going to go. And we'll start off with Dave in Brighton. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Going great, Dave.
Same here. Okay, this is what I think. I'm a big Lions fan. I think with St. Brown, I think we have the hottest quarterback in the league. I think Mahomes is not having the best season. I think with Goff, with St. Brown, and the defense, I think we're going to go as far as Williams takes us. I think when Williams plays great, we play great. We have a good defense, but they have Josh Jacobs, and Love's kind of hot right now. I honestly think, and I want to say Packers by 3. I think 31-34. But it could easily be the other way around.
Okay, you gave us all these reasons why you really like the Lions, and then you picked the Packers. Why are you picking the Packers?
Reality, I think Love and Josh Jacobs is going to bring the noise. But we're at home. I don't want to say we're going to lose. I just have a feeling we're going to lose. Or win by 3, just because we're at home. But with so many injuries, they're healthy. Packers are like, how good can you do with third strings? With people coming off the streets. That's not good. Like, the reality is they're healthy or not.
Okay. Well, actually, they had they ruled out 3 starters as well. But yes, Detroit has more defensive guys on the injured list than anybody else in the league. In fact, almost double the next closest.
Next man up, but dude, it's like next man up.
Yeah, it is. It is exactly like next man up.
But we got Dan Campbell. We have 2 2 great coaches that could be here next year. I think it's going to be great. I want to see a great game. My one key question is this: why is it not on Fox 2? Why do you have to buy these other sites?
It is on Fox 2.
I'm asking you.
I'm answering. It is. Yes, it's on Fox. It is on Prime, but yeah, it's being picked up by. You get it in the local market, so it'll be on Fox.
Okay, so why are they doing this? Do you think because a lot of people can't afford it? Like Thursday night games,
they're doing it to make money. It's one of their TV partners, and that's.
No, I get that, but if people can't afford it, how are they going to make money?
Well, because the NFL isn't. It's not their concern because Amazon is paying the Lions for the right to watch it. So for the right to broadcast it. So the NFL is guaranteed the profit. It becomes Prime's objective to try and then turn around and sell subscriptions and advertising.
So it comes down to money.
Yeah.
What about the fans, the true fans?
Dude, I know, but
wait.
With all respect due, what are you new?
Do they charge for tickets as well?
They do.
Is it because of money?
Look, I get it. It
sucks.
I know.
It sucks.
It does suck.
Yeah, but this is the world we live in now.
Yeah.
I mean, everything's streaming. You got to pay up. And Amazon felt clearly it was worth how much they're willing to pay the NFL for these games because they're going to make money as well.
Yeah. But yeah, it's picked up.
Yeah, Fox. You can watch it on Fox 2 tonight for locally if you don't have Amazon Prime.
No. 248-539-9797. The guy was kind of all over the place. Kang, what is your read on what's going down tonight?
All right, so, clearly the big story of this game, I think, is the injuries, especially for the Lions. The Packers have a few injuries as well, but, it's not as much as the Lions do, and the Lions have the most in the league, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But I agree with you, Doug. I think this turns into a shootout. I think Jordan Love, the Packers, LaFleur, they got so many offensive weapons, offensive minds, and they're a good football team. You have to respect them. I don't know if this is going to be one of those easy games, but I think the Lions do put up their fair share of the points. The question is, can the defense hold the Packers? This might be one of those classic please bend but don't break games, but eventually they're going to give up a touchdown or two. I've got the Lions winning this thing 32-29. All right, it's a close game. I'm going back to the 29. Well, Doug, I think it's going to happen again. I mean, this is now this is more thought out than the one before where it kind of just popped in my head. I think Mick, that's your point. Going for two, something like that happens during the game. But I think the Lions, of course you have to outscore a team to win. But I think this is one of those outscore shootout type games, and I think the Lions have too much on offense. They haven't seen JMO like you mentioned earlier. 32-29. I think Goff has a really good game. The Lions are able to run their offense. It's the defense I'm worried about, but they come up with a big stop when necessary.
Hey, I like it, and I love the 32-29 score. That is like so perfectly Kang.
They happen more often than not now. Maybe not more often than not, but more often than they used to.
248-539-9797. Al's in Sterling Heights, and he's next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Al?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Great, Al.
Hey, I'd like to give my prediction for the game if I could.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, I don't understand all these wishy-washy fans jumping off the bandwagon already, but the Lions, they forgot they got a number one offense. And like the other guy said, it's going to be a shootout. It's going to be like the Seattle game.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the defense, all you got to do is make a play or two. That's it. They're going to give up like 30 points, but the Lions will score 40. So I don't know why these wishy-washy fans are getting wishy-washy for it, but they're showing their true colors. And I'm a Patriot fan, and I'm at 7-Eleven. Come get your Slurpees.
Michiganders do love their Slurpees, Doug. I don't know if you know this. We lead the country in Slurpee assumption. And come get them.
This show is off to a fantastic start. First, we got David Brighton, who gives us all the reason why the Lions are great, that picks Green Bay to win 34-31 because reality. Now we got Al, who's selling Slurpees in Sterling Heights.
Slanging Slurpees, man.
Yep. He's a pusher.
Did he predict 29 as well, by the way?
No, he picked 40-30.
Okay, all right. So I went back. He said it was like the Seattle game. I went back and looked at that game.
Yeah.
It was 42-29.
29,
Lions,
there
right?
it is again, yeah.
But, I mean, that could be the type of game we have here. High scoring. I mean, Goff was perfect in that game against Seattle, 18 for 18. I don't expect that tonight.
No.
But I do expect something kind of similar as the offense is rolling. Can the defense slow down the Packers?
Dude, that's so great.
And come get your Slurpees.
Hey, come get your Slurpees. Hey, if you're calling us from work, feel free to promote your product. Actually, no. I probably shouldn't do that. It's a bad idea. Joe is in a truck, and he's next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing?
We're doing great.
Good. So back when the Lions were not so good, we'd always try to look at the positives and try to find a way how we can win the game.
Yep.
Seems like now we're trying to find a way how we can lose the game.
It's weird.
Well, I'd like to look at the positives. We still got our full secondary, who's played very well all year. We still got our breakout linebacker, Jack Campbell. We still got an all-pro type player in Ali McNeil. Still got a Pro Bowl caliber edge player, who's on a revenge game as well with the Packers. I really don't understand why all the negativity towards the defense. We still got pieces, and we can still very well, go in there and smack the Packers around potentially.
Well, the funny thing is, so the Lions, and we'll give you your time here, Joe, but I'm glad you brought it up, and I don't expect that everybody heard this, but we kind of documented it during yesterday's show. Basically, the Lions played the last game without Brian Branch, and they'll get him back. And they played the last game without Zadarius Smith. He is back. So that is two guys added to the same starting defense minus one player, and that is Alex Anzalone. Now, I guess, Reeder, minus two players. Anzalone and Reeder, because Reeder was ruled out. So they're getting two guys back and losing two. In many ways, it's the same defense, because in that first game, El-Quadin Muhammad started. In that first game, Trevor Nowatzki started. And so they played shorthanded in the first game against the Packers. and held them to 14 points. And one was a late meaningless touchdown and 2-point conversion. So, yeah, you're right about all the things they still have. Joe, you got a prediction for us?
Oh, yeah, I'll give you a prediction. I'll say 31-28. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. You know, the run game's going to be there. But I think we get it out at the end.
Appreciate it, Joe. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Like, if you go back to the starters, and Joe is spot on, Lions are missing 2 starters from the first game they played Green Bay in Reeder. That's not true. It's 3. Onzarike. My bad. But they're getting 2 back, and Za'Darius and Brian Branch, who missed most of the game. So they're going to see Nowaski like they did the first time. They're going to see El-Quadin Muhammad like they did the first time. Rodrigo didn't start that first game. I wonder what his snap counts were. Obviously, they'll be missing him tomorrow as well. Tonight as well. Did Rodrigo even play? Why am I not seeing his name on the snap counts? Maybe he didn't play in that game either. Wow. So, yeah, they were shorthanded first time around. No, he did not play. So, again, he won't play. It's not as – the numbers are shocking, but they had already taken a bunch of hits defensively the first time they played Green Bay. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today. We'll get to more of your phone calls and predictions. 97.1 The Ticket. taking your predictions on the Lions and the Green Bay Packers tonight in a massive game at Ford Field. The backdrop, well, it might be for who's going to run the North here. It could be the Lions stamping their claim on this right here, right now, tonight. The Packers might be, saying, hey, not just yet. It's been their division, with all respect due, the last 2 decades, the last 2 quarterbacks, multiple different coaches. It's been your division. It's been your division. And it's been irritating, but it's been a fact. The Lions have a chance, sort of claim this thing. I think, I've always said this about when people want to make claims. When you do something once, it's awesome. But when you do it twice, and winning the division back-to-back years really does kind of set the tone and change the narrative as to what you have. And I used it in the context of Ohio State beating Michigan for all those years. And I said, yeah, Michigan would every once in a while. I mean, in that stretch, I think they won 3 games in like 2 decades. I'm like, winning once is cool, but you got to win twice in a row to really say, hey, this is now level footing. And so when Michigan beat Ohio State in 2021, I was like, that's great. Got to go down there and do it to sort of put this thing back on level footing. Now it's Ohio State is that actually backed into that position where even if they win it next year, they got to win it twice. But the Lions now, when you're trying to change a narrative, doing it, my point is, if you're trying to break a streak or change a narrative or the changing of the guard, it's not about doing it once. It's not about winning the division once. It's about winning the division twice. And that's when you start to change the narrative. And so these are important games. Now, I guess narratives don't really matter other than, it becomes your division and it becomes home playoff games and it becomes battling for 1 seeds and becoming more of a legitimate Super Bowl contender. These are the traits of true, consistent Super Bowl contenders, repetitively winning the division. And you look at the organizations that you just have tons of respect for. Like there's 2 of them in the AFC North, in Baltimore and Pittsburgh. And obviously one of them can't run the division and then both be that way. But they both are there every year. You talk about teams like New England when they had Tom Brady, clearly, and Seattle. And Kansas City's doing it in the AFC West. San Francisco's done it in the NFC West. Over and over again. And Seattle's been a factor for like 2 decades here. So we're looking at being one of those teams. And one of the traits of those teams is running your division. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Cameron is in Richmond and on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Cameron.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
It's going great.
So I just so happened to get my snow boots out for the first time this year, so I'm going to do a shoot the boot. Lions by 10, baby.
Okay, hold on. So you got the snow boots out today, is what you're saying?
Today, fresh out of the closet.
Okay, so is it symbolic in that because you got the boots out, you do the shoot the boot? Or are you actually going to shoot the boot, guarantee the Lions win, and if they don't, you will drink beer out of one of these snow boots?
You can say symbolic, but at the same time, it's convenient. I got the boots sitting here waiting for me.
The boots are what inspired you. All right, you got the Lions by 10. What do you got for the exact score?
Give me 34-14. 20, baby.
It was 10. It went to 20. I like that. Why so confident?
Do we know what uniforms they're wearing? Is it the Blueberries?
Yes.
I don't trust Jordan Love in the red zone wearing Blueberries. He's already made that excuse once.
I was going to throw a pick in because the blue jerseys are going to fade into the blue backdrop.
You got it.
Yeah, this is high-level subterfuge going on down there at Ford Field. Hey, appreciate the call. We got you on record, Cameron and Richmond. Shoot the boot guarantee. Lions win.
It went from 10 to 20.
It did. That either was a sudden spur of confidence or challenges of math. It was one or the other.
Maybe it's 10 points for each boot.
Perhaps. Jordan's in Detroit, and he's on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, how are we doing today, guys?
We're doing great.
Hey, I got the Lions in a 28-24 win here. In all honesty, my reasoning behind it's a little unorthodox than most, but I truly believe it's a massive game for Brian Branch. It's just my outside view looking in here with all the injuries and everything. I think Aaron Glenn's going to run a bunch of nickel with an extra corner on the field and walk Brian Branch up in the box to kind of help out with the linebackers and stop the run game. And I think that's why I think the Lions come out with a victory, run it down their throats, and Josh Jacobs gets stopped under 100, we'll say. I think he'll get some yardage, but I think the Lions will actually get it done, and Broderick Martin as well will be a big key in this game.
Well, Broderick Martin has 2 snaps this year. He debuted last week in the last 2 plays. I think it was the last 3 plays, but there was a penalty, so it didn't count as a quote-unquote snap. But he is a player that Brad Holmes made an interesting investment in. Brad Holmes has been spectacular, nothing short of spectacular in the draft. But every pick, this was one of the more intriguing ones, one of the head scratchers, but he's earned that right to take his shots for the guys that he likes. And quite frankly, this would be a great night for Broderick Martin to make an impact, given that DJ Reader is out, given that at that spot right now, Pat O'Connor, he probably starts next to Aleem McNeil. He's a 31-year-old, 7th-year pro with 82 snaps this year, 9 tackles, 2 TFLs. Broderick Martin is there. Miles Adams, they just brought in off the Seattle practice squad. He's a 4th-year guy who's got 30, I think he's got 30 tackles and 2 tackles for, I got to look that up. My own notes are sloppy. But, there's not a lot there at the defensive tackle spot with Kaminsky gone and Levi, who plays in there, gone. And so Wingo's gone and, Pecco's gone and Chris Smith is gone. And so there's a ton of injuries and they're really scraping the barrel. But if Broderick Martin steps up tonight, Jordan, that's more than a small deal. That's a big deal.
Definitely. And like I said, I really think Brian Branch and him are going to be the keys to the game there.
So it's interesting, right?
Brian Branch is a sure tackler, walking up in the box, helping out in the run game, and he always does anyways. He's kind of like a glorified linebacker for us as it is.
He's a playmaker.
So I think we kind of lean on him a little bit.
He's a huge playmaker, and he missed much of that Green Bay game the first time around. I was talking about how one of the reasons why I think J-Mo has a huge night tonight and helps Sparks on is because Green Bay hasn't seen him. He's got 4 career targets against the Packers. That is they can prepare for the speed, and they can prepare for him, and they can talk about it, and they can see it on film, right? But it's a different thing when you have to go up against it. And so I'm really, really interested to see in what comes out of if J-Mo. I think J-Mo has a huge game tonight. And Brian Branch, they didn't see a ton of him earlier either. So good call.
Exactly.
Got your prediction in, Jordan. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Matt is in his car, and he is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up? Traveling back to Michigan from Nashville, so I have to listen to you guys on the Odyssey app.
That's great. I appreciate. How long does that drive take?
From Nashville to Detroit, about 7.5, 8 hours. The way these people drive.
Matt, I was just eyeing it in case Michigan ends up in the Music City Bowl, and I'm like, do I drive? But we'll see.
Well, I got 2 things.
Yep.
First, because I've been trying to tell you guys all week, but I wasn't able to call. I am through with Ohio State, and I am now rooting for Michigan State. I'm giving up. I can't do it anymore. 4 years is enough.
Wait, you're a Buckeye fan? Hold on. You're a Buckeye fan. You are pulling the plug.
I'm pulling the plug. As long as Ryan Day's there, they're never going to beat Michigan. So I'm done.
Well, keep in mind, and I look, I'm not trying to, you do whatever you want, but Jim Harbaugh couldn't beat Ohio State until he could, and then he did 3 years in a row.
Yeah. And then for the Lions game tonight, I got Lions 24, Packers 20 or 21. And I'm going to take, when I get the chance to, I'm going to take Amon-Ra, Gibbs, and Montgomery all to get a touchdown, and then either Montgomery or Gibbs to get another touchdown.
Wow. Okay, hold on.
It's going to be a big night for them.
Who wants to tell him? Anybody want to tell him? So I'm assuming you're predicting 4 missed extra points. He's taking, did I hear him right? Amon-Ra, Gibbs, and Montgomery all to score touchdowns, and Amon-Ra or Gibbs to score another touchdown. That's 4 touchdowns. Final score, Lions 24, That's what he predicted.
Did he predict 5 touchdowns? I thought not just or. I thought he said both get an extra touchdown. The math ain't mathin'. I predict 5 touchdowns. The Lions score 12 points.
Spartan fans, welcome Matt to your fans.
Buckeye fan, huh? No kidding.
You picked the fun. Are you predicting 4 missed extra points? And if you're predicting 5 touchdowns, it's fantastic. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Huge football game tonight in Detroit, Ford Field. I wonder how many people are tailgating. Are you I mean, it is cold. It is windy out. You got your shanty. You got a shanty. You ready to go with your shanty? You got a propane heater. I've only that's the ice fishing rig, and I got to tell you, I've never been ice fishing, but I've talked to ice fishermen. They absolutely love it. I mean, they love it. But my brother-in-law, Dave, does it. And we went skiing one year. We were up at Nubs Knob, Harbor Springs. Love it. And it was one of those bitterly cold days. And he brought his shanty and his propane heater, and he set it up in the parking lot. Like, we backed the truck up and set it off the tailgate, and, off in the sticks there a little bit. It got the job done, man. It's one thing when it's outside bitterly cold and windy, and you're windy and you're inside and you're in a t-shirt. So those of you that are tailgating, I guess be prepared is the moral of the story. 248-539-9797. Okay, so with this game, we made our predictions to start the show. Kang and I, Gators out. I got Lions winning 34-28. I think a big game for J-Mo. Kang's got Lions winning 32-29. That's right. Lions, classic kind of outscore them game. And let's see what you got. 248-539-9797. Anthony is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, what's going on, Carson Anderson? Good morning to y'all fellas, man. I hope y'all feeling good, feeling great today.
We are feeling great today. Excited for tonight's game.
Hey, I'm excited for the game tonight, too. But I just want to say something to Xavier McKinney, man. We don't smack talk to the media and give bulletin board, out there. We just settle our smack talk on the field. That's what we do as a team. Secondly, I think as a team, we got to go out there and just play our best football, no matter if we're shorthanded or not, and just give it our best, because tonight is very important. We got to clinch that first seed and win through the trenches and just win through the running game, too. Run game, run game, run game. We know Amon-Ra St. Brown can get his touches. We know TP can get his touches. We know all these guys can get their touches, but at the end of the day, you got to rely on the run game.
Well, I mean, the run game has been such a huge part of – actually, it's kind of a trend in the NFL, and the Lions were a bit ahead of the curve when they took Jameson Williams – or not Jameson Williams, when they took Jahmyr Gibbs early in the draft, and people said you can't take a running back that high, and it's turned out to be every bit worth it. You couple that with the signing of David Montgomery, the building of an elite offensive line, and they're doing it's an incredibly attractive way to win football games. And it's amazing that Bears game was even close. They didn't finish drives. Credit the hell out of the Bears for keeping them out of the end zone. And the Lions, but the Lions run game in the first half last week was spectacular. And the only flaw was the fumble, Jahmyr Gibbs fumble, and that's not going to happen very often. But anyway, because of the run game, I assume you got the Lions winning?
Yes, I got the Lions winning 28-24 tonight, and I'll be at the game. It's going to be a great atmosphere, and I expect every single fan at the game to, be live, be hyped, and help this team out, be the X factor tonight. We really counting on us to do it tonight.
Well, look, I'd said forever, and thank you for phone calling, Anthony. I'd said forever that Ford Field was, as a facility and a venue, was a sleeping giant. And it really comes down to, I think that roof reverberates sound, and I think it's piercing. Then look, I've had the pleasure of being in some of the loudest stadiums in college football. Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, loud. Penn State, State College, loud. Columbus, Ohio, loud. I have not been to Oregon yet. I hear Oregon's weird because Oregon doesn't look like it's the way it's built and shaped like it should be loud, but there's nothing as loud as Ford Field when Ford Field is bumping. There's nothing like it. The fans make so much noise, and I think the echoes and the building itself, the sound gets to piercing levels.
This was a problem in the past. I don't imagine it's a problem tonight, but do you think, how many Packer fans do you think will be here tonight? Because it's a big game for them too. They have a great fan base as well. They're not that far away. We know the Lions fans travel probably the best in the league right now. But do you expect any Packer fans to be there because it's another Thursday night game? Are some Lions fans maybe trying to get some money back? Or, maybe if they are selling them, they're flipping to other Lions fans.
Good question. I don't have a good sense for this. I'd just be guessing. I don't expect there'll be a heavy Packer presence tonight.
I don't, just because of the last thing I said, which is if some Lions fans are like, hey, I got season tickets, but I can get some money back, and it's another Thursday night game, might be a long night, weekday.
Yeah.
They will easily find a Lions fan who wants to go. I think a lot of times you have fan takeovers. It's because the team isn't good or whatever, and you find the other, out-of-towners that want to buy them. But I think here, they just move from one Lions fan to another Lions fan if tickets are moving.
Yeah. I mean, I might be wrong on this one, but I don't suspect there'll be many Packer fans. Look, yesterday we asked Packer fans to call and tell us what we got wrong when we were previewing this game. And we didn't get any bites, and I'm okay. I do know we have Packer fans that listen to this show. People have called and made your presence felt, and it's a welcome environment. It's always good to hear from the other side, but we didn't hear from any. Maybe there are some Packer fans going to make their way to this one. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Zach in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Zach.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
Awesome. Pumped up for this NFC North matchup. I guess the first thing I want to start out with, I know there's a lot of Josh Jacobs talk going on, but I think that what we really need to look out for is Jaden Reed. We hadn't been good against the slot. But with that said, Love's going to throw 3 interceptions. He hasn't had one in the last 2 games, so he's definitely due. He's already done that once this year against the Vikings.
All right. You got a score?
Lions stay undefeated in the division, 31-19.
Thank you for the phone call. All right, 31-19. Got him down. Jordan Love 3 picks. Although Jaden Reed's going to be a problem.
He's excited, but he's saving his energy for tonight.
He is saving his energy. Yeah.
So Jordan Love this year has had an interception problem, but he's right. The last 2 games he hasn't thrown one, but before that he's thrown one at least one every single game this year. So that was the difference between last year and this year. Jordan Love just wasn't taking care of the ball earlier.
Yep.
And when you have ball hawks like Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph back there, a pick could be on the menu tonight. I'm hoping it is, of course. But yeah, that's not outrageous to think Jordan Love might throw. I mean, I don't think he's going to throw 3 picks. Did he say 3? But 1 pick could be in the air tonight for sure.
Feedback. Tonight's game will come down to how we defend the run up the middle with Josh Jacobs and how well we protect Goff's backside with Skipper against their pass rush. Lions win 28-24. Rich in a brown truck.
How worried are you about Skipper being the left tackle?
So we were going to talk about that today at 11 o'clock. I want to go over all the injuries and the guys that are expected to fill in and step up. So it's a good question, and I'm glad it came up. 11 o'clock, we'll get to that. I believe the Lions win 33-27 with Green Bay driving in the 4th, and our defense comes up with a huge stop to close out the game. That's from an unnamed texter. This is Larry from North Branch. Lions win 31-30 on a last-second 60-yard field goal from Jake Bates. All right. Dude, that was the best mic drop I've ever heard. Lions fans are wishy-washy, and I'm a Patriot fan who works at 7-Eleven. Come get your Slurpees. That has to be a drop. I need to hear this over and over. Fantastic. This will rival Thanksgiving. Another one here. Lions lose tonight 27-24, then lose to Buffalo before running the table, winning their last 3 games to win the North at 14-3. We have to win the NFC in Philly. And to do that, we will go to our first Super Bowl in New Orleans. More of your predictions. Scott writes in, I picked the Lions, infinity symbol with flames coming out, Packers 8. Hey, Kang, my prediction is Lions 38, Packers 27. That's from Rick in a cabinet shop. 248-539-9797. Get your picks in. Mike's in Houston, and he's next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Oh, man. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys. It makes me feel closer to home. I grew up in Michigan, so big Detroit sports and Wolverine fan. So
Great.
Just let's see. Lions 34-20. I just think Aaron Glenn's doing a good job with the defense. I agree that J-Mo is probably going to cause some trouble today, and our running game seems to be just too much with the two-headed monster. So looking forward to the game tonight.
What is being said? I mean, you're in an AFC town, a town that the Lions beat. Did the Lions come up down there at all?
They do. There's a lot of Texan fans that are trying to adopt the Lions as their NFC team, which is actually funny to me. But there's actually a lot of Michigan transplants down here.
Yeah.
But the Lions fans definitely represented in Houston as well as up in Dallas. So, and we've made some roadies to New Orleans as well. So Lions definitely travel well.
Were you at the game in NRG Stadium?
Yeah.
Well, okay. That was a loud Lions contingent.
Yeah, it was almost like it was a Lions home game.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the phone call, Mike.
I thought it was hilarious about that Buckeye switching over to the Spartans. That was hilarious. We
have some Spartan fans saying that gave us some feedback. Hey, bro, this ain't no walk in the park here either. So. Oh, man. Thanks, Mike. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Get your picks in. Yeah, I want to get into the injuries and players you're going to see tonight, probably for the first time in a Lions uniform, because it literally is, as Kang put it earlier in the week, it is a true skeleton crew on the field defensively for Detroit. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. It's Thursday Night Football tonight, another primetime game for the Lions, and this could be the biggest of them all so far. Detroit's won 10 straight games and could clinch a playoff spot with a win over the Pack tonight, but they'll be without 4 linemen, Taylor Decker, DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike, and Josh Paschal. It's also the Lions' 4th game in 18 days, and on top of it all, the Packers are red hot, winners of 7 of their last 8. But head coach Dan Campbell and his team are not afraid. Wide receiver Jameson Williams says they're embracing the pressure of late-season football. This matchup tonight does not just have huge NFC North implications. It's big time in the race for the 1 seed, too. With a win tonight, Detroit will have an 84% chance at the NFC's top spot. That's according to the New York Times playoff predictor. Lions are 3.5-point favorites. Kickoff at 8:15, pregame coverage 7:10, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. In hoops last night, Michigan State wins their Big Ten opener at Minnesota, 90-72 the final. Cohen Carr leads the way with 12 points. Pistons drop a third straight, falling to the Celtics 131-20, 27 apiece for Cade Cunningham and Tobias Harris. And the Red Wings at the Senators tonight. They're looking to snap a 3-game losing streak of their own. Puck drop at 7 o'clock, pregame at 6:45 over on WWJ. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Gator out today. It is the Carson Anderson program. We're getting you geared up for tonight's game. Lions and the Green Bay Packers, 8:15. Of course, you'll have it here on 97.1 The Ticket. And we're taking your predictions on this one. We gave ours to start the show. Both Kang and I think it's going to be a shootout that goes in the Lions' favor. But there's a lot to discuss, including the slew of injuries. Now, look, it is what it is, okay? You have to deal with it. Have the Lions had more than most? Has their defense been ravaged by injuries? Yes. I believe it was Adam Schefter that reported today that the most, outside of Detroit, the most defensive players that a team has on IR is 7. It's the most around the league outside of Detroit. In Detroit, 13. Okay, so this is a real thing. And eventually it gets to be too much against good teams, and Jordan Love and this Packer offense is pretty good. Now, the injuries impact them too. They'll be playing without Romeo Doubs tonight. The wide receiver is out. But the Lions ruled out DJ Reader and Levi Onwuzurike at the defensive tackle spot. So who steps in? In-house, Pat O'Connor, Broderick Martin, Miles Adams. You'll see him maybe for the first time. He'll be wearing number 66. They plucked him off the practice squad from Seattle. So look for Miles Adams out there. The defensive end spot, Josh Paschal is out. El-Quadim Muhammad has been filling in. He's played 139 snaps. He only has 2 tackles and 1 sack. The 2 tackles shocked us today. Have you seen El-Quadim Muhammad out there? Have you noticed him on the field? I have noticed him. But he only has 2 tackles and 139 snaps. That surprises me.
I think it's one of those things where the stats don't tell everything, because he's made a difference. I think he helped pressure a sack to Zadarius Smith last game. So he's out there doing work. It's just not showing up with, quote unquote tackles or half tackles or sacks.
Yeah. Next up, who's the next man up? Pat O'Connor. He can kick out and play some edge. Jonah Williams, 4th-year pro. He's played this year with Minnesota and the Rams, 63 snaps, just 3 tackles. He may play tonight. He's number 78. Look for him. They lost Rodrigo at linebacker last week. They're already down Anzalone and Derek Barnes. Jack Campbell's in the middle. Trevor Nowaski will get plenty of snaps. Ezekiel Turner will get plenty of snaps. Quan Alexander, they just brought him in. Veteran. He'll be wearing number 10. David Long, we've seen him. Interestingly, Long played more snaps against Indianapolis than he did against Chicago. And then Jamal Adams. I'm a little skeptical that we'll see Jamal Adams. He was on the street. He's on the practice squad, which means he doesn't need to be activated. If you pull somebody off somebody's practice squad, you got to put him on your active roster, and that's why guys get released. But Jamal Adams, he'll be wearing number 25, and he's been playing some linebacker. So Tennessee played 3 games, had 4 tackles. Now, you mentioned before the break there, Taylor Decker is out. So earlier in the week, Ben Johnson was asked about, if Decker doesn't go, why don't you kick Penei Sewell over to left tackle, the more important spot that protects the quarterback's blind side. And he, at the time, said, look, where Taylor Decker is in his career, if he can't practice, he's a guy that can still play. And so we keep that option open. We'll keep Penei at right, hoping that we'll have Decker back at left and just practice Skipper at left. And that was the thinking behind it. But now that he can't go, it's gonna be Dan Skipper. And look, Skipper is a serviceable backup. He might need some help over there. It might cut into Sam Laporta, his targets, because he might be helping out in protection a little bit more. Running backs might be helping out a little bit more. Brock Wright could be playing a key role, lining up next to Dan Skipper to help out. But it's just something to watch. It could be a factor today, no doubt.
I definitely think it's going to be a factor. And I predict a high-scoring game. You predict a high-scoring game. But that doesn't mean it's going to be necessarily all through the air. I think with Dan Skipper in there, you got to run the ball. He's just a better run blocker than a pass protector. Because if he's going to pass pro, you're like you said, you're going to have to help out Chip, tight end, with a running back. But as far as running the ball, I think you still run the ball relatively the same or, decently with Skipper. And that's where I think the offense comes today. It's through Gibbs, through Montgomery. Keep soft, body blow. Keep softening up that defense. And then you go over the top or you find St. Brown across the middle. Because they'll still throw the ball, but I think the bulk of the work is going to be on the ground because Skipper is at left tackle. He's just a better run blocker.
I like it. Makes sense. 248-539-9797. So, stuff to watch for tonight. In the meantime, let's get back to your phone calls and predictions on this one. Lions in Green Bay. David is in Livonia, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, David?
Yes, sir. How you guys doing this morning?
We're doing good, thank you.
That's good. All right, so look, let's just cut right to it, right? The Lions are going into this banged up. Most of our star players are on the IR, injury reserve. I mean, it's not going to be easy. I think Green Bay is going to give us a run for our money. It's going to come down to the defense and their ability to contain Jordan Love. But, just like Marble Deluxe located in Commerce Township, Detroit's got that grit. And we're going to pull this off, man. All right? I see the score being 38-25 with an unnecessary kick or field goal made from Bates, where the city going to celebrate at Bates, getting the 5-for-5 burgers off of Grubhub.
Is that a deal they have?
I don't know, but after this one, this motivating performance, it may be.
Yeah. All right, so you got defense overcoming the injuries, and Lions offense wins a shootout.
I see the defense, the Band-Aid showing up, us getting some underdog performances. The offense, really, they're going to have to rally around Goff, but I see J-Mo, St. Brown, Jameson, of course, Laporta, all having their average numbers. I don't think anyone's going to have like a superstar performance, but they're going to put up the numbers necessary. And we win in this, 38-28. That's my score prediction.
I thought it was 38-25. But either way, got you down. 248-539-9797. John's in Detroit next. Hello, John. John. Johnny. Sounds like he's there. We'll circle back and check with him. Let's go to Min in a truck. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Min?
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
Doing good.
All right, so my prediction is going to be 42-38 with a pick six and a strip sack fumble, and we win, and we ride off in the sunset.
Whoa, you got two defensive touchdowns.
Yes, I do, because I feel like Branch, when he was out of that last game, he's going to try to make an impact. And we got Zadarius Smith. He didn't play that game, so I think there's a whole bunch of factors that first game, we have to tie into too. And yeah, we're going to be a different. We're banged up, but we're going to be okay.
So here's my question for you, and for the audience, just in general, you bring up two guys you think scoring defensive touchdowns or making an impact, Branch and Zadarius Smith. I feel like they both have something to prove. I think Branch probably is pretty salty about Green Bay for getting ejected from the game. And he obviously gave the bird. He missed most of that. He was thrown out midway through the second quarter. And Za'Darius, we know Za'Darius has literally said he signed with a team that he knew he could get revenge when he went from Green Bay to Minnesota. And now being in Detroit, that's kind of what motivates him. So these are going to be two guys. Look, everybody wants to play well. Everybody has their own motivations. But you know that those two in particular might have a little bit something extra for tonight. Lions in Green Bay, 248-539-9797. Funny things being said out of Philadelphia. We'll get to that today at 11:30. And at 12:30, we go inside Allen Park with our boy, the Birchie Kid, as he will give us the very latest on the Lions and the Green Bay Packers, who, of course, meet up tonight at Ford Field in a massive NFC North showdown. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Tackle NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Skater out today, taking your calls and your picks. Lions and Green Bay Packers tonight, huge game. Meanwhile, the Red Wings are playing in Ottawa. Sebastian Cossa may be in action. No official word yet. Pistons lose last night, 130-120. It fell behind 26-7 early and basically held steady, trying to catch up the rest of the way. Cade Cunningham at 27. Michigan State. It's funny, we've said this about Michigan State and talked about their balanced scoring. They scored 90 points beating Minnesota. I believe it was 90-72. I think it was the final score, 72. I know State had 90. But the point is, their leading scorer had 12. They scored 90, and their leading scorer had 12. So that's another example of them having balanced scoring. Did the Spartans. And the news in the NFL today is Trevor Lawrence out for the season. That concussion, Azeez Al-Shire with the hit.
Well, he's most likely out for the year, right? I think
Schefter said he was. It's funny. I've seen reports that said most likely. Schefter said he's done for the year.
He probably is, but I think technically, when you put on IR, I think it's 4 weeks and there's 5 games left, I think, for the Jags. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's no reason for him to come back, and that hit was pretty rough. We talked about it a lot yesterday, and then whether they should take out the slide, should quarterbacks stop with the fake slide, the fake going out of bounds thing. Did you hear about the Caleb Williams thing and how he kind of tends to fake going out of bounds? And the Lions were kind of coached to, hey, he's in bounds, hit him.
Yeah.
And when he went to the sidelines on that one play, I thought it was Caleb's fault, to be honest with you. He kind of stopped in bounds. What's your boy Jack Campbell to do, Doug? He's going to hit him.
Blow his ass up.
Yeah, right. So
I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to start doing that, quarterbacks, then the protection should be removed, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't expect to be protected for Mahomes and his fake slide and your fake running out of bounds and stuff like that. If you're going to do that, then how do you expect it? What are defenders supposed to do? Okay, I'm going to let him slide. Oh, he fake slid and run for another 25 yards. Oh, I'm going to let him step out of bounds. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Turns upfield, gets another, goes and gets the first down. That's abuse. That's abuse. That's like the boy who cried wolf type of stuff with the quarterbacks. And so I think they should be penalized for that. All right. Let's get back to your open line calls and your predictions. 248-539-9797. Let's try this again. John in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, John.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, my prediction is going to be 35-7.
Wow. 35-7 Lions?
Yes, 35-7. You're going to see the real Lions tonight. I don't know why everybody on this losing stack. It's the best thing we had. They might as well enjoy this ride. Why worry and say, we're going to lose by this and this is not a good thing. This is the best thing you're going to see. You might as well enjoy it. I've been watching the Lions all my life. I just got a good feeling now, and I ain't going to let nobody steal that.
So what's interesting is we've had one call and one text so far. We had calls yesterday. I don't know if that's what you're responding to, but we had one call and one text through an hour and 21 minutes here of talk that has predicted Green Bay to win. I don't think there's that many people picking Green Bay to win. There's only one person so far, John, that's picking the Lions to win in a blowout, and it's you. This is you're filled with confidence.
Yes, because this is the best team, and I don't understand why people don't see that. Football injuries gonna happen, but good coaches don't always come. So we're gonna enjoy this ride, and it's gonna be peaceful. Just like it was a predicament. I watched the movie Rocky when they asked Mr. T, what was this predicament for the fight? He said pain.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to be tonight. It's going to be pain for Jordan Love.
It's going to be pain. All right, you heard it from John. Got the Lions in a blowout, 248-539-9797. We have a term for that here at the program, and the term is chesty. Peter's in Waterford, and he's next on 97.1. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Doug. How's it going?
It's going great. Thank you.
Hey, I have the Lions 26, Packers 23, and the X factor is going to be Jake Bates.
So is this one of those games you got 26-23, so you got 4 Jake Bates field goals, 2 touchdowns, 4 field goals?
Yeah. So, yeah, that's my prediction, and I think it's going to be closer than what people actually think, with our, injuries on our defensive line and, just other factors going into the game. I don't know if our offense is going to be quickened. I'm sure they will, but they might struggle in the first half.
The Lions might struggle in the first half?
Yep. The Lions might struggle in the first half. Green Bay's defense is still really good, in my opinion.
Well, they are, and they're good against the run, and that's going to be one of the challenges tonight is how the Lions handle the Green Bay, how they attack the Green Bay rush defense. I think Montgomery has a big game. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a big factor in the passing game out of the backfield. I was rather surprised when the FanDuel total on his receiving yards was 20.5. They love to get him the ball in space, and when he gets the ball in space, he makes things happen. He's a great yards after catch guy. And one of the things that the Lions have gotten a ton of, and it's because of Goff's accuracy, he hits receivers in stride. And when you can do that, and you don't have to slow down to catch a pass behind you or dive to catch a pass in front of you, and you don't lose any RPMs while you're catching the ball, that's a problem for a defense. And if you're in man coverage and Jared Goff hits a Gibbs or a Jameson Williams in stride, look out. Those are like almost guaranteed to be big plays because it just run away from defenders.
And Gibbs feels like every time he touches the ball, he's like just like a foot or an ankle. You know what I mean? Someone kind of just like knocks him off his path a little bit and kind of gets him to stumble. He's one of those misses away from just taking to the house every single time. And I think there was a game earlier this year where I felt like if the sidelines were like half a yard longer or wider, he would have took like three touches to the house.
Yeah, turn in that corner. If they had just a little bit more room to get the corner. I hear you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob in Nashville. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Doug. I got a few different points for you. So my biggest thing is I know we're going to give up a bunch of yards, kind of like we did in the Minnesota games last year. But I think we're going to step up in the red zone and hold them to a few field goals. Aaron Glenn's going to scheme up a good game plan. I think Terrion Arnold's going to have his first interception of the year for a pick six. The fans at Ford Field on prime time are insane. I think they're going to make a huge factor in the game. And I have a proposal, actually, for a nickname for the fans.
All right. This has come up in the past. All right, let's hear it.
All right, so there's three phases in the game. You got offense, defense, and special teams. I think the fans are the fourth phase, and I'm calling them the quad.
The quad. Interesting. We'll see if people get behind that. Look, the idea of a nickname for the fans, I actually like. I think these things have to happen almost like generically. Like something happens during a game, and the fans just embrace whatever it is. I think it's hard to just come up with names and nickname the fans that, but we'll see. Rob, are you in Nashville, Tennessee, or are you in Nashville, Michigan?
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
Tennessee, okay, gotcha. I know I've driven through Nashville, Michigan. It's like in the middle of the state, but cool. I got you down. Wait, what was your score?
Like it is in Michigan.
What's that?
I said, and it's been freezing cold the last 2 days like it is in Michigan, going down to 16 tonight.
Wow. That is. I was about to make fun of you a little bit, but that is like it is in Michigan. What did you didn't give us a score? What's the score?
30-23 Lions.
30-23 Lions. Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. Get your picks in. Lions and Green Bay Packers tonight. More predictions here via ticket text. Lions 35, Packers 31. Lions offense will roll, but the depleted defense will struggle against the Pack offense. From Paul and Howell, Lions win 35-21. Big game from Kirby. He's going to treat Love like he treated Rodgers. Didn't he pick off Love in the first game? One of his picks was at Green Bay, wasn't it?
Well, he's definitely had picks at Green Bay.
Yes.
He has the last pick ever thrown by Aaron Rodgers as a Packer, which is awesome.
It was the last pass, right? The last pass Aaron Rodgers threw as a Packer was caught by Kirby Joseph.
Yep. Does he have one against Love? I know Love's had, other than the last two games, he's thrown a pick, so I don't know if it was Kirby that got it.
Yeah, he got him in the first game. Kirby caught Jordan Love in the first game. Detroit 31-27. We stopped Green Bay on the last drive for the win. That's from Joel in Walled Lake. 24-14 Lions. Won't be a high-scoring game, but there's going to be a lot of fighting and clawing. That's from Sean and Evan. That's the same score as the first game. John Monroe says Detroit 38, Green Bay 35 because I believe. Mike in South Lyon, Lions 31, Packers 20. Crowd noise makes a difference. That's a big part of that. Big part of that. 248-539-9797. Open lines. Get your Lions predictions in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, it's one of the most anticipated football games of the year, and it's finally upon us. Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for all the action. Your Honolulu Blue will have a massive showdown with the division rival Cheeseheads. Make sure you get to your favorite lodge early for the best game day atmosphere in the state. Your favorite locations are amping up the energy with the in-house DJs, drink specials, and more. If you haven't been to Twin Peaks for a game, what are you waiting for? Each lodge boasts 50-plus wall-to-wall TVs, so there isn't a bad seat in the house. Combine that with the biggest wings in the state, hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders. And some of the other game day favorites like the house smoked ribs and brisket, hand smashed burgers. This isn't your typical bar food. I put their kitchen up against just about anybody. And what goes great with great food? Teeth chattering 29-degree draft beer of your favorite beer poured into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours. Throw in a few shots and you're all set for the best football game of the season. Bring the crew back Saturday for all the championship game action as well in college football and UFC 310. No one does it better than Twin Peaks. See for yourself. Eats, drinks, scenic views. One hour from now, we'll go inside Allen Park with the Birchie Kid. He's out there all week covering this team. Get the latest on the Lions as they prepare for tonight's game against the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, the injury report this week is a little bit daunting, and Lions fans are fully aware of it. But just to update those of you who haven't seen the very latest, it's hold on, I got to bring it up here. DJ Reader is out. Josh Paschal's out. Taylor Decker is out. There's one more. No, I'm blanking. Who's the other one?
Onwuzurike?
I did not. Thank you. Now for them, I don't know how this pop-up ad blew right here, and all of a sudden a pop-up ad I can't get out of. For them, Jair Alexander's out, Corey Ballantyne's out, Edrin Cooper is out, Romeo Doubs is out. So, and then we're late in the season. A lot of attrition. And we mentioned earlier the Adam Schefter tweet that the Lions have 13 defensive players on the injured reserve list. The next closest team has 7. So this is not a team that's having their good fortune with injuries. Still 11-1. But I will say this. They make an impact. And look, I've listened to a lot of what is said out of Green Bay this week preparing for this game. And one of the common themes there was Jordan Love wasn't 100% the first game. Wasn't 100%. And, he played, but they thought that he was slowed by the injury, and they thought they shot themselves in the foot a ton. They got 1 touchdown and 4 red zone trips. I'm always a little bit leery when teams say, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Expect a healthy dose of Josh Jacobs in the red zone. That was a repetitive theme out of Green Bay this week, that they're going to try and get him the football in the red zone.
Yeah, one of the Packers said, the Lions didn't win the game. The Packers lost the game. Yep. So they definitely felt that they could have done more, and especially in the red zone, that was a huge issue. I remember Love, he wasn't 100%. There was a point in that game, Doug, where Malik Willis was warming up on the sidelines, and I think we all thought, well, Willis is coming in the game, Like, Love is kind of struggling with mobility right here. Maybe they just want to get him out there, don't want to hurt him, so they'll put in Willis, maybe a spark. But, yeah, he wasn't 100% the first time. But you know what? This is the NFL, man, and injuries happen. You mentioned you listed off the Lions' injuries for this game.
Yep.
You didn't even mention, Hutch, Davenport, Anzalone, Rodriguez. So, those guys are also hurt. And for this game, the Lions are going, 3rd, 4th deep on depth chart. And so I understand people being cautious. But I guess the reason I'm still picking the Lions is because they're built for this. And Dan Campbell says it so often. Aaron Glenn says it. Ben Johnson says that they are built for this. It's a type of player they have. And the culture here is, it's almost like, I don't want to say Patriots because they won Super Bowls. But when you build something, right, and you just are able to fill in guys, as long as you have the main guys still there, like Goff in the offensive line for the most part, and on defense they have, the secondary's healthy, Lee McNeil. The other parts, hey, play your role, know your assignment. And I think the culture is so good here that they're able to persevere and win these games. It's going to be closer than we want it to be, but that's the NFL.
Yeah, I got the Lions winning the game, but I got to tell you, this is one of the more losable games on the schedule. It is not the end of the world if they lose. I swear to God, they win this game, and tomorrow it's all going to be, we're going to the Super Bowl. They lose this game. People are going, oh, my God, it's over. And it's not. A win tonight doesn't guarantee anything other than it puts Green Bay way behind the 8 ball. It almost eliminates them from legitimate division title contention, which would be good to create some distance. Minnesota will still be there, and that's the first thing for securing some home field in the postseason. Like if you're the 2 seed, you can play a couple games at home. Being the 1 seed, though, and knowing that you don't have to leave town and the path to the Super Bowl goes through Detroit is an awfully nice place to be. Now, I mentioned earlier that there's something, the team that's probably the biggest threat, most people consider the biggest threat, is Philadelphia. I think it was, again, Adam Schefter this morning who reported that the Eagles are enjoying all of the spotlight being on the Lions. Like they're saying to themselves, we're just quietly over here winning games. Nothing to see here. We're just over here stacking wins. You go ahead and pay attention to them. Like they've got this, and they've been around for longer. They've been competitive for longer. They've been to the Super Bowl recently. And they got this, you guys keep talking about Detroit kind of attitude. So they're cultivating a chip on the shoulder, and this is how the worm starts to turn a little bit. Like the Lions have been so harmless in the NFL for so long that people actually are sort of enjoying their success. But eventually people say, all right, enough of hearing about them. And it might be starting a little bit in Philadelphia. Whatever. Not our immediate concern. Our immediate concern is Green Bay. And let's get back to your phone calls. Brandon is in Macomb, and he's on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Brandon?
Hey.
Hey.
Sorry, guys, but I'm going to have to say we dropped this one.
Why is that?
Packers are on a hot winning streak. We're beat up. We embarrassed them in Lambeau. They're looking to do the same, and we're beat up. 38-27.
38-27.
Yeah.
You think they win it comfortably?
Also, that's a big no on the quad.
Yeah, I'm not good with that stuff.
We're kind of beat up.
Yeah. So, look, I mean, I'll say this. You know, the Packers have embarrassed the Lions for 2 decades.
Yeah.
So, as much as if the Packers feel embarrassed about one game, the Detroit Lions organization has been embarrassed by the Packers forever. And you think Green Bay's on a hot streak. Detroit is on a hotter streak.
I know we are, but I just know we're bound to lose one, and I just got a feeling they're going to be coming in loaded, and we're just going to drop it. I don't know. I've got a bad feeling. I don't want to, but that's my prediction.
Okay. All right, got you down. The one thing he said that was factual was they're beat up. Are they on a hot streak? Yes. Detroit's hotter. Were they embarrassed from what happened 5 weeks ago? Yes. Detroit's embarrassed for the last 2 decades. But Lions are beat up. Lions are beat up. There's a little bit of undercurrent there of, well, they're going to have to lose one eventually, guys, which is what we got yesterday. And I mean, you don't have to lose one.
Well, that's where I take exception to it. Yes, they might lose one. They might lose 2. But you don't have to.
No.
There's no why are we conceding a loss? Nothing says in the rule book, right? They have to lose before the playoffs.
It is not written, no.
So, yeah, they can continue to try it. I don't know, have they won 10 games in a row?
They indeed have, yes. 248-539-9797. Nick in Canton is next on 97.1. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. So I got a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Would you consider this year's defense to be on par or better than last year's, even with the injuries as they are today?
I think they were way better than last year to start the year, and now I think they are simply a little bit better. Like last year's defense was bad. I think this defense is trending towards being an average defense. The one thing I'm wondering about, Nick, is that they have actually assembled a pretty damn good secondary. So as much as we talk about the lack of a pass rush, the secondary is held up. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson's been out in more games now than he actually played in, and they haven't lost without him. And the pass defense continues to be very good. And it strikes me that it's a product of having maybe a better secondary than we even realize right now.
And that's my reason for optimism here is because last year's team was a half away from the Super Bowl with a much worse secondary, with a almost non-existent pass rush with a healthy Hutch. Now, this year we had a few games of a healthy Hutch and an amazing pass rush and a great secondary. But now, I feel like Aaron Glenn has to go back to kind of the mode they were in towards the end of last season where they manufactured blitzes. And I think that's why Jamal Adams is going to be important. He's going to play the role that Iffy played last year, where he blitzes from all angles and he provides that extra spark that we didn't have from the D-lines. So I don't view this team as worse off with the injuries, and I think we're better offensively than we were last year. So I don't see the concern why everyone's panicking about everything.
I don't know if we're going to see Jamal Adams. He's still in the. I hope. I mean, I don't even know if I hope so. If he does play, I'm excited, but I'm not even sure we're going to see him. But maybe.
Yeah, I don't know either. But if he does play, I think he plays the role of Iffy, and Iffy was a monster last year towards the end.
Yes, he was really, really good. If people don't know, Fatu Melifonwu, who he may actually play this week. Hold on for a minute. He's still listed on the injury list. My apologies. He has not been removed from the injury list. Okay, do you got a prediction on the game?
So here's where I'm going to be a hypocrite. I still think we lose tonight, and I think we lose tonight. Well, I think this game just means more to Green Bay right now than it does to the Lions. Not saying it's not important to the Lions, but I think this game has been circled since we went into their home and beat them. And I really think that they have something to prove. And I think that they're going to come out with more energy than us. And I think we're going to lose a game, but it's not going to be a blowout. It'll probably be like a 24-17 Green Bay win.
24-17 Green Bay. For SEC reasons, it just means more. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. There's still time to get great tasting, worry-free water for the holidays. Save $1,000 or more from CGC Water when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can take care of all your plumbing needs too. You can also save 10% on a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Dan Campbell asked by our morning show this week, defensively, are you in survival mode? You heard it. He said no. He is not one for making excuses or giving his team any reason to believe he has anything other than the highest expectation, no matter who is on the field. It has been something consistent throughout, and it's something we noticed early in the Dan Campbell era. They get screwed over by a ref's call late in the game, and he didn't want to use that. He didn't use that as a reason they lost. And sometimes I get bothered by the term excuse because sometimes it's directly a reason. You know, I'm not even going into the details, but my point being, if you get screwed over by a huge call late in the game, that if it goes the other way, you win the game. And he was asked about something like that, and he said, it's not that. I'm not even going there. We need to do other things. And I thought it was really interesting because to me, Dan Campbell always wants to send the message that even if we lose a game because of ref's call, our performance wasn't good enough. Shouldn't have come down to that. That's our fault for letting it come down to one call. And with injuries, he doesn't want to say, hey, we're too banged up. And we're not giving up before the damn game even starts. We're going to try and win the game with the guys we got. And look, it's tougher, but he clearly still thinks they can do it. And they've managed to endure injury after injury after injury defensively and stay undefeated since Hutch went down, who is an early season leading contender for Defensive Player of the Year. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Michelle next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Michelle.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, Michelle.
Yeah, I know we're concerned. We got a lot of injuries. It happens. But the thing is, those people that bought all these Lion tickets, better bring your voices, be that 12th man out there, come home hoarse, and be the reason you disrupt the game for give us a chance, a better chance at going ahead and coming out with a W.
Michelle, there is no doubt in my mind that this is one of the toughest places to play in the NFL. And I think the fans should set goals. Like, I think there should be, 4 or 5 false starts or delay of games. Let's count them up. Let's make sure that the fans are felt tonight because it's a tough place to play.
Yes, we haven't felt this way, and we haven't been in this position for a long time. We need to give it our all too. I rode. I go on the road with these guys. I've been to Minnesota, and thinking about going to San Francisco. So I'm just really behind our guys, and no doubt we them fans, because the Cowboys ain't them boys this year, but we them fans up here in the Lions country.
Do you got a score for us tonight, Michelle?
Yeah, 30-17.
30-17. She's got the Lions. Thank you. Have fun tonight.
Thank you. We'll do.
All right, we'll see you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Macomb and Scott. You're next. What's up, Scott?
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
It's going great.
Hey, for tonight, obviously the Lions have injuries, but I really think that tonight is going to be Smith's coming out party. Obviously, we know what a great player we have, but tonight he's going to show that he is all Detroit and he has grit and he is a Lion. I feel a lot better about this game being at Ford Field. If it was at Lambeau, I would think the opposite. I still think it's going to be close because I don't want to discount anything the Packers are doing, so I'm going to say 24-17.
But you're predicting a breakout game from Za'Darius Smith.
I think so. The defense is banged up, but next man up, and he's going to put the defense on his back and show why the Lions went and got, obviously because of Hutch, but show why he was the next man up and deserving to be here, especially since he's playing against the Packers. And I think you said earlier, having a chip on his shoulder. Like, he's embraced this Rasheed Wallace role, and I think we're going to see it tonight.
Well, he's had 2 sacks in 3 games since he's got here. He's been in the backfield. He is a chip on the shoulder kind of guy. He's a great addition. He wasn't obviously with the Lions that first game against Green Bay. So yeah, this is his shot at him, and I'm sure he wants to. And it'll feel like it'd be following his script if he is a difference maker. You're right. Scott, thanks. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Carlos. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Carlos?
What's up, Carlos? How you doing today, brother? Good morning.
I'm great. Good morning to you.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'm worried about. I feel like with the Lions and the injuries, everything that's happening right now, if you go look at the last couple games we played, we held our fourth quarter to, I think it was 11 points in 10 quarters. And then after Pascal went down, we had the lead. And then it just showed that the injuries kind of caught up to us. Caleb Williams went phenomenal, and they almost won the game, but they lost it. I think the problem is that what's going to happen is that the Lions win today. You said it. They're going to talk about the Super Bowl. But then I think tomorrow, if they lose, ESPN's going to be talking about, has injuries finally caught up with the Lions? Are they the team that people are thinking they're going to be? Not anymore. So I'm really worried. At the end of the day, watching that game, perception is reality. And I feel like having that Week 5 bye really hurt the team. The team looks tired, and I think that really caused everybody to, play a little bit more, and that's why we have more injuries. I really wish we had a later bye, but I think Green Bay's they're gonna come, man. They're gonna come and they're gonna hit us hard. I hate to be that guy because I am a huge Lions fan, but I think Green Bay's got something to prove, and I don't even think we're gonna win it close. I think this is the game that we're gonna get blown out, and we're gonna have a huge problem coming up these next couple of weeks.
So blown out. What is the blowout?
Well, I mean, I think 10 plus points. I think you got Green Bay. If I had to guess, I think it'd be like 34-23. I think Bates is going to get a couple field goals. I think Montgomery or Gibbs is probably going to get a touchdown. Rather, J-Mo or Brown will get one. But I think they're just going to come gunslinging because Jordan Love was injured and we played at Green Bay. The weather had a little bit of a factor, but he wasn't 100%. The way he's playing right now, they're looking good. Josh Jacobs is probably going to get a good run game because the rushing defense is hurt. Jaden Reed's going to be there. There's no doubt. So DeAndre Wicks will probably be a guy that they're going to focus on as well. So they need this win. I mean, we need it too, but I think Green Bay needs it a little bit more just to try to catch up with us. And I don't see it, man. I want to believe, but I just don't see it happening.
So look, I mean, there's because Green Bay is behind Detroit. Obviously, they quote unquote need it more. The Lions are in a new and fresh territory of being the hunted. Right, they are getting used to this. And they have answered every bell. Like, they've played a bunch of teams that have needed to beat Detroit and have wanted to beat Detroit and have looked at beating Detroit as their chance to make a statement. But Green Bay is behind the eight ball when it comes to the standings in this division. And when it comes to, I mean, they'll still be in a good spot for the playoffs. But, what was more interesting to me is not only do you think that the Lions are going to lose this game, you think they're going to be in trouble in coming weeks. With the 10 days off, it doesn't sound like Reeder's injury serious. Doesn't sound like Decker's injury serious. I'm not counting out getting Derek Barnes back here late in the year. That hasn't been ruled out that I've seen anywhere. And in fact, thought he was out there, working up a sweat at practice the last I saw. There are going to be some guys coming back. Onwuzurike, that doesn't sound particularly serious.
I think Barnes is done for the year, actually.
Is that been? Are you think, or you've seen that report?
Yeah, I don't think it's official.
Because people keep saying that, but there's nothing official on Derek Barnes, and there's people saying they think it is.
I mean, is there anything official on Hutchinson? You know what I mean? But do you expect him to come back? I think that maybe that's where they're at with Derek Barnes. But either way, they have a lot of injuries.
Burkett had a story where it said Barnes is not ruled out returning, but it would be helpful.
Hutch, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Barnes is not ruled out returning before the end of the regular season. Hutch that's Super Bowl, so.
But I mean, they have a lot of injuries. There's no way around it for sure. And him feeling bad about not thinking the Lions are going to win this game. The Packers are a good team, and they quote unquote do need to win this game more than the Lions do. The Lions have more room, margin for error as far as the record goes. But I just feel so confident that. With the injuries, that Aaron Glenn's he's been dealing with injuries for the last how long, right? A couple months here. This isn't the first time. And you can still lean on what you have, which is elite in this league, is the offense. Jared Goff, those weapons, and everyone but Decker on the offensive line is going to be there tonight. I think you just have to lean on that side of the ball a little bit more than you've had to.
It basically goes back to last year's formula.
Yeah. And I guess you worry about the yuck throw in the garbage game because he's thinking maybe 10-plus points. They just don't have it tonight. That could happen. They had a yuck throw in the garbage half against the Texans, right? And they were able to overcome that.
Kind of second half against the Bears.
Mm-hmm. So I just really believe in the culture of this team and what they've built here. And like I said, I go back to it. they feel like they're built for this type of stuff, and they can overcome it.
All right, hey, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Inside Out Park with the Birch Kid at 12:30. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. It's Thursday Night Football, another primetime game for the Lions, and this could perhaps be the biggest challenge yet this season. Detroit's won 10 straight games and could clinch a playoff spot tonight against the Packers with a W, but they'll be without 4 linemen, Taylor Decker, DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike, and Josh Paschal. Also a heavy workload, 4th game in 18 days for Detroit. But Dan Campbell's group is ready for this. Just ask corner Amik Robertson. With a win tonight, the Lions clinch a playoff spot for the second year in a row, something not done since the 93-95 seasons. Also with a win, Detroit will have an 84% chance at the NFC's top spot. That's according to the New York Times playoff predictor. Lions are 3.5-point favorites despite those injuries. Kickoff at 8:15. Pre-game coverage starts at 7:10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And the Red Wings look to snap a 3-game losing streak at the Senators tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop, 6:45 pre-game show over on WWJ. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's the Carson Anderson program. Gators out today, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. And sees the Detroit Lions taking on the Green Bay Packers in a massive football game tonight. Mike Greenberg on ESPN made the comment it might be the biggest game of the year. And yeah, it's one that Green Bay is going to take their biggest swing. They first of all blame themselves for losing that first game. They said it publicly after the game, and the tenor of the discussion this week was about how they shot themselves in the foot repeatedly. Empty trips to the red zone, 10 penalties they committed in that game. The Lions, while depleted defensively, maybe not as much as you think. Yeah, they don't have Onwuzurike and DJ Reader, but they do have Zadarius Smith. And don't forget, they already had lost touch. Malcolm Rodriguez didn't play in the first game. Trevor Nowatzki and Al-Quadin Muhammad started the first game and will likely start tonight. And Brian Branch missed everything from midway through the second quarter on after getting ejected. So we're talking about a Lions team that was depleted defensively the first time they played. And the first time they played, in fact, the Packers in their pass protection didn't have to deal with Zadarius Smith. They didn't have to deal with anybody like Zadarius Smith. This was the post-Hutch, pre-Smith era that they played the Packers. Lions still got the win. Now, Ford Field matters. The other injury, like the Taylor Decker injury, matters. You just balance all these things out. I still got the Lions winning this game 34-28. And I think one of the most interesting statistical anomalations, as we like to say, is that Jameson Williams, the very talented wide receiver, has been targeted 4 times against Green Bay his entire career. You can prepare as best you can on tape for the speed, and you can do all the things to simulate what you're going up against. J-Mo has 4 career targets against Green Bay. I think he has a huge game tonight. Huge game tonight. I think Jahmyr Gibbs has a huge game out of the backfield as a pass catcher. And I think Green Bay will score 34-28. I do think those defensive injuries are taking their toll. Still like the Lions to win. Kang, you also like the Lions to win this game. In a classic Kang score, 32-29.
Yeah, I like a high-scoring game. Some of that obviously is going to have to be through the air, but I think the Lions attack the ground tonight because Dan Skipper is playing left tackle, and he's just a better run blocker than a pass blocker, and so I think you have to run the ball with Montgomery and Gibbs. Now, those swing passes to Gibbs will be open. You know, those are like quick hitters, so you don't have to pass pro as long. But if they're given time with play action, things like that, I see J-Mo over the top because the Packers haven't seen this threat from the Lions, this type of threat. You know, J-Mo didn't play last game against the Packers this year. And we all know J-Mo in stride, goodbye to the house. You know, he only needs a few yards, and if he's even, he's leaving. So I see 32-29 Lions. I think the defense, you could tell they're going to be hurt by being down so many bodies, but I think they hold enough. The question is, though, Doug, if we're both predicting kind of a close game here, who's going to have to close this out for the Lions? Is it going to be the defensive side, or is it going to be the offensive side?
Yeah, do the Lions have the football late, or is it? Yeah, no, I hear you.
So both, you feel more nervous if it's the defenses out there, of course. You hope it's the offense because you've seen it plenty times before with these guys. As far as the defenses goes, at least they're healthy in the secondary, but you're not so sure about the front seven.
Yeah, that's a funny point. Like, if this is a one-possession game and it's the end of the game, would you rather be losing with your offense with the football or have your defense on the field with the lead? Like, having the lead is the valuable thing to have.
Yeah.
But can you get the stop when necessary in a 4-down situation?
Because if you follow those, percentages of like victory percentages or win probability, right? If you're losing the game, it's not going to be in your favor.
No.
But you'll have the offense, which is the elite part of your team out there. For the Lions, if they're winning the game, the win probability is going to be in their favor, but you're going to have the weaker part of your team out there, which is the defense, trying to hold this thing. I don't know where you're going to feel more comfortable sitting at home watching.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Lissandro. You're on 97.1 A Ticket, calling from Austin, Texas. Is that where you're calling us from?
Yes, sir. Austin, Texas. How are we doing, gentlemen? How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. Thanks for calling.
All right, I'm glad you guys can hear me well. Now, I'd like to say this. First of all, the quad, just not doing it for us. I like more the Blues Travelers, because as a Michigan transplant myself from Allen Park, I go ahead and travel for those Lions all the time. And boy, do we fill up those crowds in blue.
It's
now,
pretty
boys,
amazing.
Oh, it's great. Now, I will say this. I don't think we've been very comfortable watching our Lions in the last few games, especially when I was in Houston. That one was rough. But now and then Thanksgiving was not as jolly as we wanted it to, especially going towards the end. And I don't think tonight will be either. But I do believe in my Lions. And you know why? I believe in our Alabama Roll Tide Lions. I think those guys, just like we always bring up Dan Campbell saying, we're built for this. Those guys are built to win and in longevity. I think our secondary and I think our running back Gibbs are definitely going to perform. I think J-Mo, just like you said, is going to have a great, outstanding game. And I feel like, yeah, we have our rough spots in the linebacker position, but Zadarius Smith is allowing Lee McNeil to get some pass rushes and get good pressure on that quarterback. And I feel like Brian Branch has a chip on his shoulder, especially from being ejected after that last game. And I think we're going to see an interception tonight. I don't know from who, but I hope it's going to be from one of those guys. You know, I would love to see it to be by Mr. Arnold to have his first one. But Kirby Joseph, that guy's he's a silent killer. He's looking for that ball in the air. I think if we play the offensive possession game tonight, we can fulfill this win. I don't see it to be a blowout by any means. I definitely like to see it be a 30-26 game. Jake Bates definitely does his part. We get him down there. He kicks about 9 points for us, and then we can fulfill it with a couple touchdowns in the middle of there. But I think it's going to be a tough one. I know, just like you said, the Green Bay Packers have the Lions circled, ever since we went to their house and won. But of all teams that we've played, I don't think I've ever seen a more animated, I don't think I've seen our guys be more animated to play anybody else besides the Packers. I mean, hence the sweater that Amon-Ra wore.
It was an interesting statement made by Amon-Ra for sure. And that kind of thing. The Lions they don't do much pregame talking. They do a lot of postgame talking. That was a pregame statement. And I was a little surprised he did that. But he's also developed quite a relationship with this Packer fan base. There's plenty of highlights of him out there and the yelling and screaming at him, but he definitely made a statement.
Yeah, there's been some talk about the Packers needing this game more than the Lions, but don't forget, the Lions don't like the Packers as well. This is Dan Campbell stresses all the time, divisional games. The Lions know how important this is. They know who the Packers are. They know what the Packers represent as far as this division has been the last 5-10 years. So this is not just like, yeah, the Packers want it too, but the Lions also want it as well. This is not like hey, all right, well, they need it more than us. We'll go out there and try. No, the Packers, there's disdain for the Packers, especially from St. Brown.
There's very few games where I think it really makes a difference, the term who wants it more. There are very few games where I think that's the case. I think everybody wants to win. And we made picks here. I almost never say, well, so-and-so wants it more. There are occasions. I think he's thrown out way too much.
And so with the wanting thing, right? I don't know. Do you think Brian Branch wants to play the whole game this time?
I think he wants to play the whole game, yes.
Do you think Zadarius Smith wants, quote-unquote, revenge on another former team he used to play for?
Yep.
You think Jared Goff remembers what the Green Bay Packer, the offensive lineman or defensive lineman said?
When we asked him about it, yes, he heard it.
He heard it. That, the Lions didn't win that game. The Packers lost that game. And also, we'll see you again. And Jared was like, yes, we know this because we're in the same division. We play twice.
It was dripping with sarcasm.
So here it is.
Jared does sarcasm so well.
So the Lions know. They also, quote unquote, want the game.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, we got Lissandro's pick down 30-26. We want yours. We'll get to more of your phone calls. Inside Allen Park with the Birch Kid at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. Now remember this, they specialize. Michigan Law has recovered more $1 million auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan auto law over any other law firm in the state. Largest auto accident settlement, largest truck accident settlement. And here's the other thing. They really believe in customer service. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from the current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. First thing you do is contact them when you need them. Michigan Auto Law, they care more so you win more. Michigan Auto Law auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. It's the Karsch and Anderson program. We go inside Allen Park with the Birch Kid today at 12:30. Hear the best of what the coordinators had to say in the 1 o'clock hour. Let's get back to your open line calls. Sam is in Belleville, and he's next on 97.1. What's up, Sam?
Hey, what's up? So two things and then some words of encouragement.
All right.
First, I'm going to go Lions 31-28 with Jake Bates sealing the deal.
It's a game winner.
Which
huh? Okay.
leads me to, so the Lions will be going to the Super Bowl, and my job is sending me to New Orleans for the next 6 months, so I'll be there. I might buy me a ticket if it's cheap enough. And then some words of encouragement for the guy that called earlier, switching to MSU. You're not really giving yourself an upgrade. It's more of a serious downgrade. But good luck. We always need more Spartans.
Well, look, I mean, that guy, I don't know if he was being facetious. He sounded like he meant it, didn't he? He sounded like he meant it.
Well, he's not doing an upgrade, I'll tell you that.
Well, if people missed it, a guy called and said he was done. He was an Ohio State fan. He was done being an Ohio State fan, and he was switching to be a Michigan State fan, which I suppose the reason he chose Michigan State was allowed him the right to hate Michigan, I guess. but you're telling him not to do it, or no? You want him to do it. You say you need more Spartans.
I'm not telling him not to do it. I'm just saying don't expect to root for this team and come out like a millionaire who just hit the lottery.
All right. There's a weird psychology going on with that guy.
I mean, he's so distraught over the loss to Michigan as an Ohio State fan that he feels at this point, as long as Ryan Day is the coach of Ohio State, he feels Michigan State has a better chance to upset Michigan than Ohio State does. And Ohio State's not upsetting Michigan or just beat Michigan, you know?
Yeah.
And then he gave us a crazy score that didn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, that was the guy that picked Lions to score 4 touchdowns and win 24-20. Well, he was going to bet. We couldn't tell if he was betting. He said he was going to bet Amon-Ra, Gibbs, and Montgomery all to score touchdowns, and then Amon-Ra and Gibbs to score another one.
Yeah, and
then he picked the final score 24-20. As you said at the time, the math was not mathing. Toby's next here on 97.1. Toby and Jackson. What's up, Toby?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, listen. I got a question for you guys. You guys said something a week or so ago about the NFL possibly flexing that Buffalo game from Monday night. Have you guys heard any more about that?
Yeah, they can't do it. So the NFL has rules, and they didn't. They weren't written in the rules about flexing the game, but they've been true up until this year that a network that had the game could protect the game from being flexed. They can protect one of their games. And CBS, I believe, is the network that has this game, and they are protecting it. So it cannot be flexed to Monday night.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, see, I was going to say that extra day, man, that would make.
Okay, I got to do you a favor. Do you have us on like AirPods or something, Toby?
Yeah, I'm a mailman. I'm delivering mail right now.
All right, it's okay. Is there any chance you could take us off the AirPods because it's breaking up pretty bad?
How about this?
Much better. Go ahead.
All right. Anyhow, no, I was just going to say I got the Lions winning 27-24 tonight. I think it's going to be close, but I think we get it done.
Okay, and why do you think they get it done?
I think Jake Bates has been money pretty much this year, and I think when it comes down to it, I think Dan Campbell is a better coach. So I think he'll get us in position to win.
You're the first person that's called up and said that about Campbell. You just flat out think we got a better coach. And
I do.
He's been really, I mean, it's hard to believe. If this is what Dan Campbell's going to be, and, he's relatively young, if we're going to have him for a long time, and this is what he's going to be, and this is what Brad Holmes is going to be, this is a fan base that is owed this. Like
absolutely.
I don't know. We didn't check the veracity of a tweet we saw earlier today. I got to see if I can find it. But it was really telling. Stick with us, Toby, because I appreciate the phone call. But let me see if I can find this tweet that somebody put out there about how good Brad Holmes has been. I don't know where I put it. I'll find it at some point. Suffice to say, Brad Holmes has just killed it. He's absolutely killed it as the GM of this team. And it was data that supported it.
With his drafting?
Yeah. It's like he's got 27% of his draft picks have gone on to be. Here it is. It was from Devoted to Detroit. Percentage of draft picks that have become Pro Bowlers or All Pros since 2021. The Lions, 27.6%. That leads the NFL, okay, since Holmes took over. 27.6% of their draft picks have become Pro Bowlers or All Pros. The next closest team in the NFL is the Cowboys at 11.1. Now, look at the rest of the league. They're all kind of bunched together. Cowboys 11.1, Chiefs 10%, Texans 9.4, Chargers 9.1, Ravens 8.8, Rams 7.3. They're all kind of clustered there. The Lions are 16.5 points clear of the Cowboys. Now, again, we didn't have a chance to check the veracity, but something tells me that this is true.
Yeah, not shocking, right? If it were true, because we know how good he's been. And also, I think it depends how many picks you've had in the first round, second round, where your picks are.
That's
all
fair.
that plays a factor into it,
fair.
too. And Holmes has done a great job of maneuvering in the draft to get the players where he wants them. But not just the draft, Holmes has been great, Doug. The free agency, picking guys off practice squads. I don't know, has Tim Patrick been pretty good? So that's another reason why I kind of believe in what the Lions are doing here. They're picking the guys that they think will help this team. I know they're off practice squads, and they're maybe aren't on a team for a reason. But hasn't he done enough to prove to you, hey, Holmes knows what he's doing, and if he's going to get somebody out there from a practice squad, I trust Holmes to do it. Like Jonah Williams. I don't know why. I feel like he could make a play tonight because Brad Holmes identified him as someone that could help this team when we're down 3 or 4 linemen,
Okay, that's interesting. You go Jonah Williams, I'll go Miles Adams.
Sure. Picking Adams.
Random practice squad acquisition dude that steps up. Because tonight we'll probably see, I imagine, David Long and Quan Alexander, and probably one of Jonah Williams or Miles Adams, if not both. These guys weren't with us a couple weeks ago. And now, would it be shocking if they make a play? Or are we gotten to the point where we almost expect it? Hey, thank you, Toby, for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Steve is in Myrtle Beach and is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Doug.
Hey.
How we doing?
We're doing great. How are things in Myrtle Beach?
Things are chilly, man. Those Alberta Clippers reach all the way down here.
Yeah, it's. We're kind of accustomed to it. So,
but we're missing the northern Michigan snow, which is my primary residence.
Where's that?
Higgins Lake, Grayling area.
Okay, yeah, not a bad area.
Not a bad area. Yep. Plenty of snow. Hey, I'm a 70-year-old, long-time suffering Lions fan, and I got to tell you, I am enjoying this. It's been a long time coming. There's 3 words I thought I may never see associated with the Lions: ethic, competence, accountability. And we've got all 3.
That appears to be the case. Case.
I think Dan Campbell's warming up to the idea of field goals. And I've seen a trend developing here in your last few calls, and I'm right with them. 30-27 Lions on a last second, last moment, last play, Jake Bates, 60-yard field goal.
Jake Bates, a game-winning 60-yard field goal.
30-27, 3 touchdowns, 3 field goals.
It's funny you say that because I was myself noticing there's a lot of Jake Bates love coming in, which is great. There should be. There should be a lot of Jake Bates love.
Well, and I think Dan's warming up to field goals.
Well, it's I don't know if it's anything other than his. Is it a feel he has, or is he truly warming up to field goals? Does it have to do with Jake Bates? It feels like a good question for the morning show. I'm gonna guess he would deny that, but I'm not saying you're wrong.
Well, I think it's a little bit of a transition, right? He came in to make a point on being tough, and he's secured that point. Now we're working on the finer edges.
Yeah, well, they've looked really good, and the Jake Bates acquisition. Going back to last spring when he's bombing in 60-yarders for the Michigan Panthers, and everybody's like, "Oh, what about this guy? What about this guy? What about this guy?" Yes, what about this guy? They got him, and he has been worth it. We'll go inside Allen Park with the Birchie Kid next, then more of your phone calls and feedback. Here are the best of what the coordinators told the media this week. Lions and Packers tonight in a massive football game. 97-1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97 a ticket. Anderson out today, but we still have friends, even if we have to pay them. We welcome in the Birchie Kid. Hello, Will Birchfield.
What's up, Doug Carr? Should I just hear that you're paying me? I'm on board for that.
You're an employee of the station, so that's what I was getting at.
That's a nice workaround.
Yeah. So Mike Greenberg on ESPN said this might be the biggest game of the NFL season. Is that the context that it feels is the way they're approaching it down at Allen Park?
Yeah, definitely. And it feels like the sixth or seventh time we said that about the Lions this season. It feels like they've had a number of these biggest game of the year type games, all the way back in week 1 with the Rams, and then at Dallas, and then at Minnesota for first place in the NFC North, and then at Green Bay for first place in the NFC North, and then at Houston on Sunday night. And then, we'll probably say it again next week against the Bills, and maybe in the season finale against the Vikings. And so this is just the latest huge game for this team. And this is a real titanic clash of physical teams that are two of the best rushing teams in the NFL. And I think we're in for a real slugfest tonight at Ford Field.
So, look, everybody knows about the defensive attrition, and they've acquired a bunch of players. I'm going to give you a list of names that have been signed and brought in the last few weeks, and some as recently as like this past weekend. And you tell me who you think might play. Defensive tackle Miles Adams, defensive end Jonah Williams, linebacker Quan Alexander, linebacker David Long, linebacker / safety Jamal Adams. Are all of these guys going to play or just some of them?
I wouldn't be shocked if all of them play. And I think the reason that Gator's out today is because the Lions just signed him to play defensive tackle. So they're working on integrating him into the game plan as we speak.
If that's true, I'm changing my pick.
Yeah.
we got Kang out there tonight. I'm going to be playing the not even the poor man's version, the destitute man's version of Alex Anzalone. Karsh is playing for Josh Paschal. No. In all seriousness, I think that all of those guys could play, and Dan Campbell said it himself this week, and I think the most intriguing one is the one with the most decorated resume, and that's obviously Jamal Adams. They'd have to elevate him from the practice squad, but if and when he gets out there, they definitely envision him as a linebacker in the box, not a safety who would take any kind of reps away from Branch or Joseph. But, Dan Campbell obviously joked about using Adams as a defensive end, but also hinted semi-seriously about using him as an OLB, especially in pass rushing downs, an outside linebacker who could also, drop into coverage if he needs to against a tight end or a running back out of the backfield. And to me, that feels like kind of a specialized version of the Derek Barnes, Sam linebacker role. And, Rodriguez stepped into that in sort of a pseudo fashion. Now that he's down, someone has to play there. And if not tonight, in time, it feels like that might be Jamal Adams' role. Now, obviously not to that degree of snaps, but I do think that when they get him out there, that's how they envision using him.
It's funny. John Beeline's one of my all-time favorite coaches, and to just listen to talk about his sport. And he used to talk about in the NCAA tournament, you oftentimes ended up counting on outliers, guys who were on guys 7, 8, 9 off the bench who have to come through and make a play for you in the postseason. Is there an outlier on this roster, somebody that doesn't get a lot of attention or even opportunity that you would pick to be a important player or make an important play in tonight's game?
Yeah, and he's probably on the practice squad of the Los Angeles Rams right now. He hasn't even been signed yet. He'll show up in a couple hours and they'll throw him out there and he'll make a huge play tonight. No, I think whoever ends up playing significant snaps at defensive tackle in DJ Reader's spot tonight has a chance to make a really big impact because of these various absences. I think his threatens to loom the largest. He's been key in Aleem McNeil's emergence this season into a star and maybe superstar defensive tackle. DJ Reader has taken on, occupied, and oftentimes beat so many double teams at the nose that it has allowed Aleem to rush one-on-one, especially on pass rushing downs, and that has really opened up Aleem's game. So someone's going to have to step in there next to Aleem, whether it's maybe Broderick Martin or Pat O'Connor, as we've seen over the past couple of weeks, and play that role of Reader in tandem with McNeil. But this is a big opportunity now for Broderick Martin, and maybe he's a guy who, in the next couple of weeks, beginning tonight, begins to step forward and prove that he was worthy of that third-round draft pick the Lions used on him last year.
You know, we've talked a lot and taken calls from listeners, and what keeps getting discussed is how Green Bay really wants this game, and they're really motivated. And I feel like the Lions find ways to get motivated and really do cultivate a legitimate chip on their shoulder. Guys like Zadarius Smith, who seems to be loves revenge tour stuff. I imagine Brian Branch wants to make an impact on this game after getting thrown out. The Jared Goff comment when they said we're going to see him again, and Jared was like, I know you're on our schedule. We are in the same division. We play twice, which was just elite level sarcasm. Did the Lions, are you seeing a chip on the shoulder motivation? Like they really want this?
Yeah, you know, we heard it from Amik Robertson this week, who is not shy in telling you how he feels. And he said, you know, we know that the Packers think that, you know, they have proven themselves as an elite team over the past 3 games since they played us. But he said, look, those teams that they beat, they ain't us. They ain't us. And you could argue that the Lions defense obviously isn't nearly as equipped to stop the Packers as it may have been 4 weeks ago. But what they still do have is a really strong and dare we say elite secondary. And you're getting Carlton Davis back tonight. I think that helps in a really big way. You know, he has quietly played really good football now for 2 months. In fact, since week 5, Carlton Davis has allowed a passer rating and coverage of 36.8. That is the best mark in the NFL, and it's not all that close. Now, he hasn't defended some of the best receivers in the game over that stretch, and the Lions have played maybe a lesser list of quarterbacks. But Carlton Davis's return is big tonight, and it feels like to win this game, the Lions are going to have to get a takeaway, maybe 2, and they haven't come in the past 2 games, and that was a big part of their defensive success early on. The easiest way to compensate for deficiencies in personnel is to take the ball away, and I think tonight it's going to come down to one of those DBs making a play or 2 on the ball against Jordan Love.
Well, speaking of Jordan Love, they love to play the card that he was hurt the first time around, and you know they also have almost showed their hand in the red zone. Expect Josh Jacobs to get the ball a ton. What are you seeing out of the Packers camp that's caught your eye this week?
You know, what caught my eye and my ear was what Aaron Glenn said in response to a question about Jordan Love and how much he has grown since the beginning of this season when he was throwing a bunch of picks. And Aaron Glenn said, look, it's not so much about Jordan Love as it is the coaching staff saying, listen, Josh Jacobs, you're our guy, and we're going to run this team and this offense through you. And that, in turn, is going to make Jordan Love more effective by just alleviating some pressure and giving him some more one-on-one throws, some easier throws to make. And since that Lions game, he has played sort of Jared Goff-like football. He hasn't had to throw the ball 30 times in a game. Since then, he did that 5 times in their first 7 games, and he's just making the plays that are there for him. And I think he'll play that way tonight because obviously he threw that costly pick 6 the last time against Kirby Joseph, and Branch and Joseph together have put so much ball hawking on tape that I just don't know how many risks opposing quarterbacks want to take. But this is now, as of 2 months ago, a run-centric offense. And I'll tell you what, man, Josh Jacobs runs every bit as angry as David Montgomery. And I know that's kind of hard to believe because who can possibly run with as much violence as Montgomery? But he really does. He's 3rd in the NFL in missed tackles forced. He's 3rd in yards after contact behind only Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. And that attitude has begun to permeate this entire Packers offensive line and offense at large. They play downhill. And I'll say this, Doug, I think there is like a reckoning now in the NFC North that to play like with the Lions, you have to play with the same level of physicality and downhill demeanor. And I think the Packers and Vikings together want to throw that game back in the Lions' face, and I think we'll see that tonight, and we'll see if that Lions undermanned defense can respond.
It's so funny you say that because Aaron Glenn kept saying this week, it's not about scheme. It's not about, these guys coming in and providing something we don't have. It's about them adapting to the way that we play. He thinks that players come in here and start to play the Lions' way, that they'll be just fine. Like, just play harder like we do, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, you see it in a player like Al-Quadin Muhammad, right, who I know you guys were discussing earlier and might only have 2 tackles to his name on the season, but it feels like 3 or 4 times a game he'll just domino affect one offensive lineman into another. Like, he just plays with this ferocity on the defensive line that is emblematic of the rest of this defense. And he was a guy who arrived here from nowhere. He was unsigned entering this season after being cut by the Cowboys, and he arrived a couple months ago and has just immediately embraced the physicality of playing defense for the Lions. And that's why you feel pretty good about the prospects of guys like Quan Alexander and Jonah Williams and Miles Adams and Jamal Adams, because these guys aren't just signed to fill a roster spot. They're signed with a specific purpose in mind. And it's a testament, as much as it is to Aaron Glenn, also to Brad Holmes and his pro scouting department, who go out and identify guys who are willing and able to play in the fashion that Aaron Glenn wants them to. And so if and when they make an impact down the stretch, it'll be hard to say that it's that much of a surprise.
All right, you on TV tonight?
I am. Yeah. You can catch me in the 6 o'clock hour and again from 7 to 8 for our Fox 2 pregame show. I think Kirk Herbstreit is in town tonight for the game with Al Michaels. And as Jen Hammond pointed out to me, he'll probably have his golden retriever Pete on the field with him. So I think I got to get Gator, my golden retriever Gator, on the field tonight myself. So we'll see if we can have her make her Ford Field debut and Fox 2 return.
There you go. Is everybody fixed? All the dog, there's not going to be any.
Yeah, well, Gator is. I can't speak for Pete. I don't want to speak on Pete's behalf, but yes, Gator has been sufficiently fixed.
All right, good.
That's not on the injury report anywhere.
She's also playing linebacker for the Lions.
Listed as probable.
There is a Gator on the field tonight.
Yeah. Birchie Kid, appreciate it as always. We'll watch for you on TV tonight. Everybody's fired up. Have fun.
Yeah, can't wait, guys. Thanks a lot.
There he is. The Birchie Kid, who joins us every week previewing Lions football here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you have workout clothes on your Christmas wish list, then you should be buying your shirts, shorts, and workout leggings from Show Some Respect, the Michigan-based company focused on high-quality, durable fitness apparel for athletes, weekend warriors, and anyone who competes. I say it every day. Treat each other with respect, and respect is their motto, too. Respect yourself, respect the game, and respect all others with the courage to compete. Go to showsomerespect.com and use the discount code Doug at checkout. Showsomerespect.com. SHOSUM respect.com. All right, Carson Anderson, Gators out. 248-539-9797. Next hour, we'll get into the best of what the coordinators had to say. Love talking to you and getting your picks. Kang, I want you to think about this, and I think next hour we got to give our outlier. Who's the outlier that steps up and makes a big play? The way somebody always seems to for the Detroit Lions, whether it be a Brock Wright, a Tim Patrick, whether it be last year in the postseason when Rodrigo had an interception, right? Who is the outlier that makes a play? 248-539-9797. Plus predictions. We've got a ton that have come in via ticket text that I need to get caught up on. Tons of phone calls as well. Let's get back to them. We go to Greg in Detroit. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Greg.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Great
buddy.
show. Hey, man. I'm great. Fantastic. Thanks for asking. Hey, man, I'm not fearing anything. This team is built differently. It's just built differently, and it starts from the front office. It started with Sheila Ford. We're experiencing something completely different. I'm finally fitting into my new Lion suit, and I say that mentally and physically. We're just something different now, And I ordered my book from the Patriots on how to act on the first time you win a Super Bowl, Volume 1. So I ordered that so it didn't calm me down. But we're just built differently. And the fact that Green Bay says that that they just had a bad game or they had penalties, they were shooting themselves in the foot. Well, yeah, they did, and it was for a reason. So that's an insult to me. And the fact that you say you're going to see a quarterback again. I mean, that is an insult to me. I don't understand what you think is going to happen, but we're going to come in there. The score is going to be 37-20, and our outliers, and you already said it, it's going to be Brock Rice and Tim Patrick. I think Tim Patrick's going to get his first touchdown. So I'm excited. I'm excited from this moment on. I just don't think we're going to lose a game. I mean, people say, yeah, we got to win. Why? Why do we have to lose a game? This offense is something different. When are you going to realize that we are something different that this NFL has not seen?
It's interesting you bring up the whole concept. Look, if you lose a game, sometimes when you lose a game, it can be a good thing. Sometimes a team needs the reset. I'm not sure this is that kind of group. I don't think this team is distracted. I don't think this team is early victory lapping. I don't think this team is losing focus. Some of the things that you might need, a reset, a humbling, I don't think this team needs a humbling. There are some guys on this roster that spent their entire careers being humbled. So I do buy into, at times, certain teams kind of need a loss. But those things you can see them coming from getting a little full of themselves. And in fact, in a weird way, with all the injuries, I think they're probably saying, we have to be better than we've been. It's making them actually hyper-focused because of the injuries.
No, this team has got great perspective, and it starts from the top. When Dan Campbell is in that locker room every time, he tells them how hard it is to win in this league, And they had their kind of mess up in the Texans game. Was that not a little bit of a wake-up call that first half? Like, hey, wake up. To me, it was a lot of ways a perfect game for the Lions because it wakes you up for a second, and you still win the game, People talk about being the hunted now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the hunted, but they're still the hunters. They haven't won anything, and they know that in that locker room. In fact, if they just think back to last year and how heartbreaking that loss was, they still have that chip on their shoulder. They still have that drive. To me, yeah, they're the hunted, but they're also the hunter, and then they're hyper-focused on their goal. And so I don't think that there is that need to be refocused at all. They've been focused the entire year, and they continue to stay that way.
248-539-9797. Great points, Kang. Let's go to Al in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Al.
Hey, what's going on, boss?
How we doing, Al?
I was doing good. I was calling and talking about how these fans, they just they flip mode on us, man. It's like they got PTSD or something. It's like this coaching regime that we have is so solid. I feel like they can bring anybody onto this team and get them playing up to par, especially with AG. Like, the guy's been phenomenal from when he had a terrible secondary last year to now. You know, we got, like, honestly, one of the best secondaries in the NFL.
I want to give you your time. You said something there I'm not sure I agree with, but I don't know that you're wrong. When you said we can bring anybody onto this team, I feel like they very specifically target certain types of players. And I don't know that they would agree that you bring anybody onto this team.
Okay.
Now
I can agree to that.
Yeah. Now, when you get to that point, and I think New England did get there, if you got signed by New England, you fell in line or else. And so maybe they are getting to that point where it's you fall in line or else. But it's an interesting debate. It's like a chicken and the egg. Are we seeing all these guys produce because they're specifically targeted because of who they are as football players, or are they falling in line with what the Lions do?
I think because of the particular football players they are.
Yeah.
Like mostly disciplined players, like players that's not afraid to just take the back seat and get the opportunity when it arrives.
Yep.
And it's like, what's that?
No, I'm agreeing. Sorry.
Oh, yep. They get the opportunity when it arrives, and it's almost like it doesn't, like, that doesn't make sense in a league where so many players are ready for their opportunity to shine. Yeah. And then my other prediction was Tim Patrick's. I think Tim Patrick's is the sleeper of this game. I think you get the first touchdown out of this guy tonight, and I think he's going to be under the radar. I don't think teams are really like ideal on him being like such a difference maker. Like we've seen he doesn't drop an opportunity when it comes his way. Goff is definitely not afraid to get the ball to the guy.
He's been Tim perfect for this team. Like he has been exactly
Absolutely.
what they needed. And in the wake of the offseason, who's replacing Josh Reynolds? You know, they went out and they got a guy that became available late, and it feels like he couldn't be a better fit. Al, do you got a prediction or no?
I got a prediction. I think quietly the Lions run off with this one with a score of 28-14.
28-14. All right, cool. Al in Detroit, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797.
The type of player they're bringing in, this is why I brought up earlier the culture. I believe in the culture so much. And I brought up the Patriots. I know they won Super Bowls. Lions haven't won anything. But they looked for a particular player, even whether they drafted a guy, grabbed a guy off a practice squad, free agency, trade, whatever. And you come in, you bring that player into your system, into your locker room, into your culture, and that guy falls in line. And that's what the Lions have done here. You know what I mean? I feel like all these guys, they've picked and chosen which practice player, Tim Patrick here from, who's been cut. They know what type of player they're looking for, and Aaron Glenn said it. You learn how to play our style of defense, you'll be fine. You'll learn the playbook. Well, everything else will fall in line.
It's amazing because it's literally the inverse of what we did our whole lives, which is because the Lions did it, it probably isn't going to work. Now it's because the Lions did it, it's probably going to work. It's a crazy, crazy chain of events. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback, more of your calls, the best of what Aaron Glenn had to say. Funny comment from Ben Johnson. You want to hear that at 1:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so a couple things here. One, I want to clear something up. I didn't want to be misinterpreted. I did a big thing last hour about how I rarely play the who wants it more card. And it's because I think everybody wants it almost all the time. I think there's very rarely a time where one team's like, you can take it. I mean, these are sports. These are competitors. These are athletes. I watch my kids grow up, and you see the difference between the ones that are going to play in college are sometimes just borderline obsessed with success in their sport. And then there's others that are really talented that aren't quite as driven. Then there's ones that don't give a crap. They're just talented. But the one, like, to get to the level of the NFL, you have to be exceedingly motivated and a competitor, the highest degree, almost all of them. Not all of them. Some are so gifted that they don't maybe have that drive. So I always kind of scoff a little bit about when somebody picks a team to win because they want it more. This team wants it more. Sometimes I suppose it's the case. Green Bay needs it more, but it's not like Detroit doesn't want it. I asked Birchie the specific question about some of the things that have been said out of Green Bay and the chips on their shoulder have been cultivated because that's the want that Detroit has to match the want that Green Bay has. And that's why I asked that question. And as I asked it, I was like, some people are going to misinterpret this as me saying Detroit wants it more. No, it was here is why Detroit wants it as much as Green Bay wants it. So just to clarify that point, 248-539-9797. Hey, Gators out today. One more hour of the show. Most of the calls have been picking the Lions game, and I'm running out of room on the sheet. This is great because so many people want to get their 2 cents in. We're taking a winner score and the reason why. Kang, I don't know if you've given it some thought. Outliers. It's a term that I remember John Beilein used to describe if you make an NCAA tournament run, invariably an outlier has to make a play. You got to get your Spike Albrecht to step up and have his moment, or whoever the case may be. As one of the people on Twitch pointed out very astutely, do you got an outlier for tonight's game?
I kind of mentioned it before. I'm going back to it, Doug. Jonah Williams, 1 TFL.
Okay. Jonah Williams, a guy who joined the team over the weekend.
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago.
Exactly.
But I remember him on the Rams. He's actually, listen, he was on a practice squad, so it's not like you're getting Aaron Donald here, okay? So,
right.
But I think these guys come in and their mentality becomes the Lions' mentality. When Aaron Glenn says, we want you to play like we do, I think he's going to take that full on, and he's going to get a chance to play right away, which a lot of practice squad guys don't. But the Lions are so, they've been hit so bad on that front four. I think he's going to play alongside McNeil at some point during the game here. TFL.
So I'm going to go with Broderick Martin. I think it's Broderick Martin's time. This is a guy that the organization believed in. I
think we're going head-to-head here.
We might be. There's a start-stop to his career, it feels as though. Like he hasn't really got – this is his chance. And I thought it was really interesting that he makes his season debut in the last 3 plays, credited with only 2 snaps, but the last 3 plays of the game against Chicago. Was he ready? Was he forced into action because of injuries? Probably more the second than the first. But I imagine it's an in-house guy that gets the first crack tonight at those positions that have been vacated by injured players. So I'm going to go Broderick Martin.
Yeah, they're going to rotate, and I'm sure both guys will be in the game at some point. I think we're thinking the same thing, though, is Aleem McNeil is going to get the attention of Green Bay. And so someone else has to step up. And another guy I would mention, too, is not, Zadarius Smith, but Muhammad on the other side. You mentioned his stat sheet only says 2 tackles, but we feel like he's made more of an impact, and maybe tonight's the night he finally gets, a sack on his stat sheet as well.
Hey, appreciate it, Kang, and want your outliers if you want to give them to us, plus your predictions. 11:20, we'll hear from the coordinators, the best of what they told the media this week. Getting set for the Lions in Green Bay tonight. Mark is in Ann Arbor, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, so here's my thing. I feel like today's game, it's going to be one or the other. I feel like for Detroit to win, they're going to have to run the ball a lot more to kind of waste time, keep the pressure off of the defense. But also, if they need to get into a shootout, they have the offense to get into a shootout. So I'm kind of lost on where to go with it because I feel like Detroit's going to win. I think I told the screener 34-31, somewhere in there. I think it's going to be a field goal. But I think it could be a really low-scoring game because of this emphasis on running the ball. It sounds like the Packers want to run the ball more. So it has potential to just be not a Michigan-Ohio State shootout, 13-10, but I could see like the 21-17 or something like that. But I also could see this just being a touchdown game from everywhere,
Well, Mark, I mean, look, you can. The funny thing is, you can get in a shootout and still have a game that's where the run game is an emphasis. Like it can still actually be a shootout because, let's face it, both these teams have some pretty damn good running backs with Josh Jacobs, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery. And all it takes is, 4 or 5 runs, bang, 60 yards, Jameson Williams, touchdown, and you can start seeing it turn into a shootout. But there's no way that either team is going into this game thinking, God, we don't really need to run the ball. I'm sure they're going to make efforts to run the ball.
Yeah, and I don't know. If I was offensive coordinator, and I'm not, I think I would have a huge emphasis if I was the Lions on running the ball, keeping my defense off of the field, knowing that they are a little bit exposed, but also we have a really gosh darn good defense too.
I think one thing,
even though we are injured,
Mark, I have a bit of a theory that I think gets tested tonight. It's kind of an idea that I've been workshopping, and that is that the Lions secondary is so blank and good that the pass rush doesn't matter. And I don't know that that's the case. I think that might be a bit of a stretch, but I'm willing to entertain the thought because I can't believe how good the pass defense has been since Hutch went down.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. It's like they took it personal and, all right, this is on us now. And that whole secondary is just doing a damn good job.
Yep.
Like you said.
Yep.
It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch the Lions be good. It's great because my 8-year-old is literally running around the house now with a football, screaming Jared Goff to St. Brown, touchdown Lions, and spiking a football in the house and almost breaking a TV. The kid keeps asking, can we go to a Lions game? Can we go to a Lions game? And I'm like, I'd have to sell a kidney to go, buddy. So, it's not going to happen, but, one day it will. But no, they've really energized my youngest and my oldest to watch football, and, they're wanting to play catch with me and do stuff and pretend that they're these different players. And I love it. So, thank you to the Lions as a father too.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Jay in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
All right, so I got a prediction for the game. I said 37-24. I think the offense rolls. I have 2 predictions. I think Darius Smith's going to have a good game, at least 2 sacks. But my off the radar, or what does Beeline call it? What's the word?
The outlier.
Outlier. The outlier I have is on the defensive side, Trevor Nowatzki. I think he's in spots played well. I know he's actually been – I'm looking at his game log. He's actually, played every game since the Arizona game, or had stats at least. So I think he's been around long enough, and he's one of those guys who didn't just get here, yesterday. And so I think he's going to get a lot of snaps, and he can do a little bit. I mean, he's got an interception. He's got a sack, so he can play in the linebacker position, whether it's a TFL, an interception, or a sack. I think he's going to have himself a day, or at least make a key play that kind of turns the game.
The Nowatzki thing is really, really intriguing because, it's gotten to the point where there's so many guys on this staff that have credibility to me. Jay, when Aaron Glenn said we were ecstatic to get him back and gave his reasons why and talked about, that they were heartbroken when they lost him. I believe Arizona took him off their practice squad, and he was enthusiastically welcoming his return. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. Let me pay attention. Nowatzki is a player that they've taken his skill set and they've used it and they've gotten the most out of him, and I love it. Local guy, good to see him do well.
Yeah, he just definitely seems like one of those guys that is a perfect fit, and I hope to see him long term as one of those guys who has to play a lot this year, but once we're healthy is just one of those depth guys that you can count on and not flipping between practice squads. So. Go Lions. Thanks for everything. Thanks for the call, guys.
No, we appreciate you calling. You will hear Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, the best of what they had to tell the media today at 11:20, including a funny line from Ben Johnson. It is Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Scott Anderson out today, so I guess, yeah, it's just me. Doug Harsh. Lions taking on the Packers tonight in a massive football game. If you missed it earlier, Kang and I gave our predictions. I took the Lions 34-28. I think Jameson Williams has a huge game. They haven't seen much of JMO in this rivalry, which is really a strange confluence of events that have led us to a fact that here we are. If I asked you how many targets does JMO have in his career against Green Bay prior to today, I think you would have said more than 4, but that's it. He has 4 targets in this rivalry, and I think they get a full dose of the JMO experience tonight. Kang took the Lions 32-29. I think this is going to be a bit of a classic shootout kind of game. We both picked outliers to make plays. Kang went with Jonah Williams, recently signed off the practice squad of the Rams. I went with Broderick Martin, who made his season debut last week. Door is open because, if you missed it earlier, DJ Reader is out. Levi Onwuzurike is out. Josh Paschal is out. Taylor Decker is out. Does it spell doom and gloom? Well, it might, but keep in mind for the Packers, they are missing some important players as well. Jair Alexander out. Edrin Cooper out. Romeo Doubs out. So a couple defensive guys and one of their better wide receivers. They still have talent there with Reed and Watson, and Tucker Kraft is going to be an issue. And Josh Jacobs presents challenges as well. I think this is one of those buckle-up games. It's one of those buckle-up games. So get ready for it, and we continue with your phone calls and your predictions. Rich is in his car and is next on 97.1. Hi, Rich.
Hey, Doug. Huge fan.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Hey, I'm going with 36-29 as well, Detroit.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, you know, I coached high school soccer varsity for 22 years, and my best moves I ever made was when I had to because of injuries or whatever, and I started putting guys in different spots. And it was like, oh, okay, that's what I needed to do, huh? I think this coaching staff is going to do the same thing. I like some of our new guys. Quan Alexander may be an outlier today, or the guy from L.A.
Yep.
But I'm thinking somebody's going to – you know, this group isn't going to lose, Doug. I mean – Campbell, I think he's getting a little tired of hearing people getting so negative about the injuries. He said, listen, we're going out there to win this game. We're playing the guys. These are all professional guys that want to win. And I don't know, I just feel good about this team, about their makeup with Campbell.
Well, look, you know, it's an interesting comparison that you make. Where did you coach, by the way?
It was a little D4 school. I started the program. It was Lutheran Westland. We actually went to a state final in 2003 and got beat.
Oh, still.
But yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a little school, and but I had fun. I coached there for about 20-something years.
That's cool. All right.
But my best moves were always the ones I had to make because of injuries or whatever. It seemed like I needed that little motivation to think outside the box a little bit.
You know,
put guys in different spots.
But in some ways, if you're really good at your job. And I think that maybe, Rich, you were, and I think this Lions staff is, it really caters to your strengths. What is my emergency break glass plan? And if everybody has to do it at some point, okay, we have an emergency. How do we handle this? What is our plan? And it maybe is a strength of this organization is to have some of the best insurance policies around when called upon.
Yeah, I think so. And then we have this coaching staff is amazing. I mean, you know, when are we going to start trusting these guys? I mean, instead of panicking because of, you know, I think
fair.
we're going to find a way, Doug.
I still think it's more about the Jimmies and Joes and X's and O's, but I'm not mad at anybody that's worried about the injuries. That's a shocking number of players on the injured reserve. 13. Next closest team in the NFL has 7 on defense. Lions have 13 defenders on and get it, some of them are like David Bata. He might be playing if he were healthy. He might be the outlier tonight. And so every team has a David Bata on the injured reserve. Preseason guy who gets hurt is lost for the year. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to the sound from the coordinators. We start with Aaron Glenn, who met with the media earlier this week. We've talked a lot about the new guys. How do you integrate the new players into your roster when they've just been here for a few days and literally a few practices? Here's what the Lions defensive coordinator said. So a couple things there. What we got to remember is anybody new doesn't have to learn the entire Lions playbook before they play. They just need to know what the game plan is that week. You know how coaches say everything's different week to week? Oh, it's different week to week. That isn't just a throwaway line. It is, these are the things we're going to try this week. Now, there might be some stuff that they have to adapt to during the game that they can't prepare everybody for, but you don't have to tell Quan Alexander or Jonah Williams, hey, this is what we do against, 5 wide and a team that's going to run that more frequently. You just have to prepare them for the Green Bay game. So it's interesting what he had to say. This one I love. This is Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator. When asked about Jahmyr Gibbs posting a picture on social media with a bunch of defensive calls or offensive calls behind him, and is he worried about that stuff getting out there in the public? Ben Johnson's response was, it's interesting because I'm of a belief that in the NFL, when you get to this point in the season, there's not a whole lot of fooling an opponent. It may happen every once in a while, but not a ton. I mean, everybody's got tape. Everybody breaks it down. Everybody gets it spoon-fed to them, what they do out of what formations. And that Kenny Clark story is interesting. We saw him doing this, and what he was doing, he looked like he was steering the wheel of a truck or churning his arms like he was running. I don't know what it was, but
I thought it was running in place more.
Whatever it was, yeah. It was the motion that Ben Johnson made when he said that. And obviously, this is a radio show, so I wanted to explain to people. But, yeah, you know what's coming. You still have to stop it.
I think that's like 95% true, Doug. But Ben Johnson's such a sicko that he does have stuff up his sleeve that teams in this league hasn't seen yet. I mean, seriously, over-under, Penei Sewell throws a pass tonight. Like there's footage of practice that came out this week that next to Jared Goff throwing warm-up passes, Penei Sewell was throwing passes. And it looked like they were just having some fun, whatever practice was done. But listen, the man did run an end around with Penei Sewell with the intention of him throwing the ball. Wasn't open, so he just tucked it. The greatest 1-yard loss run in the history of the NFL.
It was spectacular. Put it in the Louvre. The thing about it was, in listening to Ben Johnson talk about how that came together, they've been practicing it, and apparently the offensive line hands over the run plays and the play calls that they like the most to Ben Johnson every week, and he takes that into account. And he said this one was starred. The pass from Penei Sewell. I was trying to figure out what's the play call, the trick play they haven't run yet. And I've got an idea. I don't think they've run this one yet. We'll get to that today at 1:31. Plus more of your predictions. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I don't quite know what Kang is talking about here. You just said to me as we were coming on the air, Kang, our producer, the Carson Anderson program, you just said to me, random Lions fan sighting.
Yes.
Are you meaning like somebody famous?
Someone in the world of sports. I don't know how famous he is, but he's definitely in the world of sports. So this is not like, Gators mailman, right?
Okay. Yep. With all respect due.
Yeah,
to
all
Gators
respect due
mailman.
to, yeah. And all his FedEx and UPS drivers. And, I don't want to leave anybody out, Amazon too.
All right. So this is someone from the world of sports that is, what is it, popped up on your social media feed or something?
Yes. So I'll give you a little bit of clue here. He's holding a presser right now. And at his presser, he chose to wear a shirt that said, I love the Lions before they were cool.
Okay, who would be holding a press conference?
There you go. All right, you're on the right path.
1:32
on a Thursday.
On a Thursday afternoon.
He's talking to the media.
Huh. All right, I have a guess.
Go ahead. You want to pick a sport or something, or just who would hold?
Well,
him?
let me just. Okay, my first guess is some college football coach at their conference championship game, because I think they might be meeting with the media today.
You're close, but you're not. You're not there. You're incorrect, but you're dancing right around it. Like you are.
Is that right?
Yeah. So stay on that path.
Stay on that path.
It's not college football.
Okay. But it's somebody meeting with the media. Is there any other who would be holding a press conference on a Thursday afternoon? Isn't Tiger's tournament coming up? Is it somebody from the world of golf?
No. It is the world of college sports.
It's the world of college sports. Oh, okay. So I'm thinking college basketball.
There you go.
Who would be meeting with the media today?
I don't even know why he's meeting with the media. I got to check if they had a game last night or the tournament coming up.
Let me. We're not going to do this the rest of the day.
No. We'll be quick with it here. I'll get to it.
I'm going to go. All right, you ready?
Go for it.
Gino Auriemma.
All right. I like where your head's at. I kind of led you there a little bit. That's not the answer.
Okay.
I'm just going to give you the answer. Do you know the head coach of West Virginia basketball is? Do you know who he is?
It was Bob Huggins, right?
It no longer is Bob Huggins.
No, I don't. Off the top of my head, I don't.
Does the name Darian DeVries ring a bell?
Well, the name DeVries does.
Okay. He is the brother of former Lion Jared DeVries.
That is awesome.
And he's wearing this shirt to his presser today. Now, I went back and looked at his Wikipedia. I'm like, I know Jared DeVries went to Iowa, and you probably know that too.
Yep.
I'm like, other than that, do they have any connection to Michigan? Like, were they born here, grow up here, whatever? As far as I could find, no. Are you telling me he's a Lions fan because his brother played for the Lions?
I bet that's it.
So Jared DeVries' brother, his older brother, is the head coach of West Virginia basketball, and he wore a Lions T-shirt to his presser today.
So I have two DeVries stories.
Two? Wow.
Two Jared. Well, one's mine, one's John Jansen's.
Okay.
Yep. But John's is spectacular because they became teammates in Detroit for a brief minute. So when I was very new in this business, young kid, grew up in Southeast Michigan, got my first job in radio, was at 1050 over in Ann Arbor. And I would go to the Big Ten media days, and I would try and interview a player from every team. I'd try and get some questions in for every coach and try and make it relevant to our audience. And Jared DeVries was representing Iowa once. And I'm completely sheltered and have no idea. And I said, have you given any thought to what you want to do after football? And his answer, I laughed out loud because I thought he was joking. And then I realized, oh yeah, maybe not. Jared DeVries says, yeah, I want to be a farmer and own my own farm. And I laughed and I'm like, oh, Iowa. Yeah.
And he was dead serious.
Yeah, he was dead serious because I didn't know anybody that grew up wanting to be a farmer. I didn't know anybody. So that was my first interaction with Jared DeVries, and I wonder if he would remember that jackass kid from the Ann Arbor radio station laughing at him.
You didn't say seriously. No, what do you want to be, man?
No, I didn't say that, but I did giggle before I realized that, of course, Iowa, duh. The other is, for Michigan fans, this is just one of the funniest things ever, and Lloyd Carr would probably want to kill Jansen. But in 1997, Michigan's playing Iowa. They're trailing, I believe it was 24-20. Might have been 24-21. Michigan got the ball back late. This was the year that Michigan went undefeated. This was they fell behind 21-7 at the half. And they get the ball back late, and they start this drive down the field, and they're running this play. And they line up in some formation, and DeVries recognizes they're running the same play. They're running the same play. And Jansen's down his three-point stance, and he says, yup, and we're coming right at you. And they run the play. They go right at him. They get 6 yards. They break the huddle, and they come back, and Jansen puts his hand down. DeVries light up across from him, and Jansen says, it's the same play, Jared. We're coming right at you. And they ran it again.
Jeez.
And he kept doing it. He kept telling him the play before the play, and they took it all the way down the field and scored. It's insanity that John did this. But
DeVries was like an All-American at Iowa. Like, he wasn't like no slouch.
Yes. And Michigan went right down the field and scored on I believe it was Ray Jackson, a fullback, caught a touchdown pass late in that game to give Michigan the win, and then Sam Sword intercepted a pass to seal the deal. But Jansen was telling DeVries, we're coming right at you. So yes, Darren DeVries, who wasn't he was the coach at Creighton.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Was it Creighton?
Yeah, well, he was an assistant coach at Creighton. I think he went to Drake after that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, so there you go. I thought he was the head coach at Creighton. Whatever it was.
Yeah.
I do remember that now that you mention it. And so he is holding a press conference right now wearing a Detroit Lions shirt.
Yeah, and to bring this full circle and end this conversation on the DeVries brothers, Jared DeVries is suiting up for the Lions tonight against the Packers. That's how bad they are, hurting at the defensive end spot. Yes, Jared DeVries,
bringing it back.
Yeah,
bringing it back. It's about right. Let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Demetrius is in Flint and next. What's up, Demetrius?
Hey, Doug, how you doing today?
What's going on?
So I'm pretty consistent. I know who I am. Every time I call you, I mention that I eat cornbread and drink Kool-Aid every day. And I'm right. And I make some reference to Atwood Stadium, so you get to fill in the time.
I absolutely love Atwood Stadium.
Right. And you often follow my call with a great Atwood Stadium story.
Yep.
So I know who I am. But when I look at this, I'm still wondering if I say, what's the best unit on the field tonight? Every time I ask myself, it's still the Detroit Lions offense.
Yep.
I don't know that Green Bay can score 31 points, even on a depleted defense. What I feel fairly certain about is that the only team that stopped the Lions offense this year was the Detroit Lions themselves. If this offense plays the way they generally play at home, the way they generally play in prime time, these nonsense reasons of Green Bay wants it more. What?
Yeah.
I watched women's soccer for 20 years, whatever that guy. They're just making up reasons now to be scared. And because of who I am not worried. I will tell you 34-21, and it's not that close. There's a garbage touchdown in there for Green Bay. Wow. I'm just not. I think Aaron Glenn's that good. I think Brad Holmes is that good. And if the Quan Alexanders and the Jamal Adams win your reps, they're coached well, they're coming into a culture that says go win 5 reps for us. And if each guy just does their job, tomorrow you're going to be like, well, somehow they found a way, because that's what they do. They've done it 11 or 12 times, and people are making up reasons they need a loss to get. No, they don't. They just happen to be the better team. So,
Demetrius, you're right about the Lions offense. We have every reason and should be very, very confident because of the Lions offense. Chesty even about the Lions offense. I don't think it's going to be quite as wide a gap as you do, but the one thing you brought up, and I think it's a great lesson for all of us. Remember Aaron Glenn's first year and a half as the Lions defensive coordinator. There were calls for his job, and I defended him, and I was like, okay, I'm defending him for maybe the wrong reasons, but I'm defending him because his press conferences, I think he is one of the most interesting people to listen to. It's clear he knows what he's doing, and I've fallen for that before. I've fallen for coaches that are great talkers at the podium. It doesn't mean they're a great coach. But there was something about Aaron Glenn that I really, really liked. He just needed to get some of his guys, and now he's got them, and now he's getting cited as a strength as to why the Lions are going to beat a 9-3 team tonight.
I think you were ahead of the curve, because what I think we're seeing in Aaron Glenn is If they sit in a meeting and he says, Brad, I need a guy who can do this in a too-high safety man, whatever the terminology. This is what I need. And Brad and his team say, what about this guy? Look at the film. Yeah, Jamal Adams can do that for 5 plays. Quan Alexander can do that for 8 plays. Whoever the guy is, and that's what they do. This is not just the best Lions team. This is the best version of the Lions organization. And I wish Gator was there so I could say I'm 55 years old. I've been watching the Lions since I was 7. I do that for fun. But this is the best Lions organization we've seen. And I trust Brad implicitly. I think you were ahead of the curve on AG. And I still think the best unit on the field tonight is Lions offense. I don't see why we don't put up a number that starts with a 3. And I don't know that they can.
Final thing, what high school in Flint?
Flint Northern.
Flint Northern. Okay, yeah, Vikings.
Absolutely.
Back in the day, I saw some elite high school basketball and football, Northern, Central, and Saginaw BV, and great time, fun time in my career. Hey, thank you, Demetrius. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Last chance to get your predictions in is right now. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, a reminder, Stoney and Rico from the B-Dubs downtown today, getting you set for the Lions and the Packers. Tonight at Ford Field, hey, man, Mike Greenberg said this might be the biggest game of the NFL season. I am fired up for it, and I'm sure you are as well, and taking a ton of calls today, and let's get right back to them. We go to Dave in Rochester Hills. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
How you doing?
What's up?
I had a thought yesterday. You know, everybody's concerned about all the injuries on the defensive line and so forth.
Yep.
And I mean, including me. But it occurred to me that all these guys who are coming in, they're all healthy and they aren't banged up or anything. Might that be like a small advantage?
The guys coming in are all healthy?
Yeah, that they don't have any wear and tear from the season.
I mean, some of them have been playing a little bit here and there. Probably not to the point where I'd think of it as an advantage. It might be something that makes them better than their skill set would allow them to be at this point in the season, compared to a fresh. But
go ahead.
Yeah, well, just compared to if they started the season with a team, but it is such a game of attrition. It's something to consider. I wouldn't call it an advantage, but yeah, they might be fresh legs, if you will.
Well, I was calling it, as I told your screener, I called it a silver lining. I don't think it makes up for skill, but it might give them an edge, so to speak, that over somebody who was nursing a nagging injury or something like that.
It is a nugget of information. It is not the nugget of information that would tilt the scales in the Lions' favor. I just put it to you like that.
No, I'm sure. But anyway, before I hang up, just want to tell you I really do appreciate the way you sign off.
Oh.
Treat each other with respect.
Yeah, that started during the COVID era, and it's something we could all do more of, and thank you. 248-539-9797. Josiah is in Lake Orion, and on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Josiah?
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, so I got the Lions winning 31-28. Jake Bates with a game-winning field goal. I think it'll be a shootout like last year when Detroit went to, I think it was the Chargers. It was like a back and forth kind of game. I think it was against the Chargers, so I kind of see it that way. I am concerned about the injuries. I'm hopeful. I just think, Jordan Love even missing guys like Romeo Doubs, it's a big loss. I think our secondary is continuing to grow week after week. But I think Jared Goff is going to play a flawless game, and I'm expecting big games from Montgomery, Gibbs, and J-Mo.
Look, I think David Montgomery on the ground and Gibbs through the air. The Jamison Williams four career targets against this team blows my mind. And it's not like the Lions are going, well, that's something we have to correct. I just think it's going to be something that we're going to see. We're going to see Jamison Williams. They're going to get a full dose of him tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I'm excited. It's going to be a great game. Go Lions.
Go Lions. 248-539-9797.
ESPN Analytics just put up a graphic earlier today.
Yeah.
For people worried about, if the Lions lose tonight and what that means for the rest of the season, because they got the Bills next and how that plays with the 1 seed.
Yep.
ESPN Analytics says if the Lions lose versus Green Bay, their chance to earn the number 1 seed is 45%. And the Eagles beat Carolina, their chances would be 42%. So the Lions would still have the edge in the number 1 seed, the race for number 1 seed, if they lose and the Eagles win this weekend.
I mean, I would assume that's taking into account their schedule moving forward.
I would assume so. But if the Lions win tonight, they go from, what was I just say, 45% to 79% of taking the 1 seed in the NFC. So this is a pretty big game if you believe in the analytics.
We did what the 4th or 5th tiebreaker that it might come down to, and it's strength of victories. And the teams the Lions have beat have won 12 more games than the teams the Eagles have beat. That's actually rather significant this late in the season. Now, you don't know who you're going to beat moving forward. You don't know what those teams' records will be. Every team the Lions beat now, the Lions have defeated, you should be rooting for them to win. Except those in the division are chasing the same thing the Lions are, but we should be rooting for Houston to win, for instance. Should be rooting for Indy to win. Every time one of those teams wins, it helps the Lions' resume if it comes down. If the Lions and Eagles both finish with the same record, same conference record, then it will come down to the strength of victory. The strength of victory, root for all the teams the Lions have beaten to keep winning, because we have a significant advantage over Philly right now. 248-539-9797. Pete in Waterford, you're next. Hi, Pete. Pete, are you there? Pete?
Well, I'm here. I'm
right.
here.
Go ahead.
Hey, headed down to the game in a minute. But you're talking about trick plays.
Yep.
And this isn't so much a trick play, but when the running back kind of circles out of the backfield and runs down the sideline and catches the ball in the corner on a bomb to the running back.
Yeah.
There's a name for it. I thought you knew. But I think they're going to use that tonight
when they throw the ball to. The wheel. You mean a wheel route? Wheel route. Yes. Okay.
Route.
Yep.
I never seen him really do it to Gibbs. And isn't he on a linebacker then? Doesn't a linebacker follow him?
Oftentimes, yes.
Yeah, so it would be him against the linebacker, and if they could, kind of clear it out. I'm making my call.
Are you making a call? Jahmyr Gibbs scores a big touchdown on a wheel route?
On a wheel route. Bingo. Yep.
Okay. Gotcha. Do you got a score for us?
I don't think it's going to be as high as people think. Maybe, 28, 23.
Okay. All right.
Good guys.
All right, Pete, thank you. I think the one thing I haven't seen yet this year, and I forgot to get this, I'm glad you brought it up. Have they run a fake field goal this year? I don't think they've run a fake field goal.
I don't think they have.
No. And so I'm keep your fake field goal, maybe? What's Phipp got in his bag of tricks?
If Penei Sewell's the holder on one of the field goals, I'd be aware. I'd be on alert.
Be leery. It's funny because every week I listen to the coordinators, and they usually go Glenn, Phipp, Ben Rogers. We don't use much Dave Phipp, but it is easily some of the most entertaining stuff. We should probably use more Dave Phipp because he is really entertaining just to listen to. All right. We got Rico Beard joining us now from the B-Dubs downtown. He'll be on with Stoney today. What's up, Rico?
Yes, you do have Rico Beard joining you, Doug. How are you?
I'm doing great. Buzz in the air for this game tonight.
A little bit. Heard it, as Wojo would say, a little bit of a big game.
That's exactly what Wojo would say. What are your first initial thoughts on this?
My first initial thoughts are, the best way I can describe it, Doug, I don't know how big of a gambler you are. If you're ever in the casino, you're watching somebody win and they're, playing blackjack or playing craps. And you realize, okay, eventually you will lose. You're not going to just keep beating the house all night long. This game kind of has that feeling to me of, okay, eventually, you're going to lose another game. You're missing so many defensive players. To me, that's how I'm feeling, is this may be that type of game. Green Bay coming in here and, just taking advantage of the missing pieces that the Lions have. Does it mean Green Bay's a better team? No, but maybe tonight they will be because the Lions aren't a full team, if that makes sense.
Well, they're not a full team, and they have more vulnerabilities defensively than they've had all season long, and Green Bay is looking at this as their last stand and are trying to stay, because if they lose it, they're pretty much done in the division. And if Detroit wins this game, that's a trip to Green Bay almost assuredly they will not have to make in the postseason. And they'll still be in good shape if they lose the game. But avoiding a trip to the frozen tundra in January, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because I'm like, I guess Minnesota doesn't count because they're indoors, so that's not a big deal. Philadelphia, you're looking at Philadelphia and you're looking at Green Bay are the two places you don't want to have to go for any playoff game, let alone the NFC title game. So I'm with you on that.
All right, look, have a great show. Everybody enjoy the game tonight. If you're tailgating, dress warm because it's no joke out there. And
no, it's not.
We will do this all again tomorrow as we'll recap the Lions and the Packers who are here tonight here on 97.1 The Ticket. So stick with us all day long for coverage. It's Carson Anderson. Thanks for being with us. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
2:00 on a big Thursday afternoon. Lions hosting the Green Bay Packers. Man, this game was made for Thursday Night Football. This game was made for the primetime spot. We're going to be broadcasting downtown at the B-Dubs if you want to come and hang out with us before the game starts. Rico Beard, Michael Stone. Stoney, how you doing? Oh, wait, you're stuck in traffic. All right, good talk, Stoney. So as I wait for Stoney to get into downtown, as he's been diverted because of an accident, not his fault, I will talk to you Lions fans. We're going to be talking a lot of Detroit Lions. This show is going to lead into the Lions pregame show. Jim Costa is going to join us at 5 o'clock, taking you all the way up until we hand it off to Dan and Lomas and I think TJ and Mark Ryan before the game kicks off. But this is a big game for the Lions. Lions are, look, everything that I'm about to tell you is stuff that you already know. Lions need this game because as great as they've been playing, the Eagles and the Vikings are just one game behind them, and the Packers are sitting there 2 games behind them. If Green Bay wants to win the division, they have to have this game. You beat the Packers, you eliminate Green Bay, they're done. For the Packers, some numbers that I found out. Packers coming here to Detroit. David is down here in downtown with me. Lions and Packers, for the last 4 times they played, the common theme, the road team has won all of the games.
Wow. I mean, I do remember last Thanksgiving. That's the one I remember. Thanksgiving. Yes. I remember that one. Yeah, this year. Wow, I didn't know that.
Going back to the Lions ending Aaron Rodgers' career.
Yeah.
The road team has won the last 4 games. Packers have won the last 5 NFC North road games. So, Lions fans, I ask you this. You already know. You're missing a ton of players on defense. That's just – it is what it is. No Decker on offense. So, for Lions fans, you're not jumping off the bandwagon. I'm not asking you to jump off the bandwagon. I simply want to ask you this question. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, do you expect to win this game today, or do you hope to win this game today? I heard the morning show talking about this, and I thought, you know what? That is a great question. Lions fans, do you expect to win this game? Business as usual. I don't care who's out. I believe in the coaching staff. Aaron Glenn will get it done on defense. He'll pick some homeless guy up off the street. They will blitz. They will get to Jordan Love, and the Lions will win, and they will move on, and you'll be focused 10 days later on Buffalo. Or do you hope to win? Meaning, man, I see everything in front of us. Things aren't looking good. I'm hoping they can catch a couple breaks, maybe get some interceptions. Hey, all I know is this. When Kirby Joseph plays the Green Bay Packers, this man is an interception machine. So will somebody step up and get this and wheel us to a victory? That's the confidence level I'm asking for you, Lions fans. Are you hoping to win this game, or are you expecting to win this game? Rico, I don't care what you say. You know what? We got this. We got Dan Campbell. We got the grit. We got the toughness. We will finish this thing out. That's the question that I'm asking you. 248-539-9797, because this game keeps you on pace for that number 1 overall seed. Here's what you don't want to do, Lions fans. There's 2 places. I talked about this with Doug in the crosstalk. 2 places you don't want to go to at any point in the playoffs. It's not that you can't win. It's just very difficult to win. You don't want to go to Philadelphia, and you don't want to go to Green Bay, period. If Green Bay wins this game, they're in striking distance of winning the division and forcing you to go out to Green Bay to see them again for the rubber match game. And you don't want to go to Philly because it's Philly and their fans are a bunch of idiots as well. You want to play every game here at home. You have the home field advantage. You have the crowd. It's loud, and you're almost unbeatable here at home. So that's the question that I want to know from you Lions fans. Do you expect to win, or are you hoping to win? 248-539-9797. Let me go to to Kenny, because Kenny may be the biggest Lions fan of this show. Kenny, do you expect to win, or are you hoping to win?
First of all, might be the biggest Lions fan on the show. I think I'm the only Lions fan on the show. And
that makes you the biggest Lions
fan. That's true. It also makes me the worst Lions fan if you think about it. So no, I'm expecting to win, and when I say that, I don't mean some blowout, some double-digit win. That's not what I'm saying. I think they have the horses offensively to match whatever damage the defense gets done. It might have to be a boat race, but I see this thing turning into like a 31-27 game. Maybe both teams are in the 30s, something like that. But yeah, I expect to win, but not
expect to win.
Crazy
Business as usual.
Yeah.
Business trip.
It's not a trip. That's the thing too.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be business as usual. You go in here, you get this thing done, you walk off with the victory, and then you get ready. 10 days later, you're gonna be playing Buffalo, and you'll deal with Josh Allen.
I think there's still a favorite of 3.5. It's a home game. I don't know. I expect to win.
I've seen 3.5.
See what you're hearing though in his voice. I don't hear the confidence. I don't hear the expect to win type of voice. I hear the I'm hoping to win.
No, David.
I'm not. Hold on.
Here we
I'm
go.
not dogging you, but what I don't hear from Lions fans today is, they're going out and they're going to do this. I hear, well, I think J-Mo's going to have a good game, or it's going to be Gibbs on the wheel route that the last caller from Carson Anderson said. The wheel route is going to be it. I don't really hear they're going to come out here, they're going to do their thing, and they're going to go out there and win. I don't care what Green Bay is about. I don't hear that confidence from Lions fans.
And I think that's valid considering all the injuries. I don't think any one of them are going to do any chest pumping about how great we are, but at the same time, to expect to win with the offensive weapons you have and with the few defensive pieces that remain, I mean, you can get a win done there. I expect to get a win done there. Again, not pounding my chest over it, but that's what I believe.
Yeah, see, if you're expecting to win, though, Kenny, you got to be pounding your chest. Maybe I could be wrong. 248-539-9797. David, I guess, do you expect a Lions victory, or are you hoping for a Lions victory?
I would be hoping for a Lions victory at this point. There's just too many injuries to just expect them to go out there and do their job. I know they have to rely heavily on that offense, and I know the offense is good, but they haven't been moving the ball the way you would want them to. But to your point, Rico, you brought up Kirby Joseph. I just looked this up. He has 15 career interceptions, 4 against the Green Bay Packers. Now, for Lions fans, you should have hope here because he only has 2 multiple interception games or type things were against these teams, and they're both division teams, Minnesota and Green Bay. He has 2 against Minnesota, 4 against Green Bay. He kills the division.
He does. And, I mean, this is one where if you're a gambler, I may put something down on the Lions anytime touchdown because for some reason he is a ball hawk when it comes to divisional opponents, especially, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is not there, but he single-handedly just ended Aaron Rodgers' career. It was just like, yeah, I was your best receiver, Aaron, except for I played for the other team. 248-539-9797. I heard the morning show talking about this, and I was like, you know what? That's a great way to put it. Your confidence level, Lions fans, expecting to win, business as usual, or you're hoping to win because you see this ain't the same team as I've been watching all year that's been utterly dominating folks. Now, if you're – and I do think it really does boil down to this, whoever can run the ball the best. If the Lions can get Jahmyr Gibbs, if the Lions can get David Montgomery running, because I'm not calling them by their nicknames, they get them running. The last time they played against Green Bay, Montgomery ran for 73 yards, Gibbs ran for 65 yards, and that was enough as the Lions beat the Packers 24-14. You have to be able to – the Green Bay is going to have to find a way to stop them. Now, the funny thing is that since Robert Saleh got fired and he went to become he went and advised Green Bay's defense They've been 4-1 ever since. Now, here's the good news, Lions fans. You're the one. You're the one team that since Saleh went to kind of tweak that defense and consult with them, I'm using air quotes right now, they've been 4-1. Teams are not cracking more than 20 points against them except for you. But they are 4-1. That defense is better. Last week, they held Miami to 39 rushing yards. They held, Christian McCaffrey the week before, 31 rushing yards. They're going to try to slow this Lions team up. If they do that, I think that's going to be the troublesome thing, because for Detroit, the big key, control the ball, keep Love off the field, methodical drives, score, preferably touchdowns, not field goals, and you walk away with a win. 248-539-9797. Stoney is here.
Yes, he is here.
I'm glad you made it.
I'm better off than the person who was in the accident in a car that shut down the lodge.
Oh, we know what that means.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get Stoney's take on this. We'll get all your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. Hey, listen up, folks. I know it's cold outside, and you're not thinking about building a deck, but you should be, because trust me, when the spring rolls around, you're going to be thanking me that you hired Coy Construction to design and build one for you. I love my deck. You will love your deck as well. Coy Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. Its family-owned and operated deck building company enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition. They're not fly-by-night, folks. And, hey, they focus on quality and craftsmanship, and it's made them one of the very best in the industries. And get this, they do love to work year-round. So if you want your deck built this winter so you're ready to go into the spring, no problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Coy routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited slots available, so you need to call them today to secure your spot on the schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space for your backyard or cozy retreat, Coy's experienced team will bring your vision to life. You will love your new deck. So call them today, get your project started, and you won't regret it. Packers tonight at Ford Field. We're downtown at the B-Dubs. Rico Beard, Michael Stone finally made it here. Stoney, glad to have you here. The question, and I heard this morning, I want to give full credit to the morning show and Jim Costa, who will be joining us a little bit later on this afternoon. For Lions fans, do you expect to win this game or do you hope to win this game? Stoney, where do you lie?
I hope to win the game. I don't expect to win the game. And it's pretty obvious. Well, I typed down the injured list. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I thought that was your Christmas list.
Oh, look at this. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, ready? Hutch, what do you get for his stock? Hutch, Reeder, Davenport, Barnes, Anzalone, Rodriguez, Unzarike, Pascal, Wingo, Reeves-Maben, Rakestraw, Kaminsky from the beginning of the year, Pico, Melifonwo. That's just on defense, not to mention Decker and Raymond. Now, Packers, they're not completely, free. I mean, Jair Alexander's not playing. Edgerrin Cooper, he's their fifth leading tackler, and Romeo Dobbs, their third leading receiver, is not playing. But it's eventually, and it's no knock on the Lions, you're going to plug guys like Alexander and, Jamal Adams and these guys, and hopefully they can do a really good job. But they haven't been there that long. They are professionals. Look, I'm not saying it's going to be impossible. It's just going to be very difficult. It's almost like subhuman to expect a team with this many injuries. And it's not even, you're using it as an excuse. No. Facts are sometimes not excuses.
Right. And that's what I said. It's like you're gambling or you're watching somebody gambling, and, man, they're just hitting blackjack. Eventually.
Yes.
They're going to lose.
Right.
And it doesn't mean you're a bad team. It just means that you got a lot of injuries. They don't, and they may be able to take advantage of you the same way. I think Lions fans aren't going to like this, but it's when Seattle came into town for Monday Night Football, they were missing 5 or 6 of their defensive starters. You took advantage of that. Not your fault.
Right.
But you got the job done,
Absolutely.
and Seattle was playing catch-up the entire night. You win the game 42-29. So 248-539-9797. Do you expect to win? Do you hope to win, Lions fans? Let's start with Garrett. Garrett, you're on 97.1. You're going to lead things off.
Hey, how we doing, fellas?
Hey, man.
Good.
Good. So, yeah, I expect to win tonight. I mean, absolutely. I mean, if you just look at the teams, like, even with the injuries, man, look at the teams as a whole. Who's got the better team? Detroit or Green Bay, right?
With the injuries?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, even look at our secondary. So, I mean, let's even say, like, the rush offense, right? Let's say that we're comparable with the injuries that we do have. So that puts us on an even playing field when it comes to rush. All right, so let's look at the pass defense. Our pass defense is, bar none, way better than Green Bay, right?
Okay,
so
but
now
Garrett,
I'm not saying this is going to be a blowout. Yeah.
No, I'm going to let you finish. But your pass defense is good because you can get pressure on the quarterback. You're going to have to bring a ridiculous amount of blitz packages, and it's going to be feast or famine because if any of those guys are locked up one-on-one and beats the corner, it's going to end up becoming a big play or a touchdown. But go ahead.
Right, like beat our corner like CD and All-Pro, right? I mean, he's been out the last 2 games, and I think a big problem that we had in the mindset in the city is because we saw the second half of the Chicago game last week, right? So everybody's in a big tizzy like, oh, my God, these injuries are catching up to us. We fell apart basically in the second half, right?
No, for me, it's not that at all. It's just eventually when you have that many, one of these games, maybe it won't be tonight. Maybe it'll be the Buffalo game. It has to catch up with you. And by the way, as good as Carlton Davis is, I don't think he's an all-pro.
Right.
Look, the Lions are better at safety. Although McKinney's pretty damn good for the Giants, okay? What's he have? I think 6 or 7 interceptions?
No, he's tied. I think he's tied with Joseph.
Yeah, exactly. So your safeties are washed. Their corners are just as well. Without Alexander, it's pretty even. Mosley's coming back. That's good, we think. We don't know. He never plays.
Right.
And the key to the game is going to be just Josh Jacobs.
I saw Carlton Davis going to be out there with an oven mitt on his hand.
Yeah.
So, I mean, good for knocking the ball down, not so good for catching the ball. So, Let's go back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797. William, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I was just telling the screener that I expect to win, and I think it's the whole culture change about the team being off to the best start that they've ever had. You have to believe in the next man up mentality. That's what the coach is drilling into the team, and I think the fans have to buy into that as well. And I do, and I think most people do. That's how I feel, is that you're a diehard fan and you see what they're doing this year. It's special, and you have to buy into that mentality that the coach is selling the team on.
Let me ask you a question. The next man up mentality is great, and I agree with it. We're talking basically the next unit up. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, the front seven, there's just so many of them, and it doesn't make you, a bad fan if you're. Here's a question I have for you, okay? You said you expect them to win. Obviously, you probably expect them to win. Do you expect them to go 16-1?
No, I'm a little worried about the Buffalo game, but I just think they have Green Bay's number this year.
I hope you're right. I mean, they have their number at Lambeau the last couple of years.
Yeah.
No, well, here's what I said. The road team last 4 games has won the game.
Right.
The thing is, I think, and I appreciate the phone call. I'm looking at this. Aaron Glenn loves to blitz. He's going to be blitzing even more with the guys he picked up off the street. Jamal Adams. He's just going to have to throw the kitchen sink and try to disrupt the Packers. If the Packers are able to basically withstand the blitz, I think that's where Love can pick this team apart. It's going to be feast or famine. Except for you need it to be feast. You need the Lions to be feasting all day long. They cannot make a mistake, because if you do, it could end up being a Jaden Reed screen pass that goes 80 yards down the field. It could be so many different things that can happen. So that's what it's starting, like you're saying. It's an entirely different unit out there. It's not like 1 or 2 pieces of the defense. Mm-hmm. You're looking at your second and third stringers out there playing in the game. The guys who should be playing in an exhibition game in mop-up duty are starting in one of the biggest games in the NFL season.
Right. Yeah, and that's to your point, Stoney, and I did this yesterday. Dave Burkett put this tweet out. This was the 2 deep on your defensive line to start the year. Aiden Hutchinson, gone. Josh Paschal, gone this game. DJ Reader, gone this game. Pecco, gone for the season. Aleem McNeil, sure, you'll see him tonight. Wingo, gone this year. Marcus Davenport, gone. Levi, gone this game. And then you got to include the linebackers now. When you have Barnes gone, you have Anzalone gone, you have
Rodriguez. Reeves Maben, he's a depth guy.
That's a 2 deep to start the year, and you're now on Jamal Adams.
Right, Broderick Martin.
Yes.
I mean, it's just eventually it's going to catch up to you.
Right.
Hopefully it doesn't tonight. Because if you're going to pick one of these games to lose, you'd rather lose next game against Buffalo, because this is a divisional game.
Correct. But that's why we're asking you, Lions fans, the question. Are you expecting to win? You're hoping to win. We'll get all your phone calls next. We'll also hit the ticket text up as well, 97.1.
So Kenny.
We're in downtown Detroit at B-Dubs to be exact. Come on down and join us before the pregame. Talking about the Lions taking on the Packers. Michael Stone joining me. Before we get back to the phone lines, Kenny, let's go ahead and hit the ticket text up for the first time.
All right, first one came in and says, Rico, hope you enjoyed your Founders Day. I'm just hoping to win these with all these injuries piling up.
I did, thank you.
Rico, I expect to win. I think we see Goff running for a touchdown and Smith sacks Love so hard he has to leave the game. LFG, Scott, and Carlton.
Didn't Goff had a run against Green Bay either last year or the earlier game this year? I do remember.
He did.
A little RPO with Goff.
Yeah, mobile golf season
Yes.
is what we call it here on the show. Yes. One more, Kenny, and then we get to the phone lines.
Expect to win by 7 to 10 points, up-down theory, and they were down last Thursday. That's from Don.
Okay.
I appreciate that,
Yes.
Don.
By the way, we have a little bit of somewhat breaking news here. That it's not unexpected, but this is a statement from the one, the only, Urban Meyer. It has come to my attention that there are reports speculating my return to the sidelines in Columbus. While I thoroughly enjoyed my 7 seasons as head coach at The Ohio State University, I have no interest in coaching again. I will always be a Buckeye and have full confidence in Ryan Day, his staff, and every player that puts on the scarlet and gray.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so.
No, that's what he's supposed to say.
I know.
Ryan Day's his friend, and he's supposed to support his friend until Buckeye Nation ponies up the money. Stoney.
I know.
You are old enough to understand this phrase. How many times did a boxer say, I'm retiring, only to unretire once that big payday and that purse was attached to a fight?
I once actually had to, in 1988, after the NBA Finals, myself and Isaiah Thomas, he was a reporter for Channel 4 for a summer. We went to Washington, D.C., because he could get a one-on-one interview with Sugar Ray Leonard as he came back again for like the 5th time to fight Donnie Lalonde.
Right. So when people tell me, oh, there's no way, I don't believe it. So we'll see. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797. Do you hope to win? Do you expect to win, Lions fans? Let's go to Abby. Abby, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Hey, Abby.
I'm doing great. I don't expect them to win. I think if the Bears game was any indication, I think people are being a little bit too confident. I am a younger Lions fan, but I've been watching for the last 15 years, and I've watched a lot of Packers versus Lions games. You know, I will be very happy and excited if they do win tonight, but I think given all the points that you've already made about the defense, I think people are being a bit too confident about the win.
So you're kind of looking at it through regular glasses and not Honolulu blue and silver glasses.
Yeah, I'm being humble. I'm a very proud Lions fan, but like I said, I think, I really expected them to win that Bears game, and they didn't. So we'll see how it goes.
Appreciate the phone call, Abby.
You know what?
Thanks, guys.
Sometimes as a fan, I enjoy being more of I wouldn't even say realist, a little bit of a pessimist, because when they do win, when your team does win, when you think they're going to lose, I think you enjoy it more than if you expect them to win.
Absolutely. Look at every Michigan fan last Saturday.
I know. I'm one of them.
Nobody expected them to win.
Right.
Except for Superfan over there, David.
Superfan.
He had him at 12-0 all season.
Yeah, sure I did.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Let's bring up who we got here. Let's bring up Don. Don, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good,
on this blustery Thursday. Sorry, I don't even know my day.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah, I don't have a good feeling about this game at all. We've been flying a little too close to the sun. I mean, if you look at it, and we all know this, we got 10 guys out on the defensive line in total, maybe, and then we got one starter on defense. I mean, on middle linebacker, we got one starter on middle linebacker. That's Campbell, who's a second-year guy.
Yep.
they got a great offensive line. They got a really good offensive line. They got the running back that's a physical runner that breaks tackles. It's going to go right through the middle. I say then they're going to open it up. We can't tackle because we don't have an edge rush. We don't have inside presence in the line and linebacker. I think that we're going to start with the run, then they're going to hit us with the pass. Terry Arnold's going to get hit late in the game with a flag because coverage is just going to happen. They're going to win like 24-17. That's my prediction, unfortunately. I don't have good – we're just too hurt.
That's the reality of it. There's nothing else. It's no disgrace to lose a game to a really good team when you're basically playing at half strength on one side of the ball. I mean, it's crazy. If they could pull this off, they could pull anything off.
Right. And I think if they pull this off, it would rank right up there with the 5-pick game in Houston, where you feel invincible. Where you know what? I don't care. Bring it on. I don't care that you saw our little code words. Bring it on. I don't care because you can't beat us. Because if the Lions do win this game, oh, my goodness, you won't be able to tell this team or the fan base anything. They're invincible.
And you know what? You have a 10-day break.
You'll get some of those guys back and bring on Buffalo, bring on the Cowboy, bring on all those different things. I just look at this game. I look at Josh Jacobs. I look at the Green Bay offensive line. I look at the fact that I don't think you'll be able to stop the run because you're almost going to have to bring up safeties into run blitzes to kind of slow down Jacobs, which means a play action, and you're leaving yourself vulnerable. So, Lions fans, do you expect to win? Do you hope to win? That's the question that we're asking.
And look, on the other side of the ball, they are missing Alexander, so that should help Amon-Ra, and they haven't faced really J-Mo at all. I mean, I think he's played one game against them the last 2 years because of the various suspensions. But you know who's playing really, really good for them right now? The last guy who was in some circles the number 1 overall high school recruit who went to the University of Michigan. Rashawn Gary's playing his lights out. Yeah, he's playing really good. And, without Decker, that might not be as easy as – not that it's ever easy taking on Rashawn Gary, but
look,
and Kenny Clark in the middle.
I know
good teams.
Sonny, I know Dan Skipper is a fan favorite. I get it. I understand. He's eligible. But there is a step down when he's out there and Decker is not out there. That's where it becomes problematic, in my opinion. I just see so many things it's stacking up for the Packers.
That's all
That's just me.
Yeah.
But that's why we are talking to Lions fans. Kenny, give me a couple more texts before we go back to the phone lines.
Lions will lose this game. They're too banged up on defense, and the short week hurt us. That's from Paul and Troy.
Okay, but Green Bay had the same short week, and it really wasn't a short week. It was 7 days for both teams. But I get you.
It's inconvenient at most, but they're both dealing with the exact same thing there.
Correct.
Right, it's like it only rained on our half of the field. Well, no, it rained on both sides. Go ahead, Katie.
The Lions will win but not cover. 3.5 might be too many points, but I think they win.
Oh, nail biter. Okay. One more, then we go back to the phone lines.
I'm kind of in the middle on this. I haven't decided yet. You're swaying me towards hope to win, though, because of all the injuries.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shame in coming to this reality.
Right.
It doesn't make you a bad fan.
No, it doesn't. And once again, we just want to hear what you have to say. Think of this as that, like the Planet Fitness. This is judgment-free. We're not judging you.
That's right.
We just want to know, are you confident? And if you are confident, sell us the pin. Tell us why you expect to win.
And if you win, then you get to sit back in the black card.
Right. And if you win, you're like, hey, you'll trust me when I say those who are expecting to win will be the first ones calling tomorrow's show saying, Rico, I don't know why you doubted this team. This team is great. This team's going to the Super Bowl. And I'm going to allow it. I just want to know if are you comfortable enough to say, calling your shot, I expect to win, or a lot of injuries. I'm a big Lions fan. I hope they win this thing, but I don't know. I'm not 100% certain. 248-539-9797. David, we got time for another phone call or no? Okay. Kenny, who's been holding the longest?
Let's go to Peppers.
Peppers, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas?
What's
How are you,
happening?
Peppers?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, man. Let me say this. And this I'm 63 years old. I've been drinking blue Kool-Aid for a long time. I've always been a Lions fan. But this team is special. And what makes it special is the coaching staff. You could pick up a guy at the bus stop in Detroit and say, do you want to play tonight? And that coaching staff is so good, it will kick anybody's behind. Seriously, man. It ain't how many men they have lost. It's how many men that have the will to win. And that team has the will to win. Do I believe the Lions are going to win tonight? Without a doubt. I'm not worried about it. They're going to kick their ass.
Peppers,
Period.
let me
Yeah.
ask you a question. Do you expect them to go 16-1?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I expect, because think about this, fellas. Look at all the tough teams like Dallas, the Kansas City Chiefs, all them good teams that won them championships, like the New England Patriots. They did not care about what you think about them. They went in there and kicked ass. That's what kind of team we have.
I didn't ask you if you could win the Super Bowl. I said you expect them to win every single game. So by your feeling, they're going to go 16-1. Do you know, like those teams that you mentioned, like the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. You know what their regular season record was last year?
Yeah, I seen it. I remember the whole season.
11-6.
11-6.
So like, even if the Lions lose tonight, I'm not saying they can't win the Super Bowl.
Listen, I don't believe the Lions will lose another game. They're going to go 16-1 and win it all.
Okay. God love you. God love you, Peppers. Say hi to Salt for me.
Hey, look, and you heard it from me. Hey, you heard it from me first.
Okay, Peppers.
I won't forget.
No, you know what? Peppers, thank you. You called your shot.
Yeah.
Stoney's just being a jerk over here. 248-539-9797. We'll get all your phone calls. We'll get your ticket texts. We'll get that next. We'll also talk a little football, non-Lions as well, 97.1. All right, we'll get back to some Lions talk, but right now, David, what do you got for us?
Got a little mock draft. Music, Kenny.
Mock draft.
Now, this is one thing in Detroit that we used to do early on in the season because they were done with their season. It's a little different feel here. You'll see where they have the Lions later. But let's start here with the first pick overall. They have Jacksonville Jaguars get the number 1 pick, and they select Travis Hunter. Now, the question I have with this one is, do you play him at wide receiver or corner initially? Because they may do both at some point in his career, but initially, wide receiver or corner for the Jags?
Well, they have Brian Thomas Jr. already.
Yes.
So you put, so that's two really good young wide receivers with Trevor Lawrence. I think you start him there and then see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would want to go corner, but you know what? Here's the thing. Because you have Thomas, I would have special packages where I'm going to get him on the field.
You ease him into the offense, yeah.
I hate that's kind of how the Niners and Cowboys use Dion.
Yeah.
And Atlanta use Dion. You're going to have about 10 plays where you're on the field. So at that point, either you're a decoy or you can do some things. Your main job is cornerback, but you're an athlete, so I may put you on the punt return team, kickoff return team, because you have these new stupid kickoff rules. I'm going to use him all over the place, but main job, corner.
That does make sense. That's kind of like what Michigan did with Woodson, if you think about it.
Your side gigs are the other things.
Yeah. So number 2, a quarterback is selected. Which quarterback do you think, though?
His teammate, Shador.
Shador goes number 3. So at number 2, Cam Ward out of Miami goes to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. You know what? He's going to be this year's
Malik Willis?
No.
Zach Wilson?
No, why am I drawing like the Commanders quarterback?
Oh, Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Oh, okay.
I think he's going to be this year's Jaden Daniels, where a lot of stats coming in, and you wonder, can you live up to that when you get to the NFL? Daniels did. I think that's Cam Ward. He's put up a lot of video game stats at Miami. Raiders, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Well, the owner will be able to help him out on the field, Mr. Brady.
That's true. So at number 3, Shador Sanders goes to the Giants.
Oh, Mike has to be happy right now.
That would be really good. But one thing that is not in this mock draft is Carson Beck. Carson Beck does not go in the first round in this mock. Again, it's only December.
Good. Whose mock is this?
Does he have another year? Can he come back?
No, he can go in the draft.
I mean, but can he go back?
I think he can come back.
Yeah, maybe
which I would advise him to do, by the way, considering how he's playing. He can't enter a draft looking like that.
I don't think he's a first-round pick either.
Yeah, and your buddy Milroe, if you can, have a beer and decide both to go back to your respective schools.
Now, everything I've read regarding this draft, they're not high on the quarterbacks, a lot of execs. So right now in the mock draft, there's only 2 quarterbacks going. So we'll go to the number 4 pick, which is not really exciting.
I do think I think Shador is going to flourish. And I think, like, for the past couple of years, the second quarterback taken will be better than the first.
Okay. So at number 4, not exciting, offensive tackle, Will Campbell out of LSU goes to New England. And
they need him.
Then you have your first Michigan selection, goes number 5 overall to the Carolina Panthers, not defensive line. It is cornerback Will Johnson.
Really?
I don't think he well, look, Combine will figure out everything.
You're right.
But he didn't show enough. Yeah, great. You pick 6 against, Arkansas State and Fresno State?
If he has a good if he's got a good Combine, because this last year wasn't great for him. Because a lot of teams.
His speed is not great either.
Well, no, a lot of teams start picking on him. Like, the ultimate compliment is, we're not throwing to your side of the field. It was like, bad teams were like, what if we start I remember it was Arkansas State, and the guy was open. He just dropped the touchdown. It was like he beat Will on a play. So
he's one of the most talented corners in the country. What will probably be the private workouts will be a huge thing, and interviews. Now, if you win a team over in the interview.
Will, why didn't you play the last 6 games?
He had a foot or toe injury. That's why. Ask Nick Bosa.
It was called Bositis.
Yeah, Bositis.
Okay?
Bositis.
It worked out for him. What team, David?
He goes to the Panthers.
Oh, you know what? Thoughts and prayers, Will.
So let me quickly go through the rest of the Michigan selections. At number 6, Mason Graham goes to the Jets. At number 12, Kenneth Grant goes to the Dolphins.
Jets aren't going to take a quarterback?
No.
Well, if those two are gone, I mean, you're not going to take – who are you going to take?
The next Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then at number 25, Colston Loveland goes to, you guessed it, the L.A. Chargers with Harbaugh.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that would be a perfect fit.
So another key ones here. Not going through the whole thing, but at number 21, Ashton Genty goes to the Commanders.
See, honestly, he screams Cowboys to me.
Yes.
Cowboys, you know what? Where's the sizzle?
Yep.
Oh, we got this brand new back. They brought Zeke Elliott back.
Well, it's funny. I'm looking at a different mock, but they have the Cowboys at 13 going for sizzle, but it ain't him. It's Luther Burden from Missouri, the wide receiver.
Now, Luther Burden in this one I'm looking at goes to number 26 to the Steelers.
Oh, you know who this one has going to the Steelers? Kentucky defensive back from West Bloomfield High School, Maxwell Hairston.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, good for him.
Yep.
So, the Lions. Let me give you their selection here.
What number, though?
That's the key.
Dono.
We've done these so many times in years past, and they've been number 8.
No.
They've been number 12. They've been number 1. They've been number 2. Well, they take offensive tackle. I'm going to mess this name up. Ariante Ursay at number 32.
Ooh.
So they predict here on CBS Mock Draft.
Where's he from?
He is, let me get that to you in a second. He is from Minnesota.
So they got the Lions.
Winning the Super Bowl.
Winning the Super Bowl.
Well, it's funny. I'm looking at one from The Athletic that came out 2 days ago or yesterday. Also has the Lions picking 32nd.
Ooh.
Linebacker Jahad Campbell from Alabama.
See, if they win the Super Bowl, they're at 32. You could do anything.
Yes.
You can trade out.
If they have pick 32,
yeah,
then yes, trade out, grab a bunch of second rounders this year or maybe a first rounder next year. Yeah.
And just for you, Rico, the 49ers are at number 14.
Let me guess. An offensive tackle.
Yes, Kelvin Banks out of Texas.
Okay.
Kelvin Banks out of Texas. And for you, Stoney.
They may end up with a top 5 pick the way things are going.
Very much so. There's a lot of things that can happen the rest of the year. Number 29 for the Eagles, they take tight end Tyler Warren out of Penn State.
That'd be pretty damn – well, him and Goddard together, that'd be nice. By the way, this is also for Rico.
Wait. That actually would be good.
It would be.
I don't know how much Penn State you've watched. Stoney.
He does everything.
You're right. Everything. Pass it, run it, throw it. He
can do the tush-push by himself.
So, but see, here's the funny thing. I never understand. How does Philly always end up with these players? You're like, how did they get him? Like, I mean, I look at basically the University of Georgia team.
Yeah.
You got everybody. If you got him, he's a weapon. Go ahead.
By the way, this one for your 49ers has the 49ers taking former Michigan State defensive tackle Derek Harmon.
I can see that. I think that, you know what, Trent Williams, 38.
You need a tackle.
This is defensive tackle.
No, but based off of what has recently happened to him, I don't know where his motivation is right now.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. That you may need to replace him. So go ahead, David.
And that is your NFL mock draft.
I haven't heard that one in a long time.
Really don't know how to follow that one up. I'll just say this. 3 o'clock, downtown Detroit. That's Michael Stone. I'm Rico Beard. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll be here all the way up leading to the Lions game. They're hosting the Green Bay Packers for Thursday night football. And, oh, by the way, it is cold downtown.
Yes.
The wind is coming off the water. Make sure you dressed warm because, it's But Packers taking on Lions taking on the Packers. They're hosting them. We're asking a simple question. Guys, are you expecting a win or are you hoping for a win? 248-539-9797.
I'm hoping for a win. I don't expect a win. I'm hoping for a win.
Yeah.
By the way, for those of you who don't realize, because Thursday's games are on Amazon, unless your local team is playing, game will be on Fox 2. So you don't have to go stream it if you don't have to.
So, yes, don't freak out. You can watch it on Fox 2. I'm hoping for a Lions win. I think that this is one where the devil may get their due. The Lions are missing so many people. It's almost like their second and third. It ain't almost like their second and third team stringers will be playing defense. That's a Green Bay offense with Josh Jacobs. They got the wide receivers. Aaron Glenn's going to have to bring the house. He's going to have to do a whole lot of things to try to disrupt Jordan Love. I think he will be able to get some of the blitz packages there, but I think it's just going to be high risk, high reward. I think it's going to be a little bit too much. I'm hoping the Lions win. I'm not expecting a Lions win. But if you were expecting a Lions win, by all means, let us know. Kenny, you're the Lions fan. Where are you at?
Lions fan, I expect the Lions to win. I mean, they're an 11-1 team. Yes, their front seven are banged up. Yes, their defense is in a lot of trouble right now. But I've seen what Ben Johnson can do, and I've seen the creativity of this offense, and I think it's enough to make up for what we've seen out of this out of these injuries and on this defense. I expect to win.
Kenny, you're just so excited that Patrick Kane's going to be back in the Wings lineup tonight. You don't even know what to say.
That might have a little bit to do with it. That's an exciting thing. I need something here, Stone. Give me something.
Yeah. Can he back check? All right. Here's an interesting stat I just found. It highlights how good both these teams are tonight, okay? But one team's better than the other. Yards per play differential. So, for instance, Baltimore averages 6.8 yards per play on offense. They lead the league. They give up 5.42, which is a lot, but it's still a plus 1.39. Philly is second. Surprisingly enough, your Niners are third.
They just can't score.
Green Bay is fourth, and the Lions are fifth. They're so close in that statistic.
Yards per play.
Yards per play, the differential. The Packers average 6.26 yards per play. The Lions 6.20. The Packers give up 5.37 yards per play. The Lions give up 5.32. Thus, the differential 0.89 for Green Bay, 0.88 for the Lions. And the fact that the Lions have able to maintain a really good differential, and especially even defensively, despite all the losses, is pretty damn impressive.
248-539-9797. Where do you lie, Lions fans? Expecting a win, hoping for a win. Kenny, who's held on the longest?
Let's go to Mike.
Mike, you're on 97.1.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Good afternoon.
Fellas, I've been watching the Lions for a little bit over 50 years when the Steelers got good. And I'm finally finding out the difference between a fan and a fanatic. For us to expect the Lions, the 11-1 Lions, to win today with everything that we see has happened to them against a quality opponent whose quarterback could barely bend his knee last time we played him here, but Thanksgiving of last year he whooped our ass, let alone that he has a good offensive coordinator, coach, and all that. They have a great offense.
Yes,
For us to just think, us to expect to win, I mean, I've been watching the Steelers, the Cowboys, San Francisco. I've never seen a team decimated like this, going up against a great quality team and expected to win. Going into the Thanksgiving Day game, I was hoping that if they go 3-3 the rest of the way with all the injuries we had prior to that game, I was like, at least get the 2 seed. Get the 2 seed so we can have a home game. But to expect this team to win, I only see them winning a shootout today. That's the only thing in this whole season that we haven't did. We haven't won a 48-47 shootout. Ben Johnson in the quarterback and the offensive line and the offensive weapons, it's on you. Because I can't expect Mr. Glenn to do anything more.
You know what? I agree.
Off the street.
I agree. And I agree with you. And you know what's going to be a sign to know whether the Lions agree with you is if the Lions win. Now, they've done it before, but if the Lions win the toss and elect to take the ball, that means they want to get off to a good start and make Green Bay play from behind.
Yep. That's, good call on that, Stoney. Yeah, because if they're saying we're going to play defense first, we want the ball in the second half, they believe that they can lock you up, get a 3-and-out, get the ball back first. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Kenny, who we got?
Let's hit Paul here.
Paul, you're on 97.1.
Good afternoon. I feel a couple of things. First, I feel the Lions are fortunate, and I also feel confident they're going to win a very close game tonight. I think that Josh Jacobs might be nicked up a little more than people are thinking. He didn't practice at all on Tuesday and was very limited yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm thinking he's probably not going to be the Josh Jacobs you might be thinking of. And then they're also very fortunate. They're fortunate they're not playing the Bills this week.
Well, yeah. Well, no, because, the Bills would be coming off a short week, so actually they would have the advantage over the Bills, I think.
Yeah, but we don't have the advantage over a certain quarterback that plays for them. That's where having this defense that's hurting you is going to kill you.
We'll see him in 10 days.
Yeah, we will. Appreciate the phone call, Paul. You'll get that. Yeah, in 10 days, I expect some of these players to be back. I think this will be a different Lions defense. Tonight, you're vulnerable. Let's face it. There's really no other way to put it. You're one of the best teams in football, but you are very vulnerable tonight. Will that vulnerability show up and end up in a loss or a game that you win that's way too close for comfort? Because that's how I see it. Right now, with all the victories, Stoney, I used to look at it, the Lions, it was the Lions and the Chiefs and everybody else. They were on a collision course. Now I look at the Lions and I lump them in with about 5 or 6 other teams who can win the Super Bowl. Doesn't mean that you're a bad team. It just means that this team has come down to earth. When I look at the Lions, I put them in the same category as the Eagles, as Buffalo, as other teams that I think has just as good of a shot to make it in there. You needed a little bit of luck on your side. Right now the luck is bad, but we'll see if you can overcome this. If you win this game, once again, if the Lions win this game, the fan base, you can't tell them nothing because they went down to Houston, 5 interceptions, no problem. Okay, we're down, it feels like 13 defensive players?
Yeah.
No problem. We still can win. So those who really believe in the coaching staff will say they expect to win. People like me, you're going to say, I hope to win. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls next and your ticket text, 97.1. Hey, guys, the new year is starting up in a little over a month. If one of your resolutions, you want to get into the gym, don't wait till the new year. Start right now. As a matter of fact, head into your local Planet Fitness. There's a Planet Fitness all throughout the Metro Detroit area. I promise you there's one close to you. You walk in there, $1 down, and you can start your membership starting at $15 a month. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. It means that you will experience a squeaky clean gym. It has tons of new equipment, sometimes new cardio, new strength training, a friendly, knowledgeable staff, and a totally judgment-free environment. And if you're working on your fitness goals, hey, all Planet memberships have free fitness training at no extra cost. So you got time to go into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, totally judgment-free to get started. Seriously, $1 down. Don't wait till the new year. Start right now. They're located all throughout the Metro Detroit area. $1 down and then $15 a month. Head into your local Planet Fitness now, or you can simply just go online at planetfitness.com. We're talking Lions, Packers. Lions hosting the Packers. We're downtown at B-Dubs. We'll be here for the entire show. Jim Costa will join me at 5 as we're going to do the Lions pregame show live.
Is he going to be wearing a cheese grater head?
Oh, I have no idea. Well, Costa's he's a strange bird, man. I never know about him. 248-539-9797. I do want to ask one question to you guys. Did you happen to see who was on Good Morning Football this morning?
Oh, yeah, do we have it? Not yet, okay.
Yeah, it was Matt Patricia.
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys
Yeah.
had talked about. Oh, okay. I'm sitting there watching Matt Patricia. First of all, it took a while for me to understand who the heck is this
He
guy?
looks like a new human being, whether he's sponsored by Ozempic or something like
Yeah,
that.
he's lost a lot of weight because I was like, why do I care who this guy is? It's Matt Patricia minus the moo-moo. So, you have it, Kenny. Well, let's. Here's what Matt Patricia had to say this morning on Good Morning Football.
I love Detroit. The fan, I'm so happy for the fans. That fan base, I mean, like, when you take a job and you go to a city, really all you want to do is focus. Just go win. You just want to go win for those people that are down and have that and experience that. I'm so happy for Dan, his staff, and the players that are there, ownership. That city's on fire right now. It's great. You know, it's a lot of fun. So I think it's unbelievable what they're doing. I love how they're playing the game. The culture, I think, that he brought in, the toughness that he has there. I love offense. I love offensive line. So, you know, Hank Perry, what he's done with it, and certainly Ben Johnson, he's been able to do the offense. Those guys are phenomenal. The defense playing well. They've got some injuries that they got to work through, but I think they will. They're a well-coached team. And, you know, Dave Fitzpatrick, he does a great job. So, I mean, I love it. I think it's great. Like, you know, who doesn't want the Lions to win? Like, this thing's forever. Let's go. Let's go win.
So that's Matt Patricia on Good Morning Football.
He also talked about how, you know, he kind of wanted to give himself a little bit of credit for, like, drafting Frank Ragnow and building a team, you know, which is true. He did want to do that. The problem was he couldn't coach it very well.
The problem is this. Why do I care what Matt Patricia has to say about this team? Seriously, Matt Patricia is the crazy ex-girlfriend of yours who calls you and you're immediately thinking, who the F gave you my new number? Why are you even talking to me? Why is my name coming out of your mouth? You were the worst coach in Lions history. Are you serious? Honestly, I'm a little disappointed that they had him on. I would have stopped them and was like, you know what? Let's not talk about the Lions because you're not qualified to talk about the Lions. You had the job. You couldn't do anything with the job.
Well, Millen went back.
And yeah, he's another guy that look, they could go on and do fantastic things. When I see him, when I see Matt Millen, all I think of, you guys are losers and failures here to this city, and I don't care what you have to say.
See, what's crazy is you bring up Matt Millen as well because that was the one thing that could bring Michigan and Michigan State fans together. Because when you heard him on the Big Ten Network with either game, every fan base said, I don't want to hear him.
I know talent. No, you don't. You don't know talent.
Everyone wants to win in Detroit, but you didn't.
Right. Like, there's certain people, I'm sorry. And look, I'm not even a Lions fan. I was highly offended. Like, you don't have the right to talk, to say my name. I felt like Will Smith at that point. Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
See, I'm one of the, like for Patricia, and maybe it's just media upbringing. The fact that he didn't even speak, we haven't heard what his feelings about his time here. I find that stuff fascinating. You know, maybe he would say, yeah, you know, I wanted this guy, Quinn wanted somebody else, and we butt heads and this. And, you know, and in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have created that stupid-ass hill in Allen Park and made guys, you know, things like that. That's the stuff I want to hear. I don't want to hear about him talking about the team now.
To me, there's nothing that he could say. It truly, this is where you wish you could just have that Will Smith moment and somebody could just walk on the set of Good Morning Football and just smack them right there.
It's so weird because I'm going through Twitter right now, and Barstool just put out an interview with John Gruden, their latest employee, a big sit-down interview with Wayne Fontes. What's next? Is Rod Marinelli going to walk through our door today?
Yeah.
Where's Marty? Where's Morningweg?
No, Mooch. Yeah, let's just get the whole gang back together. Yeah, everybody, because the Lions are chic, and I understand. But all you're doing is calling up all the bad memories when you bring these guys on. Lions fan, look, Kenny, help me out. do you want to go back and look at all the worst coaches that you had, just the Hall of Fame of bad coaching and coaching staffs, and have them talk so glowingly about this team? Am I on an island here? Because to me, I didn't want to hear anything he had to say.
I'm at a point where I don't really care what any former coach has to say about this team, and there were parts of that sounded more complimentary than others, but at the end of the day, I don't want to hear Aaron Rodgers talking about Detroit. I don't want to hear Matt Patricia talking about. I don't want to hear Jim Cole. I don't want to hear any of them talk about this team.
That's where I am. I'm just like, why? Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm off my soapbox. Let's get back to you, Lions fans.
I'd love to hear Patricia say why we drafted Jeff Okudah.
Because I'm a loser. Okay, you're happy.
Yeah, I think it was a power struggle. I think he wanted Brown, Derek Brown from Auburn, the defensive tackle for the Panthers, and Quinn wanted Okudah. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it was a power struggle. Honestly, you don't deserve the right to talk about this team. You don't deserve the right to jump on the bandwagon and try to act like, yeah, I'm Detroit. What up, Doe? Hey. No, you don't get to do any of that.
It's just interesting when you think about it, how far the Lions have come, because people don't remember this part, but Campbell was hired before Holmes.
Right.
No one remembers that part, but when they talk together, they work together. They always say, we talk to each other. We come to an agreement on things. And if we don't agree, we respect each other enough to not agree with each other.
David, I'm with you because I thought that was a huge mistake on the Lions' part. Like, wait, you're pigeonholing this GM to the coach. It's normally the other way around. It's worked. And you could tell that it was a little bit of a forced marriage, but it works. And you can see, hey, they respect each other. What do you want? What direction should we go? I need this type of player, Brad. I can get you that type of player. Brad, we need this. I really like this guy. Really? Because I like this guy a little bit better, and maybe we should draft him. As a matter of fact, I like him so much, I'm going to move up. Trust me, you're going to like this running back that we're going to get out of Alabama. It works. Those two, man, please.
It was a joke.
I would say something, but we got little kids out in the audience, so I'm going to leave it alone. 248-5399, but it's basically they wouldn't score with a fistful of dollars someplace.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, Kenny, who we got? Who's next in line on the phone calls?
Let's go to Ron.
Ron, you're on 97.1.
Oh, hey, guys. It's Rob, ROB. How you guys doing?
Hey, Rob.
Long time. Hey.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I think Aleem McNeil is really going to step up big this game, and I also think Zadarius Smith is going to step up big as well. I saw that Chicago only ran 78 yards on us in rushing last game, and we almost lost that game, but I think because they have a better passing game, they were able to keep it close, and they made a lot of longer completions. I just think these guys are going to step up, and the run game, the run defense is pretty strong, even with all of our missing pieces. And I also think the blitzing is going to be able to stop the run a little bit. So Josh Jacobs is also injured, so I just don't see him having a 100+ night. Maybe one touchdown possibly. I just don't see it in the run game at least.
I hope not that I hope you're right that Josh Jacobs is injured, but I hope the Lions do win and figure out a way to do it. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, man, it'd be amazing. But thanks for your time.
All right, appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, it's a very simple question that we are asking you. Do you expect to win this game? Do you expect this team to win the game tonight, regardless of all the injuries that you have? You believe in the offense. You believe in the coaching staff. You just think that no matter what, they will get the job done, win by 1, win by 10, win by 20. They're going to walk away with a victory. We're going to see another celebration video in the locker room. Or do you hope that they win? A lot of injuries. I don't know if they can overcome that. I'm crossing my fingers, and I'm hoping like heck that they can pull out this victory. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls next, 97.1. We're downtown at B-Dubs, Buffalo Wild Wings, downtown Detroit, anticipating the Lions taking on the Green Bay Packers. Thursday night football. It's on Prime. It is also on Fox 2 tonight if you do not have Prime.
Or just listen to Dan Miller on our airwaves.
Or you listen to Dan. Only if Dan says touchdown Detroit black guy.
Well, TJ and Lomas are there to do that.
That's Michael Stone. He's with me. We're going to be here. Costa's going to be joining me at 5 o'clock as we kick into the Lions pregame. And we've just been asking the question. It's very simple for Lions fans. Do you expect to win or do you hope to win tonight? Plain and simple. 248-539-9797. Can you get a couple ticket texts? We've been kind of not doing a good job with those.
38-24 Lions all day. This offense breaks out and Green Bay can't keep up. 38-24 Lions all day. So somebody's very confident. I think that's expect. Yeah, I see a heavy dose of the run game, limiting Green Bay's offensive possessions. Goff under 30 passes. That's the formula. 24-20 Lions, A2 and Tecumseh.
Give me one more, and then we'll jump back into the phone lines.
I am high on the hopium. The Packers are going to get out of the gate fast, but hoping we can get an opportunistic takeaway and eke out a victory in a shootout.
All right. Anybody talking about the whole Matt Patricia thing? Because I would just be offended if I'm a Lions fan and Matt Patricia's talking about my team. Like, this guy ruined the franchise. You don't get to come back and then talk about it.
If he's asked about it, he should answer. What's he supposed to do? They have him on the show. Matt, what about the Lions? I'm sorry, I'm not going to talk about it.
You know what?
I mean, that'd be worse.
Yeah, I don't think the people in Detroit really care what I have to say. That's what I would have said.
Okay.
I don't really think they really care what I have to say, and it's just only going to tick them off, and they're in a good mood right now. All right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Quan. Quan, you're on 97.1.
That's all over.
There we go. Quan.
Hey, how you doing, Rico?
Hey, man.
What's up?
Man, I don't know if anybody's some real Lions fans, but I'm a real Lions fan. I've seen these teams go through the gauntlet with one of the worst defenses last year, and they rose to the occasion. So just because our defense kind of banged up, I expect a shootout. I think anybody that loves this team expect them to win because we went through the gauntlet last year. We did what we had to do last year. All the way to the NFC Championship. Should have won it. So this year, we going for that number one seed. I want everybody to feel that way. Number one seed. Number one seed. Number one seed.
Number one seed.
So Quan, are you on that 16-1 bandwagon?
I mean, I'm realistic. I thought we was going 13-3. I still see maybe one more loss in here, but I'm confident, yeah. If you ask me, I'm expecting 16-1. No lie, I am. I wanted to make
even though you have all the injuries on defense and no Decker on offense.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I expect our coaches to do our thing. Think about it. If you pay attention to the Ben Johnson.
I hope you're right. But eventually, it's got to cost you a game. And I think this is the one.
I'm kind of leaning that way as well. But, hey, we shall see. Bernard, you're on 97.1.
Green Bay. Hey, this is Bernard.
Hey,
what's up,
Bernard,
Mike?
what's going on?
What's up, Rico?
How are you? Hey.
I'm good. I'm feeling real good. I'm listening. And the Lions will win tonight. They will win. I'm not wavering about it. There's no doubt the defense is going to be good enough to get it done. You have a bunch of young players that we drafted, in the first and high second rounders on the defense, primarily the defensive backs. You got Jack Campbell, who was drafted, 15th overall. And then you have McNeil in the middle and Zadarius. And, hey, man, we're going to play football along with the pickups that we got. Alexander, we just picked Alexander. And Adams up. We're not going out there, looking like bums. We're going out there looking like football players.
Well, they
So,
got some,
we got a
they definitely got some football players there. There's no doubt. But a few of them haven't played in a while. The one really good point he made is I think we are forgetting about Zadarius Smith. So, when I listed all the guys that were injured, okay, from the season, Davenport's in there. Well, you know what? They got Zadarius Smith, obviously, to replace Hutchinson. But he is a former Packer. He is going to be so freaking motivated for tonight. I expect him to have a really good game tonight.
No, you're right. You're right. You know what I didn't realize, too? And this has nothing to do with the Lions and Packers, but I guess indirectly it does. You know who can help out the Lions after this night? Let's say they win or they lose. It's Kirk Cousins.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize. I'm like, oh, yeah, he is going up against his ex-team. As bad as he's played, yeah, David, he's going up against the Vikings. So you wonder, like, is he going to have that extra motivation? Are we going to see the swag surfing Cousins?
And they've lost 3 in a row, so they need a win in
They're
Atlanta.
talking about
big
benching
time.
him.
Yeah, so he needs to show up.
I know. So are you between a rock and a hard place on that? Do you hope they bench him? Because I know you're a big Penix guy.
No, I mean, no. Cousins is rich. They bench him. He still gets paid
No,
every
I
other
understand
Friday.
that, but I mean it's from a football perspective.
No, I mean, I've never been like this big Cousins fan. Like, look, honestly, I was a Keith Nickel guy. Back when they had the quarterback controversy, I wanted Keith Nickel to win the job. I thought he was going to be a little more versatile. I said it out loud. There you go.
Whoa. He still caught the ball, one of the greatest plays in modern Spartan history.
And I think Cousins still hates the fact that he's linked to Nichols with that play. I'll leave that alone, but I just think that, like, wait, who caught it? Wait, he caught it? Oh, son of a biscuit.
Inside Spartan football right now. I love it.
But see, I didn't think Kirk Cousins could have any ill will towards any human being on the planet.
Oh, he can.
Okay.
He's a little petty. He remembers. Like, he's that type that, you know how Amon Ra can tell you everybody who, got drafted ahead of him and every wide receiver, and like Draymond Green can recite everybody. Cousins remembers everybody who was Team Nickel.
So he didn't read a Bible story. That's what you're saying.
Probably not. Maybe Cain and Abel.
I mean, he didn't care that he wasn't even the first quarterback drafted by his team.
No, he didn't. I mean, he's gone out there. He's got it done. He's got a great personality
Yes.
now. I still don't understand what Atlanta was thinking, but because it's not like Cousins was on a one-year deal. Like, I get what Minnesota is doing. You signed Darnold, and you still got J.J. in the wings. And now I think Minnesota's going to be a lot like Detroit was with Hendon Hooker. Do we extend our quarterback or do we go with the young guy? Detroit extended the quarterback.
Right.
Minnesota's going to have that decision in the offseason. Yeah, we took a pick on J.J., but
well, look,
we're winning.
If Darnold has a good postseason, absolutely I would think, try to extend him.
Yeah. So we'll see. 248-539-9797. Dave, you want to get more phone calls in the mix? All right. We'll talk more Lions, Packers, and we also want to mix in some other football as well, 97.1.
Hey, Rico.
Yes, sir.
You see this story that just came across around 3 minutes ago?
What's that?
The University of North Carolina has interviewed somebody for their vacant head football coaching position.
All right, hold on.
Mac Brown was just fired. Don't forget.
How about we hold on to that?
Okay.
And let's mix it in the blitz.
Okay.
Kenny, hit the music.
You can't trust me about money. It's whatever I say it is.
Go ahead, Stoney.
According to Inside Carolina, and also retweeted by Andy Staples, who's a very respected college guy, the University of North Carolina has interviewed Bill Belichick for its head coaching job.
Why not? Shoot for the moon.
Yeah.
It's funny because I just saw that same story. Looked it up. Mac Brown, who they fired, 73. Bill Belichick, 72. So what are you doing?
I think it's one of those things that when you have a coaching search, David, it's what we always talk
Make
about.
the call.
You just want to hear somebody say, we made the call, and Belichick said no. You sent the drink over to Margot Robbie, and she sent it back to you. But you know what? I chopped my shot. I tried. That's all we say we want to hear, because the Carolina fans will now say, wow, they're serious. They really want. They knew he wasn't going to come, but you set them up to feel like, hey.
And it wasn't just a phone call. It was evidently an interview. And you know he's got a defensive coordinator he can hire. His son has that job at the University of Washington, if I'm not mistaken.
This is true.
Yeah.
All right, let's stick with hiring and firing. UCLA fired offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy. This is very telling. Is this the end of Eric Bieniemy? I've never understood how he wasn't an NFL coach, but you just washed out at UCLA. Is this the end for Bieniemy?
I even mentioned to David during the break, I said, Michigan could use an OC.
Oh,
He
no.
said, no,
Thank you.
So is Eric Bieniemy just the fact he became great because of Andy Reid? I don't know.
Because here's the thing. That offense ain't looking great without him either.
Correct.
Like, maybe they just bring him back, and it's just one of those, hey, I don't know what happened, but you're going to come back. You're going to run this offense. I I don't know if Little Shaq will end up coaching some other team.
He
looks like Little Shaq.
I know. That's what I think. But I never heard that before. I love that.
For big-time jobs, he's done. But he isn't done. He'll be at some place like a UCF or North Texas.
David, right here, right now, if I'm Andy Reid, I pick up the phone. This Kansas City offense has not looked great. They're winning games. They're winning games because of field goals. They're winning games because they're blocking field goals.
Yeah.
They're not winning games because they're scoring a ton of points.
Well, they also are missing some key ingredients. Who's coming back? Pacheco's coming back. Rice is probably coming back. And Hollywood Brown may be coming back.
Yeah, he hasn't played it down for them yet.
Right.
So, interesting. I have a story here for you guys.
Okay.
In the NFL, Aaron Rodgers' Netflix documentary is coming out soon called Enema. I'm sorry, not Enema. It's called Enigma. It is them following his recovery from his Achilles injury.
He knew it.
Are you interested in watching this at all?
I think I'd rather take an enema.
No. I have zero, and I mean this in all sincerity, I have zero desire to watch this thing, period.
All right, that's not an option. Matt Patricia for a half hour talking about the Lions or Aaron Rodgers documentary on Netflix.
Oh, Matt Patricia all day. Look, like Aaron Rodgers is just weird. Like he's just like one of those like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it was like Phil Jackson in the later days when he would just talk about abstract things when he coached the Bulls. I remember it was an interview with Michael Jordan. He was just like, yeah, I watched this movie and it reminded us of the team. And Michael was like, are you Phil? I don't know what you were smoking on the plane, but no.
Right.
I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, guys, I'm going to ask you this question. Who are your MVP candidates?
Candidates?
Yeah.
Well, Lamar dropped in my mind, so I'm going to go Saquon is number one.
He's
right
in
now.
mine. He's in mine.
Jared Goff has to be mentioned.
Not in mine.
You know, it would never happen. Nay Sewell.
So Saquon.
Yeah.
Saquon.
Josh Allen's number one, actually.
Josh Allen's number one.
Penei Sewell's number 4.
Okay.
So it would be a combination of those, yes.
Okay. So, Josh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Josh Allen, he has about 2,700 yards of passing. Josh Allen has, I hate when ads pop up. Josh Allen has 20 touchdowns, 5 picks, but he's also ran for 6 touchdowns as well. Good numbers, right?
Yeah.
What if I told you?
What if I told you?
That there's a quarterback who has 3,300 yards.
Okay.
30 touchdowns and 5 interceptions.
30 touchdowns?
Mm-hmm. And he's also run one in.
Joe Burrow?
Bingo.
Whoa.
You can't be a most valuable player on a team that doesn't make the playoffs.
And that's my question.
Yeah.
Is Joe Burrow being penalized because he plays for the Bengals?
They have no defense.
Because when you look at this man's numbers, he should be running away with the MVP, and nobody brings up Joe Burrow. They bring up Lamar. They bring up Goff. They'll bring up Josh Allen. They bring up Saquon.
Yeah.
And nobody says Joe Burrow, and he's thrown,
You know
I think,
what?
for more yards than any other quarterback this year.
No doubt.
And more touchdowns than any
He's
other
also
quarterback.
losing more often than
And
the other
he's thrown-
quarterbacks.
Not his fault.
That's true.
He's thrown quite a few untimely
It reminds
interceptions,
me,
like last week.
Could he we're switching sports here, but could he be like King Felix, who played for the
Okay.
Mariners and won the Cy Young?
Yes.
Fair.
Look, it's a semantical game for me. To me, the most valuable player and the best player are two different people. And a lot of times,
So he'll win
a
off
lot
of
of
the-
different
he'll
sports.
win off of the
He
player
should
of the
be
year.
offensive player of the year.
Yeah.
Yes. But most valuable, no. You can't be that valuable if your team doesn't even make the playoffs. And Goff, I still think it's Allen, but Goff is really, he's been downgraded because of one game.
Houston, yeah.
One game. And one of those interceptions was a Hail Mary.
But
so
he
I
didn't
don't
have
care.
a lot of yards against the Titans.
I know.
So, I mean, there's other games here where he didn't show out.
For context, guys, Joe Burrow did not even crack the top 10 on FanDuel for odds to win that award.
Oh, no, Kenny, I understand. But when I give you the blind taste test and tell you the yardage and the touchdowns, he's thrown 5 picks.
He's
It's like Dominique
14th.
Wilkins should be MVP every year.
He's 14th plus 30,000 guys to win MVP.
But where is he on offensive player? I guarantee you he's number 1.
Offensive player, he is not in the top 6. I'd have to expand the list.
That's weak.
That he is not.
That's
He's
different.
9th, plus
So once again,
15,000.
Doing research, I ran across that and thought we could have some fun.
Yes, it is fun.
Because Joe Burrow.
And there he is on the big screen right in front of us. And,
Joe-
he just bought the Batmobile.
Yeah, Joe Burrow should be in running for the most valuable player, and because his team blows, he's not.
Put half your house on it.
All right.
I was just saying, if he had these numbers playing for Detroit, he would be the runaway MVP.
Yes. Let me ask you this question. Speaking of that team.
Make it quick.
I'll make it quick. I saw this, tweeted out or even discussed. Should the Cincinnati Bengals pull a Kansas City Chiefs, trade Jamar Chase like the Chiefs did for Tyreek Hill?
No.
Depends on the return, baby.
Yeah, no, Higgins is a free agent. No, I'm still saying no. No.
I would. I would. We'll
Yeah,
see.
if you can get a couple number ones, an offensive lineman.
And then in that scenario, would you re-sign Higgins? Because you need a weapon still.
Yeah, I know.
So just
All right. More Lions talk. Lions, Packers tonight, primetime game. We're going to be here pretty much all night. Costa's going to be joining us in another hour. We'll get to your phone calls. We'll get to your ticket text next. 97.1. 4 o'clock, downtown Detroit. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in downtown Detroit. Rico Beard, Michael Stone, David Hull on the ones and twos over there. Kenny's back in the studio. Lions fans, we're asking you one question. Lions are hosting the Green Bay Packers in probably one of the bigger Thursday night games. It's on Prime. It's also on Fox, too, so don't sweat it, Lions fans. If you don't have Amazon Prime, you can watch it live on Fox, too. Lions are missing a lot of players on defense. Lions are missing some players on offense. Taylor Decker, the most important one. They are missing pieces. I think 13 people on the injury report. Packers have a few. Lions have 13. Does this sway your confidence? It's a simple question we've been asking all day to you Lions fans. Are you confident this team can overcome everything that I just said? Jordan Love, be damned, and come out and you expect to win this game tonight? Or do you hope to win this game tonight? 248-539-9797. I'm in the camp of hope. It's not that you're a bad team. And if you say hope, you're not a bad fan.
Right.
It just means, man, things just keep stacking up against this team. I never thought the team was going to go 16-1. Green Bay is a good team. This is a different Jordan Love that you're playing that you played earlier this year. He was on one leg. They have a running game. They can score just like you can score. They can get yards just like you can get yards. The problem is your defense basically is comprised in the front seven of second and third stringers. Most of your first string guys are gone. You have 2 starters that are available right now, and one just joined the team a few weeks ago.
By the way, the Packers, a local kid is going to be making his NFL debut, 7th-round draft choice, Kalen King, who has just been activated to the active roster for today's game. Went to Penn State, and, of course, he went
Kalen
to
King from?
Cass Tech.
Cass Tech. I can just see him now with a pick six, taking it back 97 yards. I would love that.
97.1 yards.
David knows why it's only 97 yards.
Yeah, it is 100 yards. 100 yards.
The bit lives on. I love it.
I know.
Kenny, even if he got it and caught it on the 3 and took it back 97 yards.
That would be unbelievable.
Oh, man.
Or got tackled on the 3 and like, wait, I didn't score? No, son. 3 more yards, and then you would have scored. All right. Kenny, a couple ticket texts. I'm going to jump into the phone lines.
Yeah, Thursday Night Football doesn't score points. The Lions will win 20-13. Oh, that'd be pretty brutal. Tim from Brighton. Packers 27, Lions 17, unnamed texter.
Well, it's funny that you said those scores because in the last 3 games the Packers have played, look, Robert Saleh went in there, kind of tweaked their defense after he got fired as the Jets coach. Packers have held teams to under 20 points in the last 3 games. So let's see if the Lions can crack that. You're right. Thursday Night Football normally means not a ton of scoring. We'll see what happens. And also, the road team last 4 games has won those games. Go ahead, Kenny.
Lions fans are morons. They remind me of the SNL DeBear skit, Lions by 100. I think Green Bay should just forfeit. Lions are unstoppable. Best team ever. That's from Mike.
The mini Ditkus.
Right.
It seems like there's a real divide between the fan base, though. You're either all in or you're. I don't think there's a lot of people like me who are like, I think they're going to win, but not putting the house on it.
I think they're going to lose, but I wouldn't put the house on it.
Yeah, I think there's not a lot of people like us. I feel like it's either, they're going to win by 50. Or,
Kenny, is this your first day in 2024?
I guess this whole season has been bizarre, man. They've been beating teams by 30, 20, 40, whatever it is.
Kenny, tell me what thing in America is just simple, hey, you know what? You could be right and I could be right. Signed, nothing.
You know what this is? It's been a minute since I filled in for David reading these ticket texts. I think I forgot how they actually operate as people.
Right. Everybody goes to the extreme. So
thank you so much for the love, Kenny. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Didn't realize what you were going through, buddy.
Lions fans, do you expect to win or do you hope to win? Let's go to the phone lines. Kenny, who's held the longest?
Let's go to Tim.
Tim, you're on 97.1.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey. So, this is the first time I've ever called you guys. Just started listening, actually, and I was listening when we played Green Bay the last time, and nobody gave them a shot. They said, we can't go win in the weather. We can't, all the stuff that you guys were saying. Is it going to be harder to win at home with the defense that we have today or harder to win in the weather in Green Bay?
I think it's going to be harder to win today.
I think the defense, because here's the thing, Tim, the weather affected both teams. The defense only affects the Lions.
All right. Well, my also confidence is the fact that the Lions have had a bad offensive showing the last couple games, and they're due for a good one. And they're at home. And you got to remember, the Packers just told us that we weren't the better team. They just didn't execute like we did. You don't think that that's going to spark them?
Okay, in all fairness, Tim, I get where you're going with that, but before we get too offended as Lions fans, let's not forget that a certain wide receiver walked off the bus with a sweatshirt that said Green Bay sucks.
Yeah, well, that's a mine. Have you ever watched his podcast? That's him.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
I understand it.
I understand.
But let me ask you this question, Tim.
Okay.
Do you remember last Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that our secondary is way better than that.
Okay. No, Tim, not here to change your mind. We're just here to take the temperature of the room.
But the pass rush.
Well, you guys
Go ahead.
almost talked me out of it last time. During the last game, I didn't think they were going to win. I believed you guys. I'm like, there ain't no way we're going down there. I'm not going to get talked out of it this time. I think until somebody beats them, I'm not saying anybody can beat them.
Tim,
and, hey,
appreciate the phone call.
Thing.
Go ahead.
You there, Tim? All right, he's
Oh, sorry. Hey, Tim, sorry about that. Call back anytime you want. I love talking to you. You're a smart man. I love the passion that you bring, and you bring facts. Those are the type of callers that we like.
Right.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jeremiah. Jeremiah, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Thank you for taking the call.
It's going great.
Excellent. So I'll start by saying that I think they're going to win. I'm pretty confident, just based on how the team's mentality and their style of play and their just their preparation that they go through each and every week. I even with the defense being as decimated as it is on with injuries and whatnot, I still think that we have enough to at least get it done. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. My final score prediction, if I had to put a number on it, I would say Lions 28, Packers 21. It'll be a close game. No, go ahead.
So you got the Lions to win and cover.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yep. I think it's not going to be an easy game. It'll be very difficult, but I think if we can eliminate penalties, hold Jacobs to a reasonable amount of yards, and watch out for Reed and Kraft and whatnot, I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Kraft because he's the one that people, don't realize. He's the sneaky tight end who's pretty damn good. He's been more than a safety valve for Love. He's turned into a really good player.
Well, I'm partial to number 11 from the Packers.
Oh, I know.
Hey, you know what? He and prop bets.
Reed is what, 50 or 5? No, it's going up. I heard, right?
He makes me money, so I'll just say it like that. I love it.
What is it for him? I might go on some of that too.
Yardage and touchdowns.
Yeah,
but more so yardage.
But what's the number?
Oh, I got to look to see. There's like certain things that are just money makers. Little things that are money makers.
Yeah, kind of like Gibbs and Montgomery yardages have been for people.
Yes, like one is, and it's for Sunday, but always take the over on Brock Purdy rushing yards because it's normally like at 11.5, and he ends up with 30. So, yeah, there's certain things you always just want to take. But Reed receiving yards, moneymaker. All right. More of your phone calls and your ticket texts coming up next. Lions, Packers, we're here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on down and hang out with us before you head over to the Lions game, 97-1. Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want to make a career change. You're listening to the show. You're like, I want to hang out with you guys down at the establishment. It's very simple. Let Specs at LTU be the first step in your new career. Whether it's radio or TV or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can get you started on your path. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by people like myself who actually work in the business. Rico, what does that mean? It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes. We're not going to waste your time. It's not going to be a bunch of theory. You're going to get a hands-on approach. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Straight to the phone lines, Lions fans. Simple question. Your confidence level. You expecting to win or you're hoping to win? Kenny, who's been holding on the longest, that's who's up first.
Let's go to Rich.
Rich, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Rich.
Hey, Brother Rico. Happy belated Founders Day.
Happy belated Founders Day to you, too.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
He's a real brother, David, so he can say it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rich.
Hey, no, I just wanted to point out a couple things. I'll try to make it real quick. But last year, I listened to your pregame show before, and let me preface this by first saying that all of the concerns are 100% warranted. I'm with you guys. I'm with you. Last year, before the San Francisco game, I mean, the pregame show sounded like a eulogy, man. I swear, everybody was so worried. But I just wanted to point out that, don't we still have the number one offense in the league, and don't we still have the number 1 and 2 safeties with Branch and Kirby Joseph?
Yeah.
So, and here's a couple more things too, and I'll hang up and listen. But the 12th man, something has to be said about that. I mean, the adrenaline and the exuberation, the energy that it gives you with 50,000 plus people screaming at the top of their lungs, something's got to be said about that. And also, we talk all year long about how people want to come here and play for Dan Campbell, how he's a player's coach, and people will run through brick walls. I know we got some replacements on the defense, but I mean, I don't think they're going to come here and play like replacements. So what do you guys think?
I mean, I get what you're saying. They're not going to play like replacements, but, Rich, it's still a step down. These are not the original guys that you chose to come out and go to war with. This is your second and some third, and some guys you just picked up. And they're coming in here, and you're hoping that they're going to be enough to get you a victory and hold a guy like Josh Jacobs to under 100 yards. I think it's going to be difficult. Can the offense score? Yeah, but, I mean, the Green Bay defense is starting to tighten up in the last few games. They haven't allowed anybody to score over 20 points, so they're not going to be pushovers. Yes, and the Lions' offense is – look, every game is not going to be them like they were against the Cowboys or them like they were – what was the other team that they played – Jacksonville? Or,
yeah.
The Titans. Yeah, they're not going to be doing that every week. No. They're kicking a lot of field goals lately. They're going to have to score some touchdowns. We'll see what happens. That's why I'm asking, confident or are you at the hope level?
To your point, Rico, Jamal Adams has been activated to the 53, so he will expect to play tonight. And I get it. It's just football. You can keep things simple. You can simplify things for certain things, put them in certain spots. But do you really, Lions fans, really expect him to make that impact tonight? He's been in Allen Park since what, Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, Sunday.
That's
and
tough.
And it sounds like they're bringing him in to be a linebacker,
yeah,
not a safety.
Correct.
I mean, you already got two good safeties. So he's coming in to be, just saying.
With Jacobs on the other side, that's what concerns me.
All right. 248-539-9797. Kenny, where we're going? Let's go to Paul. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how are y'all today? Good.
Hey, Paul.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm hoping we'll win tonight for this reason. We're going to lose one or two more games. Don't lose to a division. Don't lose to a division team. Lose to either Buffalo or San Francisco, and then go into the playoffs.
Okay. No, I mean,
look, if we have to pick the loss, it's next week. Obviously.
And I wouldn't be too worried about San Francisco.
No, I say, yeah, but if you're picking a game to lose, you don't want to lose a game in your conference or your division. So that's why you pick Buffalo.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. That'll help you with the tiebreakers.
That's why I'm hoping we'll win tonight, so we don't lose to a division team.
Right. Absolutely. I'm with you. I hope they win big time.
Appreciate the phone call. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. And, by the way, programming note, Jim Costa will be joining me at 5 o'clock. We're going to continue the Lions pregame show. And just so you know, for those people who are on hold, keep holding because we're going to run this same question throughout that show. If we don't get to you now, we will get to you at some point. But for now, Kenny, who's held the longest?
We're going to Robert now.
Robert, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Good. Hey, I think the Lions are going to kick Green Bay's butt. I have been a lifelong Lions fan. I have been a lifelong Packers hater, just so you know. I think AG is going to take these new guys. He's going to whip up something that's going to be fantastic. They're going to come in there. They're going to have their own little plays, their own little stunts, whatever they need to do. He's going to do something tonight that we've never seen, and Green Bay is going to be on the receiving end of this.
Okay. So you're very confident.
I'm very confident. I really don't like Green Bay. I've always hated Green Bay. But I believe that our coaches.
Let me ask you this: is that the team you hate the most?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. I've watched them over the years, Favre and all those guys. I've watched them too many times. But I have full confidence in our coaching staff to bring in the right guys for the right schemes that they want to run, the things that they have in mind. I believe that they will find a way to win. And it could be ugly. It could be any way. A win is a win, and I'll take it.
All right. We'll appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. Kenny, a couple ticket texts.
It's all about hope for me right now. They haven't proved to me that if they're this laden with injuries, they can get the job done. That's from Bill. Worried about lines on Thursday Night Football. Rico said it best. These games tend to not be scored very high. I think the only way the Lions win this game is in a shootout.
And I do wonder, for Lions fans, did the second half of the Bears game put any, I don't want to say fear, concern in how you feel about this game tonight? Because it looked like that game was going to be a runaway until it wasn't. Now, yes, Eberflus went brain dead and caused them to lose that game, but I know I can't be the only person that was thinking to myself, you cannot be ready to lose 8 Thanksgiving Day games in a row.
It wasn't even that. It was just the way you had such a big lead and then you let it salt away. And, you know, as bad as the defense might have been in the fourth quarter, the reason they lost the football game was because they had too many trips to the red zone where they only had to either settle for field goals or the Gibbs fumble.
And that's why I said, you cannot just keep kicking field goals. You can't go that route. You got to score touchdowns, especially early, and let Green Bay know whose house this is. We'll get a little more. How about we talk about a little draft talk, and then we'll come back to this Lions talk. Lions, Packers, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings. Head on down here, stop in, say hi. If you're headed to the game, if you're pre-gaming, we'll be here till about 7 o'clock or so tonight, 97.1. All right, we're down at Buffalo Wild Wings. Rico Beard, Michael Stone, still waiting on Jim Cookies Costa as we get ready to kick off the Lions pregame show. And it's going to be the same question we're going to ask for the Lions pregame show. We'll be a little more in-depth as well. But Lions fans, you expect to win, or do you just hope to win? That is the question. 248-539-9797. Kenny, a couple ticket texts before we jump back into the phone lines.
Little cheeseheads have heard all the pressure, and they're going to make it happen, so expect them to force the issue. I'm thinking it's a 2+ picks, Lions smackdown, but you're Doug in your doom and gloom opinion.
Okay. Doom and gloom.
Which, I mean...
16-1.
Right, but...
You know what? No. Kenny, Lions fans, you haven't experienced this before, and you don't want anybody raining on your parade, and right now I'm raining on your parade. Go ahead, Kenny.
No, and it's funny that you say that because somebody is on the list of these texts here saying Lions fans don't know how to act after winning. This is only their second year of real winning. You can't blame them for acting so insane.
True.
I get it. I think most people are pretty realistic, all right? You know that this team is going to the playoffs. You know this team is really freaking good, but injuries, when you have this many injuries, it might take a little notch down, and you're not going to go 16-1.
Stoney, what you find out, there we go. So what you find out is this is what we call those league games where how did that team beat this team? And then you look at who played, like, oh, now I understand how they upset that team. Doesn't mean that you're not a Super Bowl contender. It just means that you're a lot behind the 8 ball tonight. If this were a team, if this was the Carolina Panthers, I'm not really sweating this game. If this was Jacksonville with no Trevor Lawrence, I'm not sweating this game. If this was the Giants, if this was the Jets, if this was certain teams, it's no big deal.
Right.
This is not that situation. Yes, it's Green Bay, and for those of us, Green Bay. Let me remind you, road team is one of the last 4 times they played, and do we need to really go back to what happened the last time Green Bay was at Ford Field? So to sit here and just quickly dismiss them and say, well, they're just going to genuflex, and I don't care who's out there, Jamal Adams, I don't care who you got. It doesn't matter.
It's so short-sighted to feel that way without looking at it realistically. And you look, as long as you come up, if you think the Lions are going to win, but, come with, well, I understand the injuries and, fluke things happen that will maybe lead us to a win. I've seen it too many times where people definitely think because they're the home team, they're going to win. They're definitely going to win.
Hey, look who bothered to show up for the show. All right. Cookies just got in. He'll be here with us shortly. All right, Kenny, who's been holding on on the longest?
Let's go to Kevin.
Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
No problem.
Yeah. So, what was it? A couple of weeks ago, I honestly didn't think the Lions were going to beat the Packers in Green Bay, but, they came out, they punched them in the mouth, and they won. Obviously, we've had some more injuries, accumulate since that game, but you just look at, Rico and Stoney, I'm 36, and it's like, I don't think when you're playing video games and like sports games, and then it's measuring the barometer of like the locker room, whether the morale, the composure, or just I would say the team is just it's at 100% right now. I really do think that I expect to win tonight because I feel that every player on this team is just playing for. They don't want to let down anybody else on our team, and they don't want to let down the coaches. And it's just next man up, and it could be naive, but it's like I said, I thought we were going to lose a couple weeks ago to Green Bay at Green Bay. I understand, and I was there for the game, a season ticket holder. I was there last year when Green Bay came, and they punched us in the mouth good. But I just think, this is a division game, and we have a chance to just basically put our foot right on Green Bay's neck and hold on to that division. And honestly, I'm expecting to win tonight.
I hope you're right, and I hope if they do win the toss, if they elect to take the ball, which I usually don't like, that it's going to show me that they believe it's going to be a shootout and they need to score as many times as possible.
Right. They want to put Green Bay behind the 8 ball.
And they want to convert in the red zone like they didn't do Thanksgiving against the Bears. So that's
and that was a surprising, game obviously with the Bears. I'm just, I'm hopeful that a little bit of regrouping and that, we're going to get it done. I look at it as like, years past. This one team came to my mind, Rico, a little nostalgia, but the year the Michigan State Spartans they're missing Connor Cook, and then they upset Ohio State at Ohio State that one year. They had the back of the quarterback, but basically that team was they were playing just balls to the wall. It was just, that's how the Lions are right now. That's just the next man up. They're going to give everything they got, every single player on that team.
All right, Kevin, appreciate it. Appreciate the phone call. We're getting ready to go to the Lions pregame show. We are live at the Buffalo Wild Wings in downtown Detroit. Please feel free to come down here and join and watch the show. Costa and I will be right back. Lions pregame show up next, 97.1.